Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are back and for our very, very special episode today, the beginning of really 3 episodes coming up.
Yeah.
This is kind of our first series of sorts, I guess, really since the Planet of the Apes films we've done.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a different plot.
And we're not even doing the full series either.
No,
exactly.
not exactly.
So, yeah.
Today's very first entry is on The Godfather from 1972, directed,
because
of course,
it's
by
not,
Francis Ford Coppola.
Because it's not the final chapter in the Godfather saga, which even that wasn't.
Right. There's The Godfather never ends. It lives in our hearts forever, So we're going to be doing the very first movie, the second film as well, The Godfather Part 2, on our next episode. And then in our third episode, we're going to touch a little bit on and have I think a fairly healthy discussion on the third film, which we know is maligned, but certainly critically has been reappreciated, I guess, of sorts over the years, in large part due to Coppola's recent director's cut of sorts called, was it Godfather Coda, basically is what he calls it. And so we will touch on the third one in a bonus episode, along with other Godfather-related ephemera, because The Godfather is, obviously started off as a book and really is endured over all these years as a series of films. But it certainly has a life outside of those as well, including The Godfather, the game, and which we played a lot of on various consoles. And then also even The Godfather 2 video game as well. So we're going to be going all Godfather all the time over these next 3 episodes. Because The Godfather is very foundational to both of us.
Yeah. Can we start off real quickly by, before we even get into it, I just want to read what Pauline Kael and Vincent Canby both said about this movie in the moment.
In 1972.
Yes. And Pauline Kael said, "If ever there was a great example of how the best popular movies come out of a merger of commerce and art, The Godfather is it."
Yeah.
And then Vincent Canby said, "Taking a best-selling novel of more drive than genius, Mario Puzo's The Godfather, about a subject of something less than common experience, the Mafia, involving an isolated portion of one very particular ethnic group, first-generation and second-generation Italian-Americans, Francis Ford Coppola has made one of the most brutal and moving chronicles of American life ever designed within the limits of popular entertainment."
So those are both big, very huge raves from 2 of the biggest film critics
at
of that
the
era.
in the moment,
right?
Which you very rarely ever see happen.
And we're going to try to talk about all the facets of this movie. Which we could literally create our whole other podcast about The Godfather and go through it in depth.
Just about how we don't discuss business at the table, right? Like that could be its own episode of Don't Interfere. Okay, but yes, among other things.
So this movie is incredibly foundational for both of us, as it was for, I know, a great many people. And we were inevitably always going to be doing an episode on these films, episodes on these films. But it is one of those things, and this has been looming for a while as various films have been celebrating their anniversaries over the last several years. A lot of films celebrating their 50th. I know when 2001, a few years ago, celebrated its 50th. That was a huge deal. And certainly The Godfather Part 1 is going to be celebrating its 50th anniversary this March.
We are now celebrating our first anniversary.
That's true.
So that's part of why.
So one of the things we also even talked about when we were conceiving of this podcast, of course, we're going to be doing the Godfather movie someday because they're some of our very, very, very favorite films. And we were thinking about when would it be? Would it be early on? And we said, well, let's wait till about a year into the podcast, which is where we're certainly at now, when it would be on, about to celebrate its 50th anniversary. So it just seemed like the right time to finally crack open a bottle of wine that has certainly meant a lot to us over a great many years. And we put a lot of probably pressure on ourselves, but it comes with this movie. I mean, this movie is so filled with import and significance that you can't help but put pressure on yourselves to do this. And we thought about really the first way to open this up is because there's no Blue Plate Special this week. The Blue Plate Special is Clemenza's recipe.
Like
for
Louis' restaurant is closed.
Yeah.
There's the table. There's some blood stains. We got to get that cleaned up. Like,
don't let that impact our rating.
Yeah, like it is still the best veal in the city.
Yeah.
Like, how's Italian food in this restaurant? Like, a total idiot, by the way. Like, how's Italian food in this restaurant? Like, I don't know. It'd probably be pretty good, you idiot. But anyway.
Yeah.
With no Blue Plate Special this week. It is a little bit of wine.
Yeah.
And that's my trick. Why don't you cut the crap? I mean, but anyway. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, to talk about our initial experiences with these movies, a lot of it, frankly, has to do with AMC, the film.
Yes.
The film.
The American Movie Channel.
Yeah. American Movie Classics, I think.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think it's what it used to be.
I don't know.
I think it's a lot of things now, like even KFC, where it doesn't even, quote, mean what it initially meant.
Let me look about this. It's the...
let's see.
It's almost like we should have known this. Yeah. American Movie Classics, you're right. Okay, yes.
And I was trying to think back about when exactly was the first time I saw this. I believe it was in my 6th or 7th grade year, I think, when it would have been.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be about right, I guess.
And it was a movie, it's one of those movies you grow up with, and you vaguely hear as, oh, that's an adult movie, or that's, quote, an important movie. And right around that time in middle school was when I was starting to get into films a little more seriously, and was taking and understanding films are more than just purely entertainment. They can be an art form in of themselves. So, because I even remember the very first time I ever watched it, I had recorded it on VHS. And I had watched maybe the first hour. It started at 8 p.m. on a Sunday night.
It wouldn't have ended till like midnight.
Yeah, it started at 8 p.m. on a Sunday night, and I remember watching the wedding stuff, and it was even into, I think, maybe the horse's head stuff with Waltz.
Which notably, when that movie plays on TV, the wedding is totally uninterrupted. It plays for the first 30 minutes of the movie is uninterrupted on TV.
And I remember being totally enraptured by it and being like, wow, this is so well made. And even then, I was starting to have a little bit of a better understanding of film language, understanding when we're with The Godfather, we're in these very dark, gritty, barely you can see sometimes the figures in the rooms. And then when we're on the outside, how expansive and overexposed oftentimes the light is. And I could already tell visually that there was this difference between these worlds, and that while they're on the same property, they seem like they're planets apart. What's going on with these peoples. And I remember I really wanted to keep watching it, but I stopped it, and I had to go to school the next day, and I immediately came home and watched like the rest of the film. And like anyone who watches The Godfather, absolutely loved it, fell in love with it immediately. Sometime after that, I remember also catching part 2, I think, on TV. Inevitably, I think this was in like 2008, the Coppola restoration DVDs came out, and there had already been earlier DVD versions of them, but those came out, and that's when I really started to watch it a lot on repeat, and was taken with it. And I think it's one of those things for, somebody for me who was a middle school boy age, that was a good chance to get in on the ground floor with the movie, which had already been in existence for a great many years, and when I really fell in love with it. And we're going to talk about all the ways in which it still endures for us. What do you remember about your own initial time seeing this film?
Well, it would have been around the same time, I guess, but for me, it might have actually been the summer of 2007.
Yeah.
So that would have been not too long after you had seen it.
Yeah, I think mine was 2006, because I think I had seen it already, and I know where you're heading with this, because there were the promos for Mad Men.
Mad Men were on. It was Mob Week, which like Shark Week can go to hell. Yeah. Mob Week is the week of the year.
And they don't.
They don't really,
I think they still do it a little bit. It was a few years ago they really promoted it a lot.
Well, and they have that, The Godfather Part 2, and then like Goodfellas,
Yeah.
The Untouchables, which is laughable, and then
Yeah.
probably Scarface, but
Maybe Casino too.
and Casino, maybe, yeah.
Maybe Carlito's Way. I think I just had that in the past.
Yeah, well, I don't remember because I always remembered it was mainly the main four of the two Godfather movies, Goodfellas and Untouchables. That's what I always remembered.
That's the biggest ones, yeah.
But for me, and I'll jump ahead a little bit here to say my major film explosion was at the same age as you in like 7th grade. It would have been years later than when you had that. But for me, it would have been the age of the kids I'm teaching right now, which is part of what I love about my job is because I remember where I was at that age, and that was obviously not the most coming of age that I would even have because high school's kind of that way. But for me, I really do feel like it was kind of that year where I saw I remember I first saw the Leone Fistful of Dollars and all the dollars
and
Good, Bad, and the Ugly Westerns. I saw King Kong for the first time. I saw a lot of the Stanley Kubrick's movies for the first time. And so that was a big deal for me. Personally, that was kind of my age where I saw a lot of these movies for the first time that were really big. But before all that was the Godfather movies. Now, and we've said before about movies like Jaws and Tim Burton's films, and some of these other movies that we had seen at a really young age that had made an impression. But it really was, I think, when I would have been actually about the 5th grade, which is hard to believe that a 5th grader would be watching The Godfather. Mm-hmm. But also what I think, well, another thing, and maybe this is jumping ahead a little bit, of what endures about a movie like that. Don't get me wrong, the movie is a rated R movie, and it's incredibly violent. That's the biggest thing about it. But as far as language and stuff like that,
sexuality,
it's actually, and sexuality's pretty muted. I mean, there's some things, but it's actually not that bad of a movie to kind of introduce to a budding cinephile. You know, I feel like that's a good ground, like you said, a good ground floor movie. And it has, I mean, all I can say, I guess, is that I don't remember as much about the movie seeing it the first time as you would have because I was a little younger and it's a little hazy. But it's one of those movies that just, like Mad Men would later be in a certain way, but I do remember watching that for the first time and that being a bigger deal for me in the moment. Mm-hmm. But The Godfather really kind of taught, like Mad Men, taught me everything there is to know about the way movies should be. Mm-hmm. And frankly, since then, it's all been downhill and nothing's ever lived up to that, I guess is the easiest way to say it. And as far as The Godfather Part 2, that's a movie I didn't see for some years until after the fact. I wasn't as into it the first time I saw it. I thought it was too long. Mm-hmm. I was confused about the different eras. I was kind of like, what is all this? But, of course, now I love it pretty much just as much as the first movie, even though I still prefer the first one. And we can talk later about why we both think this one is the better one.
I mean, it's so almost close. A moot point to me to even bring this up because there's a big, it was one better than two. And I feel like more and more the consensus is two is the superior entry. Yeah. And it's one of those things, we've said this about other things in the past, like, we love Godfather Part 2 so much, but still love one maybe a little better, that we probably love it way more than even the people who act like as though 2 is their favorite of the two. Yeah. Because we deeply love 2 as well, and certainly the next episode will be all about 2.
And we should say quickly that we claim no, ownership of the Godfather movies. Clearly, they're everyone's movies. I mean...
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. But
maybe we do.
But all I can say is that there are pieces of art that speak to people so directly that you feel as if it's yours. Yeah. And everybody has those things. And The Godfather is that thing for so many people. Mm-hmm. And I think that
this is the highest grossing movie. There's a period where this was the highest grossing movie ever.
And it's so strange to me, and we're going to talk about this later, I guess, is how this movie just immediately was so beloved, so celebrated.
Because there's a lot of movies that, it's something like 2001, talking about that earlier, when that movie came out, it was kind of divisive critically. I mean, it was not some well-beloved, everybody loved this thing, and, a lot of people had issues with it.
And, of course, Citizen Kane is another example of that, of not being... That was a little more beloved, I think, at the time, but...
That was caught up in the whole controversy.
Right, and that kind of got sidelined and derailed. But
those two movies, like, the reputation matured over all these years, and now they're seen universally, even people who don't quite like them, at least reckon with and respect their place in the film culture.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you're reading two of the sometimes pickiest, choosiest critics of Canby and Kale,
And two of the most
immediately
famous
loving this
critics,
in the
yeah,
moment.
right?
And this almost feels like and for us, it's a classic that has always been. You know what I mean? We don't, we did not, we were not alive in 1972 when this movie came out, and we don't quite. And one of the things we're going to be talking about is what this meant to the culture and what it says about the culture in which it was created. But by all accounts, everywhere you look, this just immediately hit like a meteor, and everyone loved it. Everyone paid homage to it immediately, and it was just the movie. I mean, it is one of the, of course, one of the biggest films of all time. It ranks highly on practically any list, whether it be AFI. I know, and it'll be interesting to see what happens this year, but in 2012, which was the most recent Sight and Sound list, for a long, long time, for several decades, Godfather 1 and 2 were allowed to be coupled together, and they always ranked highly on the list. That stopped in 2012, and since then they both fell a little bit. They're both, up there, but fell a little bit. But considering how Vertigo, itself has seen a huge rise over the years critically, it's not, it wouldn't be, and the fact that that's, quote, the newest movie to make it to that spot, when you're talking about the continuity of film, Citizen Kane holding the number one spot for a long time, and then Vertigo, it stands to reason eventually that The Godfather will eventually make it to the top of that list, of the Sight and Sound list, But it just seems as though everywhere we look, we were reading a lot of these reviews, it was immediately like, this is the movie of the moment, this is the movie to see, and it immediately garnered critical and commercial respect, which was one of the things we read had said it was rare for that.
Here it was made for $6 to $7.2 million, which that's quite a bit of money then, but that's still pretty impressive for how expensive the movie looks. And it made somewhere between $246 and $287 million.
That's a huge ratio on that,
And, of course, it's important to note it won Best Picture.
Yeah. It won 3 Academy Awards, Best Picture.
Best Actor for Brando.
Best Actor for Brando, and I believe Best Screenplay as well for Puzo.
Yeah. Right, because... And Coppola.
And Coppola, I believe,
And Coppola.
And then the second one won even more. Yeah. And there was a huge controversy at the time when this movie came out about Nino Rota's score, that it maybe borrowed elements from other things or whatnot, but then he would eventually win for The Godfather Part 2, I know.
Right.
Nino Rota did.
But
one other thing I'll add, too, is just that, obviously, this might go without being said, but it should be said anyways, we're males. This is a very male-centric movie. I mean, it is something that, and we'll talk about this as we watch it, and maybe when we go through the actresses as well. There are female presences in this movie, but they're very much secondary. This is a very male-centric oriented movie, and I think it does appeal. And I know there are women who love these movies too, but there is something very male and masculine about this, and the movie itself is, I mean, one of the lines that kind of frankly makes me roll my eyes a little bit, and it's in the book too, because I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through this. The line that Don Corleone says at one point, he says, "Women and children can be careless, but not men." It's just like, it's very paternalistic concepts that this movie is. I don't necessarily think perpetuating exactly, but certainly is a reflection of that world.
Well, and you think about literally the title of the whole project is The Godfather, the paternalistic figure that takes care of the community. Because as we know, the mafia at its center, what it is supposed to be about is, and I'm not saying this as if I'm defending it, by the way, I want that to be clear, but what they say that it's about is about protecting the community. Community
policing of some
and
sorts,
and so... And that originally having been started in, like, the Middle Ages in Sicily or whatever, in case anybody cares, from, like, foreign invaders there. But that, I mean, that's what it's all about. And you see that especially in this movie, but even more so in the second movie, about the way that...
the flashback sequences.
Sequences, not only because the way that Finucci does it is more of, like, wetting his beak. I mean, and being an a-hole and like very definitively being an evil man. Yeah. Whereas Don Corleone is a much more of a benevolent, more benevolent. But I mean, he's still a terrible murderer.
Yeah.
But that's right in the title. I mean, of the movie itself, of saying this man is going to take care of everything. and like I said, it's a very male-centric movie in that way. So,
all right, so we can get into the cast, crew, and whatnot of this. I guess just very briefly we can say what this is, quote, about.
So, The Godfather is a 1972 American crime film directed by Francis Ford Coppola, who co-wrote the screenplay with Mario Puzo, based on Puzo's best-selling 1969 novel of the same name. Is the first installment in the Godfather trilogy. The story, spanning from 1945 to 1955, chronicles the Corleone family under Patriarch Vito Corleone, focusing on the transformation. Vito Corleone. Focusing on the transformation of his youngest son, Michael Corleone, from reluctant family outsider to ruthless mafia boss. So that basically what this movie is about is that...
really, in a lot of ways, the inciting incident is the attempted assassination on Don Vito Corleone, and basically about how his family responds to that. Most immediately, his three sons.
Four, sort of.
Four of a sort,
yes,
I guess so. Santino Corleone, Fredo or Freddie Corleone, and then Michael Corleone. And then there is Connie, who's in this as well, the sister. And then Tom Hagen is a sort of an adopted son into the family who is of Irish-German descent, which separates him from the family in some ways, but ultimately he's just as much of a son to him as the Don as the other members of the family are.
I'm just as much of a son to him as you or Mike. And James Caan's like,
yeah, I guess so, yeah.
But yeah,
so it's got this very operatic structure to it.
And it's important to note just quickly about where the Corleones are in the five families of New York City, that they are in Little Italy, which is the bottom part of Manhattan.
Yeah.
But that they are kind of the outsider family. The Tatalias and the Barzinis are more of the kind of bigger families. And all this
the ones
is
mostly challenging,
right.
yeah.
And that they, of course, all this represents the five families of
New York
City, of the Gambinos, the Lucchese's, the Bonanos, the what are the other two?
Those are the big.
Anyway, those main five, it's kind of based in a way off of those. But that the Corleones themselves represent a kind of underdog outsider group.
Columbo and the Bonanos.
Yes, right. Well, no, there was another
Gambino,
one.
Genovese, Lucchese,
Genovese was
Columbo,
the other one I was
and
thinking
Bonanno,
of. Yeah, but anyway, it kind of stands in for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much. So I guess we'll go through the cast.
Yeah.
Marlon Brando as Vito Corleone, crime boss and patriarch of the Corleone family.
Most people who don't even know this movie immediately recognize the visage of Marlon Brando from this. It was written about a lot at the time, and I think it's one of those things you can even look at Brando's career now, and it kind of represents something a little bit different than even what it meant at the time. But this was a huge comeback vehicle for him. He kind of spent most of the 60s farting around. In some ways, the studios were unduly and unjustly angry and mad at him, and then in other ways, they were quite justly and duly mad at a lot of his antics. He tried to direct a movie, famously One-Eyed Jacks, which I think is a terrific
that's a good
film.
movie.
But it should be said, was in many ways prepped and going to be directed by Stanley Kubrick, who had also selected a lot of the department heads. So that Kubrick's shadow even kind of is over that movie in some ways.
Yeah, because he notably never made a Western either, which is kind of the main thing he never did.
That would have been one of, obviously, his Western.
Yeah.
Brando, obviously exploded onto the scene in the 50s with Streetcar Named Desire, On the Waterfront, both of which he's terrific in. Wild One.
Yeah.
And by the 60s and going in the early 70s, he was kind of a joke and a has-been in many ways already. A cautionary tale of a certain generation of actor that had sort of basically fallen out of favor in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Then he has this movie, and this movie totally jumpstarts his career yet again, even though he's inevitably squandered it yet again as well. Yeah. And I think what he brings, and we'll talk about this, what he brings to Vito is this sense of his own star presence. And it's something that obviously I didn't quite totally appreciate when I first saw this as a middle schooler. But I even then felt this sense of reverence that the film itself has for Brando's performance and Brando's acting in it. What for you about Brando kind of makes him the person to have played Don Vito Corleone, and how does it play in comparison to maybe some of his earlier roles as far as what this means for Brando?
Well, and I'll speak briefly on Brando. I really like Brando. I think that one of the best decades of any actor actually is the 70s for Marlon Brando, of being in The Godfather, The Missouri Breaks, also.
Should be said, Last Tango in Paris was one of his biggest movies also in the 70s, and that was highly controversial. You've seen that. You can speak more to that.
Yeah, I hate that movie. I think it's pretty bad.
What do you think of him in the movie?
I don't think there's one scene in the movie that's really good. It's like the one scene. It's like this kind of monologue he has to his dead wife. That whole movie's so bad that I don't even think of him in the movie as anything.
Yeah.
And let me say, I want to see more Bertolucci movies because I actually quite love The Conformist, which also has the Don Fanucci actor in.
Yeah.
And has a lot of other kind of similar connections to these movies. But yeah, as far as him being in The Godfather, Missouri Breaks, Superman also.
He plays Jor-El.
And Apocalypse Now. I mean,
now, that was a great period. I mean, for anybody.
I mean, and as we know, he's one of those actors that was so talented. In many ways, he's like an earlier version of Jonathan Dett, except even he never got obviously to the the heights that Brando ever did.
Yeah,
but
right. I agree.
Of somebody who had some sort of talent and continued to squander it.
I mean, that's in many ways a classic archetypal Hollywood
like
story.
Bela Lugosi, it's the same thing. I mean, there's all kinds of people who've done that, but specifically in this movie, I think he's really good. The thing is, though, and this isn't even against the movie, it's interesting how much he is marketed as the movie. He's the movie. But, I mean, ultimately, and I used to think that as I was younger in a way, but obviously as I've gotten older, it's clearly Al Pacino's movie, and we'll talk all about that in a moment. But I think, I mean, it's an interesting performance because... of course, he's got the whole, like, big jowls, and he's got the cotton in his, jaws, and it's weird because he does these little outbursts like he's known for, and you see a sort of other man that he is, when he was, maybe even when he was younger, which wasn't even the case necessarily with De Niro's performance as him in the second movie. But it's actually a pretty layered performance, interestingly, that seems pretty basic on the surface.
And then ultimately, he's not even in the movie as much as a lot of people think of or remember him to be, which speaks in large part, I think, as you said earlier, to the marketing, how this movie, not just in the moment, but all these years later, has been remembered as like this big Brando performance in it, and it is a big one. But again, I think that's almost a misnomer, because it's called The Godfather. Oh, he's the Godfather, but the movie is about the transition from who was the Godfather to who is the Godfather by the end of the movie. And I think, for Brando, I mean, again, just to talk about him a little bit, and On the Waterfront, that is one of the greatest. I think he's better in that than even he is in this. I mean, that is one of the all-time great performances in any movie ever. Is him in that, just extraordinary.
That's just one of the all-time great movies too. So,
and I think too, I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't. It's not something you can kind of quantify on the screen exactly, but what his what him and as an actor meant to a generation of actors like Al Pacino, like James Caan,
Dennis
like
Hopper,
Dennis Hopper too, but also like John Cazale
in the movie. Okay.
All those sons.
Yes,
and I know Pacino's talked about this a lot, and I think I've heard James Caan also, that for them, Pacino was this godlike figure, this legend.
Or you mean Brando?
Brando, excuse me.
Yeah. Pacino.
Excuse me, Brando is this godlike figure to all of those actors, a generation of actors, and I know later on for De Niro too, even though he plays him, his character. But, and I think that adds something to him being the father of these men, is that sense of gravitas, that sense of importance that Brando, just by virtue of being Brando, carries with him.
I think the best scene in the movie, and we'll kind of move on from him, is for his best kind of scene in the movie is at the big meeting of the heads of the five families, and there's so many interesting things going on in that scene, but particularly him, that it's like one of the most well-written kind of little monologues in the movie of him talking about willing to forgive what has happened. And say, that, when Michael comes back, so long as everybody leaves him alone, we'll let bygones be bygones, and we'll
Move
move on. And he's more or less accepting of this, like, okay, I guess we'll deal drugs, even though he doesn't want to do that, and that was clear from the beginning of the movie. But the after, and there's this big kind of scene of him like, oh, I'm willing to forgive, and blah blah blah.
He hugs
and then
Tattaglia.
literally right after that in the car, he's like, oh, screw them all. Barzini's been screwing me the whole time. And it's just like, I mean, clearly that's who that man is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that represents more than anything about the movie the type of man that Vito Corleone is that he obviously puts on this front of, I'm going to do this and protect this, and I'll do this, and sure, I'll give you my help with these judges and blah, blah, blah. But then really, it's all part of a game.
Well,
which all goes into the quote that is said in the second movie of keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, of like that. He never said that in this movie, but you definitely get that sense that that's that
part
type
of the
man,
context,
you know?
too, for his conversation with Hagen, the one you're referring to that's immediately after that, is a sense of resignation he feels, a sense of like, I'm not totally the one absolutely at the top anymore, and I've got to let these people have their say, and him being angry about that.
Right.
Without absolutely the full knowledge of who his son, I think, is about to become.
Yeah.
It
isn't clear.
And I think, you know, for that character in that moment, it's the sense of resignation, and that, deep down, I know what really happened and what's going on, and I'm not exactly in a position of power to avenge that betrayal that they've basically done against me, you know, in a roundabout way. Should be said, Brando, and we'll talk about this probably with the second one, was asked and begged and pleaded to come back, or
to have that one
have him
scene
come back at the very end of the second movie, and he didn't.
He wanted as much money as he got for the first movie, right?
And James Caan did too, and he got as much just for that one scene.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
And we'll talk about in general there were some personnel changes in the second film.
Yeah.
And that one of the biggest ones was that James Caan wanted as much money as he got paid, and he did.
And of
for
course,
a single scene.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
And you know, and the absence of him in that scene really just makes you think more about it in a weird way.
No,
I mean,
it works.
Like,
it's better. It's better that way. I think everything about that.
And I think,
amazing,
for that movie too, I think it is better that
De Niro
totally has him in that movie, and that Brando is nowhere to be found. Of course, later on, Brando would work with Coppola again in Apocalypse Now at the end of the decade. So they did work together again.
To Coppola's hair pulling.
It should be said also, and we're going to talk a lot about Coppola. Coppola fought tooth and nail to get Brando in this movie because the studio had wanted nothing to do with him. I mean, he was seen as box office poison at this point. And basically, Coppola really, basically, he fought hard every step of the way, including the next person we're going to talk about, to get them in this movie. And so Brando really owed a lot to Coppola for the fact that he was even in it. Not only in it, he won the Academy Award. He helped basically just take his career to a whole other place, restart it.
And it's important to note that just before this, he had been in some movies like The Reflections in a Golden Eye, Burn.
We've seen Burn.
Well, we've seen Burn.
Yeah.
Gio Pontecorvo,
and he's pretty good in that movie.
Yeah, that movie's okay. I mean, we quite love Walker, the Alex Cox film.
It's got similarities
and
to that.
It's about the same guy technically, but it's a totally different type of movie. And then The Nightcomers, I know, was around this time also. And so there were a lot of these movies that were more B movies, kind of a little bit more exploitation-y, trashy stuff, and that this was his big return and comeback. Al Pacino is Michael, Vito's youngest son.
He owns the movie, as we said earlier. I mean, Al Pacino, and I think this will go down to something I'm going to talk about more in depth later. I think why this movie endures. A lot of it, I think, has to do with Al Pacino's performance as Michael. He's just, I mean, there's a continuity to it too, because he's in the second one and he continues on that journey. But particularly with this first movie, I mean, the evolution that Pacino's character has to go through from being this nice, bright-looking kid in his Marine Corps uniform at the wedding versus who he is by the end of the movie, the journey that he goes through, and we ourselves are subject to that journey and go along with him on that journey, is why this movie has endured in many ways over all these years. I mean, you know, Pacino, what's there to say about him? I mean, one of his bigger movies right before this was The Panic in Needle Park. And I've still not seen that. I know it's a lot of people like it a lot, especially him in it. Talking about actors who had certain periods of time, I mean, in this decade, he had Godfather 1 and 2. He had Serpico, which he's pretty good in. Dog Day Afternoon is just incredible, extraordinary.
That rivals this movie performance-wise, I think, for him.
I mean, that's a totally other character, too, from what Michael is. But, I mean, Pacino is, there's a reason why him and De Niro were seen as the most exciting film actors of the 70s. And I think that's fascinating because so many later Pacino roles have him reveling in the crazy and reveling in the yelling. And I think he's a brilliant actor still, even in some of those roles. But this performance
is this guy something or is he something? I mean,
and Heat, that's some ways the ultimate Pacino performance because it lets him be quiet in moments, but also lets him be absolutely absurd and looking under tables, asking if he's not here, is he?
He's not here, is he? The GD chicken is overcooked.
And then his whole monologue about the TV and I mean, him and Heat is just something else. But him in this is so quiet and is so gradual. And frankly, the only kind of yelling Pacino you get is at the very end of the movie. Is like you get a dash of who he will become as an actor.
For 1 second, and he's like, this one time, I'll let you ask me about my affairs. Yeah, but anyway,
what does Pacino do you add to Michael?
I think when I think about him in the movie, one of the main things I think about is that moment. It's so expertly acted where they're listing all these people that they're gonna want to hit, basically, and there's like this weird ring to his voice that is almost like sends a chill down my spine. He sounds like a little boy almost, and he's like, "Are you gonna kill those? Are we gonna kill those guys?" Like it's just this very small moment to see a person go from that to I do renounce them. By the end of the movie,
and the scene he has with Carlo, that Michael,
yes, that's. I mean, and some people would think, how could you go from that to that? That seems way too, quick and too jarring. But that's why the movie's so great. Notably, is that you can go to that place.
There's this clear evolution in his behavior and his attitude, I think, over the course of the movie. And probably the most abrupt shift is after Apollonia's death, and he comes and sees Kay, and we see there, and the movie plays with time here and there. That is the biggest shift I think we see over the course of that, because he really thought that Apollonia was going to be the one, and that Kay was this dalliance that he had. But her shocking death really flipped the last switch there was to flip in him as a person to making him become who he is.
Yeah, and I think that. And I said it already. I said it last week, and we'll talk about it. That it also all is on that pivot point of the middle of the movie of killing Sollozzo is another, that puts him to a certain place. And I was thinking about this. It's interesting that the way that the mafia typically works is you have to kill somebody, and you go up through this hierarchy of soldier, capo, all that stuff. But that he jumps from being an outsider son to killing one man, and then being the Don, which some people, I'm sure the mob would find that ridiculous or something. But the whole point, and
he already has an end being the direct son of the Don.
Yes, and that's part of it. But as we'll talk about later, this is kind of a revolution of the gangster movie anyway. But it adds an operatic Shakespearean nature to it that is necessary, I think. But what's so amazing is that I feel like everything charts with that. There's not any, like you said, and even the most abrupt shift is after Apollonia's death. And part of all this, of course, is Coppola and is Puzo creating the scaffolding of the movie. Yeah. But it is his performance that makes the movie what it is. I mean, very clearly.
And it should be said, at this moment, there were all these other actors who were offered this or thought about for this. I know, laughably, Robert Redford, I know, was one of the names thrown about. I think Jack Nicholson, his name was also thrown about. And there's even a video you can find of him talking about him saying, I just was not be right for that. Yeah. And look, the movie was successful without me, so it needed basically Pacino to be in that role. And this is something I want to talk about later, too. Part of the importance of this movie, and it's not all across the board, but the fact that you're actually having Italian-American actors play Italian-American parts, that was an important shift that in past eras of the gangster movie was not
Yes,
being
right.
done. And again,
Yeah.
it's not even across the board because I'm pretty sure Brando is
Yeah,
not Italian
right.
or James Caan isn't. But
Yeah.
even just Cazale, and I think it's beyond just Pacino and Cazale. It's like, Richard Castellano, I believe, who plays Clemenza.
Yeah. Richard
And-
Conti, I believe he's
And
Italian.
a lot of
Altieri.
these people off to the sides
El
elevate
Sirocco.
that feeling
Yeah,
about
right.
it, being
Abe
a little more
Vigoda.
authentic,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there are, like I said, there are so many more people that are actually Italian. And
than normally is
yes.
the case with
and
these
I
movies
mean, yeah,
at
that's
the time.
I said that doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I mean, it does. It actually is a big deal. But like I said at the time, I said that was. I mean, all before that, in every gangster movie, that was never the case. Like and it was often with like Cagney's movies, they always took a more Irish approach as well, oftentimes, and so that being part of that, I mean, Pacino,
That's probably because it's more recognizably white.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And that was why that was being done.
I mean, Pacino. I mean, he's.
What
great,
are some of your other favorite Pacino performances? Dog Day Afternoon's obviously up there.
I think that's his. Those are neck and neck half the time. I think he is really great in Godfather Part 2, but part of the point of that is that he has become a monochromatic.
He doesn't have the character arc
monster,
of the second
right.
one that he has in
so
the
there's just
first
not as much of a performance as there is in this. That's not to say
The
that's not
gradualism,
great,
yeah.
right. I mean, Heat, I think, is really pretty great.
He was terrific in The Irishman. Which, he's not been in some great stuff the last so many years, but that was a really great late career performance.
Carlito's Way is a little bit too goofy, but I do like that. Adios, Counselor. Dick Tracy's awful. I mean, both him and the movie. But
that goes for everybody.
Oh yeah, everybody in that took
but
a L.
he knew what he was doing as far as the type of role.
No, it was the role for the movie. That's all I can say. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Pacino's great.
Yeah.
James Caan is Sonny, Vito's eldest son. What's your opinion of James Caan generally?
Well, he was. Everybody just feels perfect for every single one of these roles. So I guess I'm biased in that way to think that, but I mean, James Caan has that passion and that sense of fire that is perfect for Sonny Corleone because Sonny is someone who is always going to think more in the physical realm, whether it be with his fists or his genitalia, basically. Yeah. And so James Caan has that immediately explosive power.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because we've both seen The Rain People, and that was an slightly earlier Coppola movie. And that's a very different and subdued James Caan. And it's fascinating that Coppola saw him and said, I think he can do that. He can be a Sonny Corleone. Because have you seen the footage before of De Niro's audition for Sonny? And it's basically him doing his character in Mean Streets in a lot of ways for De Niro. And I mean, James Caan, I mean, he's one of the most, he's one of the, quote, worst characters in this movie in terms of things he does, but he's also one of the most lovable in terms of, there's Sonny, and Sonny's going off again, and
biting his hand.
Yeah, and then in the second one,
Daddy's fighting again.
It makes you laugh, but it also makes you stop and think, his whole kids are being raised around this all the time, this attitude and this energy.
Well, then you see in the third movie with
Andy Garcia,
Andy Garcia's and it's like the same thing. I mean, I mean, I like James Caan in general. I think, of course, around this time he had been in like El Dorado. I think was his first main movie. Brian's Song, Countdown, the Altman film. I mean, this is his coming out movie in a lot of ways. I mean, mostly The Rain People was and Brian's Song.
Critically,
but. Yeah, I mean...
And again, like I said, Coppola, that's a very different performance he gives in that versus this, so that's fascinating. And I think in a lot of ways, and this could be true, or probably said of Pacino as well, although he's not quite as talented as Pacino, obviously, Caan, in many ways, has been doing versions of Sonny Corleone the rest of his career.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he does something quite a bit different in, say, something like a Thief, the Michael Mann movie, another Michael Mann collaborator.
Or Alien Nation.
God, him in that. That whole movie's bizarre.
That whole movie's
What's funny was one of the reasons we watched that was because we heard that Mike Nichols, or not Mike, Jeff Nichols, excuse me, Mike Nichols remake of that. But Jeff Nichols was going to maybe remake that, and I think that totally fell through. But hey, at least it got us to
at
see
least we
that.
saw Alien Nation.
But he is, I think, in a weird way, an underrated actor. I think he's kind of become both beloved and almost a punchline on Twitter now because of his Twitter presence. He famously tweets something and then says blah, 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 end of tweet. As we speak right now, his Twitter profile pic is of Sonny Corleone. Let's just go to his page real quick. Let's see. And then even the background, his banner photo is of himself, Brando, Coppola, Pacino, and Cazale. I mean, his most recent tweet was, "Is it possible to watch too much Columbo? Asking for a friend." End of tweet.
Wow.
So that's what James Caan's up to. But he's just he is in his own way a very lovable presence. And his death in this movie. I remember when I first saw it, I genuinely did not know what happened, and that was incredibly shocking. I was like, oh wow.
Well, that's why I think that now it's not as bad, but that still really is. Not only physically, but one of the most just emotionally violent things I've ever seen in a movie. I mean, it's so out of nowhere. I mean, she thought it was she called it too garish. She thought it was a little too much. I think it works for the movie. I mean, I don't have any problem with it. I mean, like I said, it happens in the book. But I feel like, but could he have died any other way? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
it's
that
like,
was fitting to that
how
character.
could you go out quietly like that? You know what I mean?
A character of such bombast deserves such, and by virtue of comparison, you think about how Michael himself dies, and at least the theatrical cut of 3 is quiet. It's by himself. It's nobody seeing it. I mean, that's fitting of Michael Corleone, and that way the death of Sonny
even in
is fitting
Fredo's
him.
death is this like him being
a talkative betrayal,
a rat, and being always wanting to talk. It's like this kind of behind the back, stabbed in the back kind of. Everything with that I said works for all of their deaths. We'll never know what happens to Tom Hagen. I don't know, but but no, I mean, that still stands in my mind as one of the most surprising, propulsive, shocking, and just well blocked and filmed murders in any movie I've ever seen. It's amazing. But Richard Castellano is Clemenza, a cap regime in the Corleone crime family. Sonny's Godfather. I didn't know that, but
I think what Richard Castellano and Clemenza bring to this movie, he's like your lovable uncle. He's just like, oh, there's Clemenza. Aren't you happy to see him?
Dead. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Take it easy.
But he will make no qualms about any moment killing anyone. And that's the whole point of this world and this family, is that like he's your uncle that you see dancing at the wedding, and he's literally got a pitcher of wine that he's literally drinking from, but was also at the same time just as ruthless as anyone else, and almost the comedy of someone of this size going around and doing some of the things he does. I mean, at the the climax of the movie,
he's
literally like running upstairs, and it's like.
And he's like wiping his head, like going up.
And he's like gets to the top of where he's supposed to be, and he's wiping his head, and he's like,
he barely got there in time.
I made it. And it's just like, that's who we're entrusting to do this. Is this person in this shape? You know what I mean? Which actually is very accurate to how the real mob operates, anyways. But he's just such a lovable presence, and he's frankly one of the winners of the book to me, because I'm currently rereading the book and nearly finished with it, and. He's not like exponentially more of a character in the book than he is the movie, but you just get more time with him, and he's just a very lovable, murderous monster in his own way.
Well, I think one of the best moments in the movie, of course, the montage sequence is so famous and beloved in its own way, and which, of course, was kind of in certain ways thought up by George Lucas, which you can't forget. But that there's that moment of him. There's like kind of 2 moments of him in that where he's like, where they've gone to the mattresses and he's in like some random room in a warehouse, you can tell, and he like does this kind of like Catholic thing of like kissing his fingers and touching the saint before he's gonna go to bed, and it's just a little moment like that, and then when he's like laying there just in his like boxers, and it's just the funniest thing. I mean, like you said, I think it's so interesting to me, and it's so famous. I mean, the moment to even talk about it is laughable, but the moment when he says "leave the gun, take the cannoli," of just the whole, it's just
Which
so
was improvised.
I mean, I know that everybody talks about this,
Yeah.
but it's so funny to me, the comedy that you would be going to get you're going to go kill Paulie Gatto.
Yeah.
But the wife's like, "Don't forget to get the cannoli though," and he's like, "Okay, I'll do that."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Oh yeah, but don't forget that. We got to get that because she wants it." And I know that everybody thinks that's funny, but it speaks to the horror of the whole movie. I mean, and it still makes me laugh even while I'm talking about it, but just that is so normal to them to do something like that, you know?
Yeah.
And like, I know
And that cannoli
like,
is being in the vicinity of a murder that just
Yeah,
took place.
right.
And,
And
it's
that
like,
they
no,
will
we
eat
got
it.
to take it
Yeah.
home to like the wife, you know?
Yeah, and yeah. I mean, he represents, I think, that more than any other character in the movie is that jollity that turns so
There's a really
blood,
great little sequence in the book
bloodthirsty.
that's not in the movie, and it's very literary, so I don't know exactly how you're going to adapt it. But is right before he goes and is going to kill Paulie, of him washing his car. It's such a great little section of the book because it's like him washing his car and he's thinking, how am I going to do it? And he's like, well, he can't get spooked, so we'll go around and say, well, we got to prepare all these, Sonny's wanting to go to the mattresses and we got to get all that ready. And all right, that's what I'll say. And then, who am I going to get to replace him? And then he's running through all these people in his head, and he's like, oh, Rocco Lampone, he's a promising young guy. I think he'll be the one. And it's like, while he's washing his car, he's thinking about all these things. And it's such one of the great little vignettes of the book, I remember. And again, he's just, and there's a contrast very clearly between him and Tessio, played by Abe Vigoda, who we'll talk about in a little bit. That in many ways they themselves are a microcosm of a difference between Sonny and Michael themselves as far as who they are as leaders or as thinkers. But yeah, we'll talk about this probably more in the second episode of this. He was supposed to be back for part 2, but he wanted not only as much or more money, he wanted final say on every line of dialogue that he said, that his wife would write it for him. Which I think his wife, I think I'm right about this. I think his real wife plays his wife in the movie.
Okay, let me look at that.
And so he was not brought back for the second one, and Frankie Five Angels is basically a total analog for Clemenza's character.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting way to think about Frankie Five Angels, and we're going to talk about him more in the next episode, but that was essentially supposed to be Clemenza.
Yeah.
But he's not around.
He
died off screen.
Yes. Yeah. But that was no heart attack,
right,
as we know. Willie Seachy, we'll get to him later. Robert Duvall as Tom Hagen, Corleone consigliere, lawyer, and unofficial adopted member of the Corleone family.
I would hazard to say, I would say this above any other actor involved in this. I think Robert Duvall has probably the single best career out of anyone involved in this movie, in front of or behind the camera. Mm-hmm. I mean, what a legend. This guy, his first movie, I think it was first movie or one of his first was literally like To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah.
And ever since then, he was
even the villain in True Grit and
coming up through the 60s. Right. And I think Tom Hagen represents a very fascinating character in this whole dynamic of these characters anyways, is that he's of German-Irish descent. He's not officially Sicilian or Italian, but he takes on the role of consigliere, which it's talked about more so in the book, but is in the movie a little bit too, is looked down upon by the other families that you have someone who's of German-Irish heritage doing that. That role.
Let me tell you something, my Krautmik friend.
And that I think he's really great in this movie. I think he's even better in the second one.
Yeah.
The second one gives him a little bit more things to do.
Even though it's like, what about your mistress, Tom? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's like one of the most random details. I'm just like, okay.
And he was supposed to be back for the third one, and I don't think they could agree on the money or whatever, and so he's not back in that.
Yeah.
But what do you think Duvall kind of adds?
I think it's interesting because he adds what Michael needs, and obviously what Don Vito always needed too, but this definitively
clear-headed,
professional,
business-like, almost,
unemotional, like very to the point, like very smart, kind of presence. And that's what consiglieres need to be. But I think that he throughout the movie is the most consistent performance. As far as he doesn't change, but he doesn't need to change.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, even in the second movie, it's weird though because he's like out at the end of this movie, but then he's still kind of the same thing.
Yeah, he's officially supposed to be
in the
Michael's
second movie.
lawyer,
right?
Who's not is involved in the transition to making him more legitimate.
Right, and that's
basically.
why they needed him to do that was officially because so it would be a bit more business sound and more kosher, I guess, in the eyes of the public. But that in the second movie, though, I think, and we can talk about this when we get there, is that you can tell, and in this movie sort of, but especially in that one, you can see he feels this loss and sadness over Michael, that he sees him becoming the man he is, and even though that's all part of
in some ways
plan,
a more fearsome character than his father was. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think Duvall's great in pretty much everything,
and there are several audience avatars for these movies that we'll talk about at various times. I think he's one of them.
Yeah,
in terms of being someone who is more white, more Protestant, but kind of like a little more of an outsider, even though he is still loved by his adopted family, basically.
Sterling Hayden is Captain McCluskey. It's weird the order they have here of these.
Yeah. Sterling Hayden was obviously a huge actor going back to the 50s and 60s. I mean, he's one of the most. I was just thinking this with Hagen, but it's him. It's like they're the most like white, waspy characters in the whole thing. And this was the first time I would have ever seen Sterling Hayden in anything, and I remember I had such hatred and distaste for his character in this, and then go back and watch other movies he's in. And it's like, oh, he's actually got these other things he's in. But he's a very one-note character, and he almost comes across that way in the book a little more. Well, actually, in the book, McCluskey's slightly more sympathetic because there's a few chapters about why he's on the take and all this stuff. Yeah. But he's a very hateable, contemptible character. Yeah. Who is an example of, we'll talk about this later too, why Law and Order as it exists is not enough in the realm of this movie. That, this is what Law and Order does. They blatantly don't protect people, and they blatantly go out of their way to harm or hurt people. Yeah. Which is why, in the ethos of this world, the mafia needs to exist to uphold a law and order above that of the official police.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I think he serves a very particular purpose in the movie of showing that almost it's almost like the movie is working to be like everybody is evil. Yeah. And it's just like. But it fits, I think, like you said, I think it fits the idea that everyone is corrupt and everybody has think about a price. I mean, everybody has their, like I said, price in the movie, and he's so dumb. Yeah. Dude, it's just so funny how stupid he is. I mean, but one thing I want to say about his character, I think he has one of the greatest character entrances in any movie, and this is mostly due to Gordon Willis, is that there's that moment, that whole scene. This whole movie, it's just the greatest movie ever made. You know, when you think, I mean, it truly is, and I say that seriously. I do too, but that when they're coming out of the hospital and they've made the mafia guys run away, Michael and I am Enzo, the baker.
I stay and help you
for your father. But that when they're coming down the steps and the cops show up, and they have got him and they're holding him, and he gets out of and Sterling Hayden gets out of the car and walks up, and there's the bars on the gate to the hospital wash over his face, and he walks into it, and that's just one of the greatest moments in any movie. And it literally, I've never thought about it until now, it's so obvious, but it's literally saying even this man it needs to be behind bars almost, and it says he's like an animal, and and it's just such a small moment, but it's just so memorable, and it's weird because you see Sterling Hayden younger and he looks a certain way, but it's to come into the movie and he looks old, and he just looks very mean and just very, and it's one of the most perfect moments in any movie of just even that. Right. Like I said, just how's the day in food in this restaurant? And just how totally stupid he is and sees nothing coming. Yeah, it's like he can't think one step ahead.
I checked him once.
Even Sollozzo, and I feel like even Sollozzo is that way too in the scene. But there's just something about him that is just so dumb, and so lacks perception. Yeah. John Marley is Jack Waltz, Hollywood film producer who is intimidated by the Corleones. It's important to note, of course, that this would have come only a few years after having basically starred in Faces, the John Cassavetes film. What do you think about him?
Well, Jack Waltz is very early in the movie, and he disappears after the point is made. Yeah. And that's the thing. His character almost exists just to make a point about how powerful the Don is. So he's almost every stereotype movies usually have of like studio heads in terms of they're fast talking. Frankly, they're Jewish also. That's usually a stereotype that's thrown in there. And that he's the king of his castle, and how dare somebody come in and tell him what to do. And, again, it's very early on in the movie, and so it's kind of part of the Johnny Fontaine subplot in its own way in the movie to basically just prove a point how the lengths that the Don is willing to go over this. Yeah. What is he willing to go to towards anything else? Yeah. Is I think the point being
I'll
made.
say that if there's anything in the movie that needs to be cut, it's probably that stuff, just because it does kind of stand out a little bit. But other than it just being really good, and I don't, whatever, I feel like what it proves in the end though is the kind of that they're becoming more legitimate and want to get more into show business by the time of Michael, and that they're going to have more of that in with Johnny Fontaine, and that acts as kind of a plot device. But also, just the idea of how much power, like you said, shows how much power that he already could wield and hold.
And that he can be in New York, but have this power also in Los Angeles all the way across the country.
I mean, Don Corleone is sick, right? Like, it's like, Corleone family don't have any muscle anymore. But, John Marley, I think he obviously his best performance I've seen is in Faces. I think because it gives him more to do, and that I love that movie obviously. And he's really good in this. He has some of the most memorable. Him and Mo Green are kind of the two most. It's funny to see those two type of characters in the movie because they're so outside of that lifestyle, and they think they can. You can't push me around, and I'm going to do this.
Well, Mo Green is a little more.
He's a little more in the casino business, and he is more of that kind of thing. And he was connected to Hyman Roth, and so yes, there is that. But they're a little more. It's interesting to see those type of showbiz people be pushed around. And they're like, "Oh, I'll push you back," and then
it should be said, both are depicted as Jewish men. Right. They're not quote tough in the same way these Italians are, the way the movie kind of posits it.
Yeah, and that's its own problem. But Richard Conte is Barzini, a crime boss of a rival crime family. Richard Conte, notably, has been in a lot of different movies. Ocean's 11. He's been in the Twilight Zone. In that one episode, he'd been in Hotel, which I recently watched.
Barzini just kind of represents in many ways like what the movie, and we'll talk about this a little later. Who's the quote antagonist in this movie? He kind of represents who the plot would tell us is the chief antagonist in terms of the guy behind Sollozzo. Tatalias were behind Sollozzo, but then Barzini's behind the Tatalias, and so as we were saying earlier, the Don puts two and two together that ultimately Barzini's the one who was kind of pushing all these things to be set in motion. He's in the movie as early as the wedding scenes in terms of he attended the wedding of Connie. And it's like, one of the FBI, presumably FBI photographers or photographers in general, goes and takes a picture of him, and he sicks a guy onto him to take the film out of the
notably,
camera.
I think Strachey's sitting there with him and maybe some other people that they're trying to get all of them together. Yeah, I think that's one of the best moments early in the movie to show what type of people these people are, and just such a little moment like that of like, oh no, we're going to take that. And
Conte's not in this a whole lot, but he does immediately strike an impression. And as someone, especially in that sit down scene of all the heads of the families together, who could easily pass as an executive at GM an executive at BP or any big major corporation, and conducts himself as such in the same way.
And it's interesting that he conducts himself as a sort of mediator between Tattaglia and Corleone, and kind of a person who marshals a lot of just like almost like a John Hancock of sorts, of like a very just like, oh, I'm just kind of going to mediate things and do this, but actually really wields a lot of the power. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Vito sees through that, and but one of the more interesting deaths of the group in the movie.
Yeah.
And just kind of like, oh, I'm
And well, when he gets shot and he rolls down the steps,
Yeah.
it's like almost cartoonish organ music that's playing.
Yeah,
It's like it's kind of funny.
Man,
like,
it's such a weird moment. We can talk about it in the moment when it happens and kind of dissect the baptism montage sequence. But when it's funny, there's the moment when he's walking out of the there's that shot of him walking through the courthouse, and he throws the cigarette down and is like putting it out, and like it's just something I always laughed at.
Yeah.
And that the narration or the priest is like at that moment is saying, "Do you believe in the Holy Catholic Church?" And it's like him walking in that moment. And whenever sometimes when I hear the Apostles' Creed and like that, I think of him walking like putting his cigarette out in a courthouse. It's just such a weird moment, but I think about that a lot. That's funny. Anyway, Aulitieri is Sollozzo, an adversary who pressures Vito to get into the drug business, backed by the Tattaglia family.
Have another rib.
Yeah, he's notably in The Getaway.
Yeah.
That's the only other real thing I've seen him in.
Sollozzo early on in the movie kind of represents the person we think's going to kind of be the antagonist, but then again, Michael kills him, and so he goes by the wayside. And he, in many ways, represents kind of the, quote, Grim Reaper figure for the story in the sense of he represents drugs, and he represents this whole new line of business that's going to inevitably bring down the mafia in the long term.
And he also notably came from Italy and go to Turkey where they grow the poppy, as they say, but kind of more of a European, kind of like a year before that in like the French Connection, sort of that type of figure of a sort of like an international drug lord. But I think the main thing I have to say about him in this movie, I mean, he's in it, a good amount in the beginning, and of course has a lot of famous scenes. Something I was just thinking about that I think is interesting, the way that he tries to wield his power in one scene of the movie is the scene of his death, when he's speaking Italian to Michael, and you can tell that Michael can speak Italian, but he's a little rusty on it. And he's trying to make him feel lesser than. It's like a very subtle kind of moment in the movie of like, oh, I'm more of an authentic Italian than you are, and like and I've been more in Italy, and lived there, and it's just this very kind of subtle moment in the movie.
Which
I
is
think
interesting
a lot
because
about
that's what follows him killing him is him spending more time in Italy.
And that even he then forcefully starts speaking English. And notably about that scene, another thing I really love about it is that there are a lot of scenes in the movie where the Italian is translated into English. That scene notably has no subtitles. I think is one of the most shrewdest, most interesting. Because it makes you feel like Michael in that moment of like you're not totally. You kind of understand what's being said by the body language, but it's not totally perceived as what's going on. But of course, he's really good in the movie. The little bit he's in, I think, of course, that scene. Another one of the best scenes in the movie is Vito basically turning him down, and that's funny for a lot of other reasons about other things in the movie.
I think one of the most fascinating things about Sollozzo is that when he's talking to Tom Hagen after he's like kind of mini kidnapped him while he's giving him the offer that he wants him to then go back and give to the family.
Tom, Merry Christmas! Like, tis the season to kidnap. But
Christmas with Sollozzo.
Yeah.
And just like
in like an abandoned diner somewhere, which is really weird.
And that he's like he thinks he has the upper hand, so he's very confident.
He thinks he's dead.
And then when he walks outside and it's snowing, and he's told actually he's still alive, obviously, that he becomes more manic and panicky, and I think that's a very realistic turn that is right for that character in that moment. I always remember,
that Tom Hagen, even when he thinks that Vito's dead, still has this more controlled sense about himself, and I mean he's clearly sad and kind of scared about what they might do to him, but even he still conducts himself with more professionalism than he does, and so there's actually a lot to that character randomly for him being in so little of the movie. Diane Keaton is Kay Adams, Michael's girlfriend and later second wife. Diane Keaton.
Diane Keaton obviously also has had one of the most rewarding, great careers over the last so many years. I know for a long, long time I mostly associated her with this movie. After seeing Annie Hall, I weirdly probably think of her more from that than I would even immediately this, even though that she's obviously great in this. Kay obviously represents herself. I think one of the biggest audience avatars in terms of being an outsider to this world. You know, you almost want to go back to who she is at the very beginning of the wedding and how eager and nice and smiling she looks, and just say, you just need to leave this. You just need to leave as soon as possible this whole world because of how it's going to end up poisoning.
Yeah, I mean,
her.
I think one of the big moments of the movie is the look on her face when he's telling the Luca Brasi story about either your brains or your signature going to be on the contract, and like the look on her face where she's kind of still smiling, but she's like thinking you're joking, right? And he's like, that's a true story, like, and that, you know, just like that. I feel like that's one of the most tragic moments I've ever seen of like she thinks like you're like joking about that, right? And like, yeah, I mean, just quickly to say, I mean, obviously in this movie and even into the second movie, I think it's interesting, like you said, as an audience avatar. Even in the second movie, I think she's still as much of an audience avatar in the sense of that she's like, I'm willing to only put up with so much of this nonsense anymore, even as the audience is like feeling like, okay, you're like clearly insane and clearly don't care about this family, and you know, and I think that she's almost even better in the second movie.
I think in this movie she's more of a spectator. Yeah. And in the second one, she does have some things she very clearly does that give her more agency in her relation to Michael.
And let me just say, I recently rewatched Reds, which of course we love, and I think that she is so good in that movie. I mean, like,
that might be her best performance. That or Annie Hall,
even almost more so than Beatty in the movie, who obviously is amazing, but. There's
a lot of tragedy to that character.
And I think that there's that one scene in the movie that's really good where she's like in front of a court, and she like is being challenged by them. Oh, are you a communist or whatever? And I don't remember the whole scene about what exactly she says, but she's like very clearly challenging and like pointing the finger back at the senators that are there, and a thing that is would have been so shocking for a woman to do at that time, and just it is very nice. As great as she is in these movies, it's good to see her in that time, and even in Annie Hall also, to see performances like that are so immediately assertive in ways that she was not necessally in this.
Again, I think she's really good in this first one, but I think she's even better in the second one, mostly because she has more to do and say. But again, your heart really breaks for the woman I see her in the very beginning of the movie. Yeah, to just, or even the Michael at the beginning of the movie too. But just like, even though he's more obviously tied and knowledgeable what this all entails, but just to leave, go away, because this is not the world you want to be a part of. Yeah. And the book, I know, especially talks a lot more, and it's kind of inferred in the movie, but not exactly, about she's more of a Yankee archetype. She's from, like, I don't know if Connecticut or
New Hampshire.
And so, like, you know, she represents kind of like Hagen in his own way, more of a waspy ideal. Right. And I think, I might be wrong on this, I think one of the possible storylines of part 3 were going to be maybe that her and Hagen had a relationship or kind of something, but that didn't happen. Anyways. But Love Diane Keaton.
Yeah.
She directed an episode of Twin Peaks.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because I remember when I was watching that, I was like, Diane Keaton. And then I looked it up, and it was her. So it was an all right episode. Yeah. It was one of those episodes that was in the middle of season 2 that was nothing. They probably were like, Diane Keaton, come direct an episode. And she was like, okay. And she was like, this makes no sense to me. But Abe Vigoda is Tessio, a Kappa regime in the Corleone crime family.
Abe Vigoda for a great many years was almost a joke of, he's still alive kind of thing.
Of course, he was in Barney Miller and Fish. Both those shows was almost known for that in its own way.
Also did a voice of Sal Valestra in Batman Mask of the Phantasm.
Yeah. I mean, Abe Vigoda in this movie, I mean, he's kind of a punchline in a lot of ways, and
he looks like a fish.
Yeah, I mean, like, literally, like, I mean, there's that moment at the beginning of the movie where he's, like, dancing with that girl at the wedding, and he's like, ooh, and looks literally like a monkey or something. It was, like, so dumb looking. He's such a gangly looking guy.
He's tall,
and, I think, I love,
there's a contrast between him and Clemenza.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a second. One of the funniest moments in the movies that's real famous is that he's like, they got one of them old-fashioned toilets, the box with the the chain thing. I mean, that's one of the most natural moments in a movie I've ever seen. Of like, you know, like you don't see people normally do that in a movie.
Right.
It's interesting though. You said the contrast between him and Clemenza. We talk about this a lot. Is like Tessio's just so much smarter than Clemenza. It's just like, I mean,
yeah, because I'm reading the book, and the book really just again goes hits that over the head multiple times, and it's just I get it. And
Tessio just owns Brooklyn. That's just Tessio's ground.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
the whole thing is, and the movie depicts this too, but the book certainly does, is that Tessio was always a little bit more cold and calculating, and Clemenza was a little bit more, like, in that way, more like Michael.
Yeah.
And
Clemenza
is a lot more like Sonny. He's a little more impulsive, a little bit more jovial. And so they themselves are a reflection of other aspects of the family themselves. Right. But, and I mean, again, his last scene, we were talking about this just yesterday, is one of the more like sad, subtle moments of the whole movie, is that you know that off screen he's getting ready to be whacked and killed. And that even above all else, that he wanted Tom to tell Michael that it was all about business, it wasn't personal or whatever. Even though for Michael, everything it's it's in some ways quoting from earlier in the movie when Michael says it's not personal, it's strictly business, but that's a lie. Business is always personal to all these people all the time. Yeah. So that's just fascinating.
Yeah, I love he's like he understands that, and then Will Cicci's like, "Excuse me," and like takes the gun away from him or whatever. Yeah. It's like, but we'll talk all about that scene when we get to it. But Talia Shire as Connie, Vito's only daughter,
Coppola's own sister.
Yeah, I mean, what a role that asks a lot of a person.
Not just in this movie. I mean, even in the second one and third one. Yeah. She is one of the characters, Connie, that is, who evolves the most, actually. Yeah. And she's never really exactly at the foreground of the narratives. Mm-hmm. Even though her own
by nature of the patriarchy.
Right.
Yeah.
But she is someone who is very clearly like a little China doll, like very dainty and easily breakable in this movie. And the Connie you even see immediately in part 2 is a tougher one, is a little bit more grizzled. And then she's in some scenes almost giving orders to Michael in the third movie. Yeah. And she kind of is the most savvy even by that point. And so she is someone who really goes through a lot of changes over the course of these movies.
And it's interesting that, well, clearly Carlo, I mean, is there anybody worse in a movie than Carlo?
Yeah, again, he's another antagonist of sorts.
Because, not only is he evil, he's so inept, too. It's like he's not even, like, smart either. Like, but anyway, I mean, obviously he's a totally evil husband, but even still, I think it's such an interesting, evolution for her character that she eventually is able to make peace and put up with the fact that Michael had him killed, and that she's eventually accepts that in a strange way.
Because she has to, because otherwise how is she going to be able to be around this person and not be able to move on from that?
Yeah, and it is both, I think, they said a forced narrative upon her, but also, I think, in a strange way that she almost wants to accept that and to move on.
And deep down, as we see in the abuse that her husband gives her in this movie, I mean, he was an abusive guy, and so nothing else, she probably equivocates it. Thinking that,
and to speak about Gianni Russo as Carlo, what do you think about him?
I mean, again, he's someone that you're kind of frankly surprised he makes it to about the very end of the movie. I mean, you see him in the very beginning in terms of, he's the guy that she's going to marry, and you're like, okay, well, whatever. Yeah. But he's always someone who hung around and thought that, I'm going to move up the ladder a little bit, and I'm going to be part of the family business. Yeah. But they're already like, no, we have our own other thing going on. You're just going to sit over here. Yeah. And a certain resentment he feels about that, which translates to the abuse of his wife. And then Sonny, of course, goes and beats him up and pulls back just basically from killing him. And inevitably, he was one of the ones who betrays the family, and Sonny's death, he's one of the biggest responsibilities of. And it's interesting that he kind of skates by through the rest of the movie, and you're like, when are they going to get the revenge on him? And, Michael tricks him later on into telling who was behind the various things, who Michael kind of suspected anyways. And then, his death is one of the most satisfying of the whole movie, because everything else has already happened in terms of all these other people of importance and
Yeah, because Tessio had been killed before that, right? Or is that after?
I think a little bit before that,
Yeah.
but the big montage had already happened by that point as far as the other enemies, and so that's almost just a little epilogue, a little cherry on top,
and that of course represents.
And Clemenzo himself gets to kill him.
He's like, "Hello, Carlo."
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna love this." Like, no, I mean like that's what's so interesting too about what that represents is that even when everyone else has been killed, he's like, "Oh no, we're gonna get to you."
No, I remember
like,
you.
No, we have a line item. The line item veto will be getting to you shortly. But like, that he's like, not only is it a personal thing, but also that he's like, no, that will be dealt with. Like, it just shows how meticulous he is, and that's what that kind of represents. John Cazale is Fredo, Vito's middle son. Of course, he's not in this movie as much as he is in the second one. It should be noted. But.
Yeah, and in some ways, it's sowing the seeds for where his character's going to go in the second movie. The thing about Fredo is he's almost in many ways is the cinematic template of a middle child.
Yeah.
Feels like he's forgotten about by everyone. The movie itself in this first one kind of has no interest even in Fredo.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's Sonny and Michael and Connie, and then Fredo's there, I guess.
Papa! Which is nothing inherently funny about, let me say, but it is still funny.
And I think...
Scram!
I mean, the biggest... what's fascinating is, like... I'm later in the book, right? I'm going to keep telling you how I'm reading this book, by the way. Is later in the book, it's talking about who Fredo is in Vegas, and the movie does it
in Vegas.
It does pretty accurate to what is in the book, and it's all about how he's a womanizer, and he like spends all this time, having these affairs and whatnot. And it talks a lot about how the Don Vito is just think that is the weakest, most like. Infantile behavior, and it's just like so against who he should be as a man, and it just goes on and on about how the Don just doesn't think anything of Fredo's like life taking that path or whatnot. Cazale is an actor. I think we should maybe talk about him more so in the second episode, but he was also one of the most exciting actors of this time. I think he was in like 4 or 5 movies basically, and all of them were nominated for Best Picture.
These two, Dog Day Afternoon, The Conversation, and The Deer Hunter, I think.
And he died early on in his life due to cancer.
And we should say that 3 out of those won Best Picture because The Deer Hunter also won Best Picture.
Yeah, so Godfather 1, 2, and The Deer Hunter all won.
And he was going to get married to Meryl Streep.
Yeah, and I think if you like the fact, his first movie was The Godfather, basically, insane. That especially as some of those other movies, as the decade wore on, that he was getting a little bit more of a spotlight as his own actor.
Yeah.
And obviously a lot of people pointed to what his career could have been. I mean, I think he already was one of the most exciting actors of his generation. Yeah. And there's a really great, like, 30-ish minute video you can find of Al Pacino talking about them as friends coming up together and seeing him on stage.
Well, Godfather Part 3 archival footage.
Even that was nominated for best director or best picture. Even. Yeah.
The movie directed itself. Yeah.
There were I don't remember what play it was, but there was some play Pacino was doing on Broadway or on stage, and he found out that Cazale was coming that night to see him, and he talked about how terrified he was, and that he was, I got to give my best performance, and he said I probably went a little overboard. Just because I knew John was there and that they were real close personal friends, I know. Mm-hmm. And there's like I said, it's on YouTube. Search like Al Pacino, John Cazale. It's like 30 minutes and of him talking about working with him and how. And I know he said that him and Cazale thought so much of Brando as far as an acting father figure that to work with him in any capacity was such a huge deal for both of them. I know. Yeah. So again, Fredo kind of is in the background of a lot more of this movie and kind of gets a little more to the foreground of the next one. But Cazale in general was again one of those great actors that unfortunately we lost too soon.
Then right after that is Rudy Bond as Cuneo. I don't know why they listed this the crime boss of a rival crime family. I mean, he has the death in the he gets locked in the Sicci kills him.
Yeah, right.
He gets locked in the door or whatever. I mean,
So he's uncredited judge in 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's in On the Waterfront as Moose.
Run silent, run deep.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the movie.
He's Cuneo. Yeah.
I mean, Strachey, Cuneo. Oh, he was in Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3, and The Rose, which are kind of big movies. But
Well, there you go.
who is Harry Kellerman, and why is he saying those terrible things about me? You ever heard of that?
I think I have.
That's always wanted to see that.
Yeah.
A Dustin Hoffman movie.
Good for him.
He's in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
why.
he's not much of a.
Yeah,
he's not
I
that
mean,
big of
I'm
a
not
deal.
even saying it to be dismissive. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
like, okay. Al Martino is Johnny Fontaine. The singer Johnny Fontaine never gets that movie.
Johnny Fontaine, I'm rereading the book, by the way. I don't know if I told you this. I'm rereading The Godfather.
It will make him a big star. And let me be even more frank.
I had forgotten to the extent to which he's a kind of a big character in the book. There's a lot more stuff about him being transitioned from being an actor and singer in Hollywood to actually becoming a producer, and that the family has, their hands behind that.
And
Nino Valenti ends up being a big character. It was a childhood friend of his who was always resentful of his success. A lot of people have talked about over the years, this is in many ways an analog for a Frank Sinatra type in terms of someone who had ties to the mob and that helped them at various points in their career. He's really, again, only in the opening of the movie. He's also later on in the scene.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas.
Come to Las Vegas,
yeah.
I mean.
As Legion's back in action policy. But, he's good. I mean, and part of the thing about his character is that he's losing his voice, and he's wanting to transition into being more seen as a legitimate actor. And then in the book, which, again, I'm reading, almost done with, becoming a Hollywood producer and kind of transitioning out of that, But again, he's actually pretty a fascinating character in the book. I understand totally why they're like, we don't have time for this, and so they totally kind of cut that. That makes sense.
About him, randomly, his daughter actually runs that.
Daughter,
Al Martino's daughter actually runs the Welcome to Los Angeles, or like Vintage Los Angeles
Twitter page.
Twitter page. I was
And
wanting to
she's,
say Welcome to Las Vegas again. But.
I know in honor of the 40th or 50th anniversary of this movie and the 4K being announced, that she was like, "Oh, it was great to see Dad pop up in the trailer for the set or whatever."
Yeah.
I saw she had said that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Morgana King is Mama Corleone, Vito's wife. I mean, but
she's again typical of a lot of women in these movies. She's a lot more background, even more so than Kay or Connie is.
Mm-hmm.
She does have she has a little bit more import in the second film.
Yeah.
In terms of not only her flashback character version, but even in the 50s version, about her insistence that Fredo and Michael make up.
Mm-hmm.
She's an Italian middle-aged woman, so there you go. That's really all you needed. You know what I mean? She's good. And again, memorable in those early moments where she's singing at the wedding.
Yeah. Lenny Montana, wow, what a name, is Luca Brasi, Vito's enforcer.
I know this guy was like a low-level boxer and actual mob enforcer at various times. Also, very famously, he was actually getting nervous in his scene with Marlon Brando, which they played into Luca Brasi's own nervousness with meeting Don Vito.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not meeting him, but they'd been friends for a long time, but the audience he has with him. And then also that Brando literally, like, to further get under his skin, just because he put, like, a piece of paper with a tape on his face, some of that said "F-U" on it. Like, and some of the reverse shots, like, of when it's like over his shoulder looking at Luca, he had like "F-U" like on his head or whatever, and he's just like looking at him, like, just like, just because he was a weirdo. I don't know, Brando, that is. So,
he's a child.
But Luca Brasi, he's like represents this very formidable, savage, especially in the book, which of course I'm reading right now as we speak. Not as we speak, literally, but
I would hope not. But
and it talks about all this stuff in the book about how brutal and nasty he is, and it's like, oh well, we have Luca on our side, but then he goes down early on, and so that's another thing that raises the stakes of the narrative.
one of my favorite moments in the movie is just him getting ready to go meet Sollozzo, and he
Putting
just
on his,
puts on the bulletproof vest and loads the gun, and
so
meanwhile,
Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas.
Yourself a Merry Little Christmas is playing, and it just feels like a very real moment. And
also, just too, how
weird.
sad his existence looks. It's just like nobody's there, and he's just by himself, and so sad and pathetic the whole thing is.
Weird.
Yeah.
Johnny Martino is Paulie Gatto, a soldier in the Corleone crime family. I was looking. I don't think he's related to Al Martino, but I was checking. I mean, some guys out front, they say they got a package. I mean, you know,
I mean that's
what
more
more do you
big
want?
moments. I mean, because he's another one that ain't around for very long.
I mean, sit on the other side. You'll block the rearview mirror,
and he looks at Clemenza like, "What do you think of that?"
I mean, $20,000 cash, small.
Somebody else's wedding. Sweet tomato.
Sweet Fonato. Nosferatu.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a total scumbag.
Yeah, well, he dies.
So there you
go. Goodbye.
We're getting down here towards the bottom, but
nitty-gritty.
Salvatore Corsito as Bonacera, the Undertaker who asked for a favor at Connie's wedding. I mean, he's the first person we see in the movie, the first words we hear.
Yeah, I mean, and that has a big role of setting the tone early on about what this narrative is exactly about. And he himself is very clearly a working class Italian American man who feels like he's playing by the rules, and why can't, again, like we talked about earlier with McCluskey, why can't the police and the law and order actually do their job? And so he's coming and begging to the Godfather, can you do this service for me, and I'll be indebted to you. Mm-hmm. And so he's then in the movie later on, after Sonny's death, and that he's going to have to try to make his body look more presentable for the family, basically.
I mean, he's good in the limited amount he's in. Richard Bright is Neary. He's not in this movie as much as he is in the second one, but he's the soldier in the Corleone crime family, becomes Michael's enforcer. He notably kills Barzini. We were actually talking about that the other day. I'll talk about it more in the movie about what I've said about
so
that,
there's like a whole stable of, there's Al Neary, Rocco Lampone, Willie Cicci, of these like button men who kind of are in the background or propagate the movie and are not, frankly, really that much of characters. Probably Willie Cicci's the one who's most of one. After some
played
things
by
that happened.
Joe Spinelli, or Joe Spinell in the movie,
rather. Due to some things in part two, but again, any gangster movie is going to have these button men who kind of propagate the edges of the frame, and again, he's one of the ones, Al Neary, Bright, that is Bright, his last name?
Richard Bright,
who's part of the final montage also.
We'll talk about that. Killed. Alex Rocco is Mo Green. I mean, has there ever been a more powerful
opening moment
just
entrance,
performance?
Like his
entrance.
Like,
I mean, of course, we had Sterling Hayden earlier in the movie as a more genuine version of that, but like he just opens the door, is moving he's moving so fast that when Tom turns to look at him, he's already on the other side of him. Like, I mean, he comes into the movie, it's his movie
for that one scene.
I mean.
And so he's literally in two scenes of the movie, this one and then the one he's killed in. And I think he basically represents an analog for Bugsy Siegel, I think, in a roundabout way. And again, he's yet another antagonist and one of those who is put into the death montage, the baptism montage. And there's a video that we used to watch all the time called I'm Mo Green Remix that is a funny little...
Do we want to put that here right now?
Yeah, we'll do that.
If the footage we're about to show you is genuine, then this could very well be the most important video in the history of mankind.
I'm Mo Green. I'm Mo Green.
No, I buy you out. You don't buy me.
I'm Mo Green. He was banging cocktail waiters to his night. I'm Mo Green. I'm Mo Green.
You goddamn guineas really make me laugh.
I made my bones when you were going out with cheerleaders. Wait, do you know who I am? I'm Mo Green. Yeah, let's talk business, Mike. First of all, you're all done. The Coyote family don't even have that kind of muscle anymore. What do you think is going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take over? I'm Mo Green. I'm Mo Green.
No, I buy you out. You don't buy me out. I got a business to run.
I gotta kick asses sometimes to make it run right.
I'm Mo Green.
I mean, the best part's the beginning, the intro. I mean, of like, this may very well be most important video in the history of mankind. Like, and then it opens with and him like walking in. I mean, just that was the old YouTube. You know, like that was when YouTube was good.
Yeah. And obviously he plays a role into the second one in terms of as you said earlier,
man was Mo Green.
Hyman Roth was a mentor to him, basically. And
this business, he didn't ask.
So even his death isn't forgotten. In the same way, Carlo's betrayal was not forgotten. So that kind of goes both ways, you know. Because we were like, oh yeah, who cares about this guy, whatever. But then that that recurs in terms of Hyman Roth's importance.
And then Simonetta Stefanelli as Apollonia Vitelli Corleone. I'm not sure what else she's been in. Let me look.
I think I've literally only ever seen her in this.
Let's see. A lot of Italian stuff. It looks like Man of the Year or some movie in the name of the Italian people. Okay.
The Godfather.
Il Queso Pisciato. Sfonato. The King is the best man. Yeah, just a lot of Italian stuff I've never heard of.
You know, and she's one of the saddest characters in this whole movie because she's someone who is totally minding her own business in this obscure Sicilian village when all of a sudden Michael happens to be there and enter her life, and then they fall in love with each other, they get married, and then of course she's killed in a car bombing as revenge from earlier in the movie, or the attempt to kill Michael, basically. So again, that character is a pretty tragic one because she's not in it for very long, and she's so beautiful and elegant and cute in terms of, I'm learning English and and learning how to drive, and then that all is cut short.
Tony Giorgio is Bruno Tattaglia, the son of Philip Tattaglia. Randomly, he was a magician and car manipulator, like at a big stage. Like
I can kind of see that for whatever
prolific
reason.
Stage musician. It says.
I'm Tony Gagor.
Or a magician, I should say. Yeah, but I'm Bruno Tattaglia. No bean. This is what it sounds like. He's saying, I know. He's like, no S, basically. But yeah, it looks like he was in actually some other movies. Black Gun, Jim Brown movie, Magnum Force, Foxy Brown, Capone, Escape to Witch Mountain, The Sting 2. Wow, look at that poster for that. The Lonely Guy, that Steve Martin movie, Night Train to Terror, American Me, stage musical version of Guys
a lot
and
of
Dolls.
gangster movies.
TV, Mannix, Mission Impossible, Kojak, The A-Team. So a lot of different stuff. He's only in like one scene, and then randomly it's like a big deal when it's like, we hit Bruno Tattaglia 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, so he's killed off.
Man, y'all were up late, weren't you? Yeah. That's what I always think of that. Angelo Infanti as Fabrizio, and Franco City as Carlo. Franco City in particular, I know I've seen him in a couple other movies, some Pier Paolo Pasolini films. He's an Italian actor. They, of course, are the guys that are like
shepherds, basically watching Michael, keeping watch over his flock.
And Angelo Infanti as Fabrizio, of course, is the one who turns on him.
Yeah.
One funny thing about Franco City, there's that shot in the movie where he's just like eating, and he's just like in a room, and he goes and's like, "Hey, where's Fabrizio at?" And he's like, "He getting the bagage or whatever."
Yeah.
But looks like he was in a movie called the guy that played Fabrizio was in a movie called $4 of Revenge, which was another spaghetti western, I guess. That was sort of that. It was in a movie called Talcum Powder. A lot of other stuff. A lot
of Italian stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, Joe Spinell we kind of already talked about.
Yeah.
We'll talk about him more in the second movie. And Corrado Giappa as Don Tomasino. Let's see if he's in much.
Respecto.
Respecto. Yeah. He of course was also in a lot of Italian films.
Don't in the second one, like it literally like show in the flashback stuff he gets shot, and it's like, that's how he got his limp. Like even the prequel of that.
There's that movie Pete, Pearl, and the Pole, also known as 1931, Once Upon a Time in New York. He was in.
Anything else?
The Black Hand, The Birth of the Mafia, The Sicilian Connection, a lot of those types of movies that came after this. Shoot Twice, Voice. Okay. Twice a Judas. Klaus Kinski movie. Metallo, not Metallo?
No.
Oh, man, if only he had played Metallo in a movie. The Eroticist.
What could have been.
The Eroticist. Wow. Anyway.
So
I guess you want to jump to some of the other people had to do with the movie, I guess.
Yeah, and we'll save Coppola for later.
Yeah.
And well, one thing I'll say about Puzo, who again co-wrote the screenplay, is that I think he'd written several books that were not really of note or that big, and that kind of the pot boiler entertainer in him said, "Well, I'll write about something I probably sell better and more people will be into." That happened to be organized crime and the mafia, of course. And this book was a huge bestseller and was immediately put on the fast track to be made into a movie.
Yeah.
We got literally the best version of the book that we could have gotten, I know.
Yeah, I know that the Variety article that we read seemed kind of like, oh, well, it kind of left this and this out of the book. It's like, who the hell cares about this?
Yeah, I mean, there are good things about the book that are not in the movie. But this movie is literally one of the finest piece of cinema ever made. So guess what? You're just going to have to cut stuff because you've only got 3 hours to do it. So.
That just seemed very strange to me because that sounds like something people complain about now, not back then.
Yeah.
But anyway. Gordon Willis, of course, being a cinematographer. I mean,
a lot of people called him the Prince of Darkness kind of at this time period. Is the way that he in particular, I think, and this was going to probably happen at some moment anyways, but the way he shoots color at a time where color was becoming more ubiquitous to the point where there's so much darkness, literally dark blackness in the frame that you almost question whether it is in color, if it's almost black and white and your eyes are being fooled. I think that was natural probably to happen for color photography at some point, but he was one of the biggest game-changing cinematographers of this time who really reveled in that darkness and in that mode. He also, most notably, was...
he directed the Beatles at Shea Stadium.
Oh, yeah?
I guess he shot it.
Okay.
I was confused by that. I was like, what?
I know...
The Landlord.
I think the very first Woody Allen movie he did was Annie Hall.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people talked about that Woody Allen's own career was very much lifted up by his collaborations with Gordon Willis, who he then did a lot of movies.
Yeah, because he did Annie Hall, Interiors, Manhattan, Stardust Memories, Midsummer Night's Sex Comedy, Zelig, Broadway Danny Rose, Purple Rose of Cairo. I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, some of Allen's best films, and he came back for part 2.
Yeah.
3.
And it also done All the President's Men, The Parallax View I mentioned, Pennies from Heaven. So
a lot of very visually and inventive films.
Oh, that movie Perfect. I've always laughed at that poster. John Travolta, Jamie Lee Curtis movie. Looks like it's a Rolling Stone cover. Yeah.
And I think I've heard Coppola talk about that sometimes him and Willis clashed over the look of the movie, but ultimately he said all the battles were worth it because the movie looked so amazing, and he credits Willis as essentially being a genius. So I mean that turned out to work out between the two of them. But again, like I said, even as a middle schooler, I could very distinctly tell. That was when I was starting to notice cinema more, and not just movies, but I'm talking about how cinema operates. And so he himself was a very important artist who really made me pay more attention to the uses of light and dark, color and shadow in a pretty fundamental way. So Willis, of course, held up as one of the greatest cinematographers of all time. I think he died some years ago now.
In 2014.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
But one of the biggest there's Michael Chapman.
Michael Ballhaus.
There's Laszlo Kovacs. I mean,
Walter. Haskell Wexler.
A lot of those big era cinematographers. He was way up there. Yeah. Obviously, Willis.
William Reynolds and Peter Zinner as editors. I mean, of course, you have to mention the editing in this movie because there's multiple montages.
And also just the idea of what are we going to cut, what are we going to leave. I mean, those are big decisions to make for when you get to be in movies this long. And the movie's edited within an inch of its life. I mean, you know, not one thing you'd really want to cut or add in. I mean, it just always fits. Because sometimes in certain versions of ones they'll put on TV, and you can see them on the Blu-rays or DVDs as well. There's deleted scenes, and you see all of them, and you're like, oh, it was kind of nice to see that texture, but yeah, we didn't need that. I mean,
right.
It was like that. That's why they're deleted scenes usually.
And then as far as in the sound department, two people I want to mention. Nino Rota, of course, did the music.
Yeah.
And Walter Murch, I just haven't remembered had done some sound designing for the movie.
And he was very, very close friends with Coppola and Lucas.
Yeah.
Murch was, I know.
And that I know particularly he helped to create a lot of the soundscape for the wedding sequences, I know in particular. Yeah. And the idea that he kind of came up with to actually blast the sound into the scene while it's being filmed, which was kind of seems obvious. But...
I mean, one of the most inspired sound choices of all time is right before Sollozzo's killed and Michael's hearing the subway train above him, you know what I mean? And you hear that very, very, very loud, and that just puts you in Michael's mind in terms of the intensity of what he's about to do, you know?
Yeah. I guess that's the main group of people, other than, I know it was produced by Albert S. Ruddy.
Yeah, Robert Evans was kind of one of the executives at Paramount who liked to take a lot of credit for the movie after the fact. And one of Coppola's first asks upon the success of doing one and going to do two is, I don't want him near this movie, basically. And so his whole competing project happened to be Chinatown, which is, of course, it's in of itself
one of the other best movies ever made.
Yeah, I mean, way, way up there. Yeah. So he did okay for himself after that.
Yeah.
Robert
Another
Evans.
person I wanted to mention, I just forgot, Dean Tavoularis, of course, the production designer.
Did a lot of
Coppola's movies, and this movie, I mean, is
has all that period detail to
another
it.
level. I mean, I've never seen a movie like this, and the movie just this is a collaboration, of course, between Willis, Coppola, and Tavoularis in this sense, but that there's certain parts of the movie where it looks so cold. But then it looks so hot, and it goes between all these different locations and feelings and seasons so effortlessly.
Yeah,
I've never seen a movie you feel the texture of the rooms and the locations in ways that are so that you can't do in other movies. It's just impossible almost, but they do it so effortlessly.
Obviously, a big part of The Godfather and how it has endured over this many years is in large part because it's inherently part of the canon of arguably one of the most American film genres, not quite the Western, but one that in many ways is akin to it, that of the gangster picture. Now, I know for us, this was one of the first kind of, quote, gangster movies I know we really saw and digested and really loved. But, of course, 4 decades prior, the gangster film really had taken off in the 30s in the midst of the end of Prohibition, in the midst of, the Depression and a lot of cops and robbers types movies. This certainly is a far cry from what those movies were. So as far as those Cagney movies or those Bogart movies from the 30s and 40s. In large part because, for one thing, it was one of the first movies, as we were kind of talking about earlier with Cagney or the Irish gangster movies that a lot of those are, that actually not only says, admits there is a Cosa Nostra, admits there is this very finite structure to how all this works. You didn't get that sort of in with those movies. I mean, this was a very different take. And in the same way that, something like The Public Enemy or even The Roaring Twenties are movies about desperate men taken to desperate places because of their circumstance, from the very beginning of this movie, we see these are gangsters of privilege. They could easily be, owners of Fortune 500 companies. Their business happens to be crime.
Yeah.
All of these things combined and anything else, how does The Godfather to you represent a certain maturation of the gangster picture, the gangster film, and how has it then changed those coming after it?
Right. Well, I guess that, the movies in the 30s, they had a very definitive, like I said, the people in them and the main characters were very definitively grimy, very definitively, I guess regular people. They were always the upstarts, and it was always this sense of kind of trashiness and pulpiness, and they were genre movies.
Yeah.
What
this has a literary import,
right?
To
and
it,
this,
yeah.
like I said, it has a literary import from something that in itself was seen as trash, though, by a lot of people. But that what this movie did, obviously, was, and everybody talks about it, make it Shakespearean, make it operatic, and say, no, let's actually think about what is this lifestyle. Shoot it very realistically. It's a movie that has, I think somebody said this, I don't remember who it was, or one of the reviewers. It has time to breathe, and it just shows the lifestyle far more so directly than those other movies had, and to you know, and we'll talk about the new Hollywoodness of the movie later, but the sense that obviously this is a movie that Paramount wanted to make, and it's a studio movie, a really big movie, that they're trying to harken back to that sort of Warner Brothers gangster movie in that sense.
But give it a sense of literary import or class that it never quite had.
To make it a grand film, to make it the Gone with the Wind of the Godfather movies, of the gangster movie. Mm-hmm. It is also the Gone with the Wind of the Godfather movies, I must say.
It is true, yeah.
But in that sense, I think the evolution is clear of that. Well, even you had seen movies like On the Waterfront in 1954, movies like that they were edging more towards showing a more dramatic version of the gangster movie, because that is a gangster movie.
Yeah.
But then the noir movies had kind of taken on their own sort of thing of crime, and the gangster movie had kind of, receded in its own way up until then.
Yeah.
And so this is a return, both a return and a sort of new beginning for that sort. And as far as movies after that, everything was chasing this to be like this type of movie. Clearly, De Palma wanted to make movies like that, of making The Untouchables and Carlito's Way and Scarface. Scarface being the closest in these as far as the style and the narrative. But also even movies like, obviously, Scorsese making Goodfellas, which is in itself an alternate version of that type of lifestyle, of being more about the people that are at the bottom rather than the people at the top. So obviously it has seen its own second life of all these other movies that have tried to do this sort of thing.
You read earlier from Canby's review, the first paragraph. I'll read you the second one, something he says in that caught my attention. The Godfather, which opened at 5 theaters here yesterday, is a superb Hollywood movie that was photographed mostly in New York, with locations in Las Vegas, Sicily, and Hollywood. It's the gangster melodrama coming of age, truly sorrowful and truly exciting, without the false piety of the films that flourished 40 years ago, scaring the delighted hell out of us while cautioning that crime doesn't, or at least shouldn't, pay. I think something he says there is very key, that a lot of those movies we love have a crime doesn't pay mentality to them, and they have these endings that, for all the realism they sometimes have, comes a little short in terms of, sometimes the bad guys do get away with it, and sometimes life just isn't fair.
Right.
And that evolution was naturally going to happen anyways, and I think it's no mistake that it finally comes of age around the 60s, late 60s, early 70s.
And with New Hollywood, that realization
With New Hollywood,
comes,
the whole idea of, we're going to have you root for these people, but you're also going to walk away having been happy that some survived. Because part of the whole weird appeal of the original gangster movies from the 30s and 40s was, I like when Cagney flashes that grin and puts a gun in somebody's face, or I like when Bogart, has his little smirk. But, by the end, they need to have their lesson. They can't continue to exist in society. There is a moralism to that, this moralization and morality to that says, we're going to make you like them, but we're going to have to take them away by the end of it, because we just cannot stand for that kind of behavior, those attitudes.
Yeah.
And obviously these movies are very much like, no, we know that this world is going to continue to exist. Why don't you come along with us on this journey? And as far as something you had said earlier about kind of what the state of Hollywood was around this time, Paramount Pictures in particular, which of course was one of the big shining studios on a hill in the classic Hollywood era, was really at a bad spot in the late 60s, and famously got bought by Gulf and Western. And one of the ways they thought to remake the studio was, well, let's just buy big books and adapt them. And now, of course, literary adaptions go all the way back to the very beginning of Hollywood. That's always been done. But so many of the biggest movies, especially in the 70s, happen to be literary adaptions. Think Jaws, think The Exorcist, think, of course, this. I mean, a lot of the biggest
Love
movies.
Story, even.
Well, I was going to say,
because
they
was
had
part
two
of that.
movies, two books that they bought, Love Story and The Godfather. Love Story was a huge success commercially, helped revamp the studio in some ways. And right around the time they did that, they had also bought The Godfather. And, of course, they tried to neuter it down. They said, well, let's actually, make it contemporary. Contemporary being in the early 70s, and let's kind of make it for cheap, make it kind of a cheapo, almost exploitation-y kind of gangster movie. Coppola came on board, nixed all those ideas, and said, no, if I'm going to do this, we're going to give it the period detail that it deserves and make it feel as operatic as it deserves. And I think that was, again, one of the biggest things that made it different and made the gangster movie more elevated, was that it was a prestige picture. It was a picture that was going to compete and win Academy Awards, and it was going to be a serious, in quotes, film, dramatic effort that, again, this whole form used to be a B-movie, used to be something that maybe made money but was not necessarily the top-line productions of its day. It wasn't being made by MGM, wasn't being, didn't have the budget of a Gone with the Wind or a Wizard of Oz. But now, and part of the subversiveness of its 70s existence is that we're going to take that kind of a budget, but then subject it towards very dark, sometimes lurid material. That was, in many ways, I think, one of the biggest evolutions of the gangster genre.
Well, and you even think also about the type of long movies that have been made in the 50s and 60s up until this point, were like Westerns and World War II movies and
Maybe
musicals.
Star is Born,
and like something like The Dirty Dozen or even The Great Escape, which are these kind of on the longer side, had all these big actors in them, and it was this big smashing adventure movie. But to take a movie like this and say, let's make a 3-hour movie that is this thing.
Naturally, its plot's going to be more plotting just by virtue of what it is. You're not going to walk away from it feeling great. And not, you're going to walk away thinking, I just saw a great movie, but it's not going to make you think, oh, wow, they got the Nazis, or they did the thing. I mean, it ends in a very tragic, melancholy note, which frankly was in vogue actually by the early 70s.
And even you, this is just kind of off topic a little bit, but you think about a movie like Dirty Dozen or Kelly's Heroes, those type of movies around that time, and just how much better visually this looks than those do.
Oh yeah, I mean
it's just
it's
shocking,
being made by, I hate to say this, quote, genuine artists who are not just making this to try to fill a buck or make a studio little movie. They're trying to do something bigger and more profound with this than just to make a World War II movie.
That's just something I was just sitting here thinking about. I was just like, how much better that looks than those.
Right.
But I guess to transition into New Hollywood, what do you think? How do you think that this movie represents New Hollywood in its all different ways? We were kind of
workshopping this idea the other night and talking about it, and I think it's less New Hollywood in its actual style. Yeah, I mean, it's like the style of the movie is very formal and very classical. Yeah, it's like very, again, other than Willis's genuine, sometimes experimental use of lighting and photography, I think that's in of itself actually up there. But this actual formalist style of the movie is fairly conventional. I think the New Hollywoodness of this movie is in part the whole idea of actually casting people who look more and sound more like, quote, the authenticity or the realism of what this would be. But also, again, it kind of goes back to the early idea, the fact of you're making a Gone with the Wind epic with that amount of money, but it be about this lurid material of organized crime. I think that in of itself is a very New Hollywood idea in terms of we're going to take a huge budget and make it about some of the worst people you've ever met. Yeah. Now, of course, Gone with the Wind, we're talking about slave owners, so
they're also
they're also not that great either.
But the movie doesn't position them that way.
Exactly. So
some people argue this movie doesn't.
Right.
Either,
I mean, we fall in love with the Corleones, and we want Michael and his big montage to succeed because look at what they did to our family, and we need to make sure our family's protected. And I think, frankly, that's a tale as old as time in terms of making us empathize with people that are evil or monstrous. But I think at this particular moment in American cinematic lore or history, that was in of itself a radical idea, to make a movie like this and it be about murder, it be about violence, it be about the corrupting nature of capitalism.
Yeah.
So in that way, I think it's more New Hollywood, a little bit maybe more in its politics and its orientation of story than it is its actual film style.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. I think that, and I think it's just showing that how it truly actually took, how New Hollywood actually truly did take hold in the studio system, really until, Cimino in some ways, because, obviously they had been making movies like Easy Rider had been made, and Bonnie and Clyde also, and The Graduate and MASH and all these other movies around that time that were being made that were more like that, but they were made more cheaply. They were like, let's just kind of try this out, let's see, and those movies were big hits. But it was a movie like this that's like, no, let's really take a big chance on this movie. And, of course, it paid off more than any of the other ones. And like I said, stylistically and even narratively, it's a lot like, older things and things that people know very well.
I mean, there's a reason people compare it to Shakespeare a lot in terms of it's got this family tragedy aspect to it, which is one of those things that is, again, that's a very well-worn archetypal story medium is the kind of family tragedy kind of stories,
and so it is all that, but like you said, the politics and what it has to say about the gangster movie and the mafia and all those things are very New Hollywood,
and that we're not going to apologize for you liking these people. The job of this movie isn't to apologize for you rooting for Michael, for you rooting for the Corleones, and that in and of itself was a subversive idea, frankly. And
the movie thinks that the audience is smart enough to realize that these things are bad, and that and the end of the movie clearly shows like that he's a liar, he's a murderer, and he's shutting out his own wife from this world, and so that all says in itself what the movie's all about. I mean,
and this kind of connects to Coppola as well in terms of, obviously, the director of this whole thing. Has any filmmaker ever or will ever have a decade on par with Coppola in the 1970s? I mean, you're talking about these two movies, The Conversation, which is now to a point, a lot of people say, oh, it's actually underrated. It's great. Okay, don't get me wrong. How can it compare with The Godfather 1, Godfather 2, and Apocalypse Now? It's just not going to.
Even the Rain people.
Yeah, I like that even more than...
too. Yeah.
I like that even more than Conversation. I mean, Coppola, like the Godfather movie itself, represented for New Hollywood a sense of, we got our foot in the door, we've got this big, massive, new, young director, which is exciting in any era when one kind of emerges.
Because he had made like Finian's Rainbow,
and he himself
had written Patton, so
he already, I think maybe it won an Academy Award for Patton, so he'd already had that, and that was one of the things that got his foot in the door to even do this. But he was in some ways he was New Hollywood becoming the establishment in some roundabout way, but still retaining his sense of independent spirit. As far as one of the reasons this movie was even made, because again, he first read the book and was like, I don't know if this is worth my time and attention, and his friend and disciple in some ways, George Lucas, was like, no, you need to make this. American Zoetrope's on the rocks. This is right around the time of THX 1138 was basically in, kind of going into a disaster zone of sorts as far as sinking that little mini studio's place. And so he almost just made this on a whim. He's like, all right, well, I see myself as a more artistic person, but let me lower myself to do this studio movie. But it should be said also, and you read about him say this a lot, he genuinely has started to think about it, and he thought about his own Italian-Americanism, and he thought about what this story meant, and he said, you know what, it would be novel and interesting actually to maybe approach this story and do it in a very sincere light. And again, Coppola had one of the great decades in all of American movies in the 70s. I'm still a huge fan of a lot of his 80s work too, because that was obviously after the insanity of the production of Apocalypse Now, the 80s were seen generally as his kind of come down period where he wasn't making movies of the hugest budgets anymore, but he still made some awesome movies like One from the Heart or Rumblefish.
The Outsiders, I think, is quite
Outsiders
good too.
is really good too, yeah. And launched a lot of other stars that are still with us today
Mm-hmm.
in the same way that this movie, The Godfather, did. What about Coppola's own cinematic style do you see in this, and how does it where does it fit into Coppola's own career for you?
Well, obviously, Coppola is known for being a spendthrift. He takes these massive chances.
Well, spendthrift, isn't that the opposite, where it's like somebody who doesn't spend a lot of money?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
George
Yeah.
Lucas is
more,
spendthrift.
yeah, because that's why if you're thrifty, you're
He
right.
said himself that he sees film budgets as, listen, if you got all this money, you better let's set the world on fire. Like let's spend it in the most crazy, extravagant way possible.
Yeah. So what I meant was he
Yeah.
was a gambler in
Yeah,
a lot of ways.
right.
I mean, and that he, in that sense, like I said, he makes it lavish. I mean, it goes all out, and he made that into, and then he took that what Robert Evans wanted to do and made it into that type of movie.
Yeah.
It's important to note he almost got fired multiple times.
Yeah, I think he got fired almost got fired multiple times. He fought tooth and nail at the studio the whole time he was making this, and I think like the murder of Sollozzo was supposed to be later in the schedule, but he realized I've got to give him this quote actiony scene, and so moved it to the end of the first week. I think's what it was.
Yeah.
So they could shoot that, and then he's like, "Well, see, this is what the movie's going to be," and they're like, and the studio's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll leave you be for a while," but like,
he's like, "Here, I'll give you the best scene in movies." Like,
basically, yeah. I mean, he moved that up real quick to save his job. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and I mean,
and that scarred him the rest of his life in terms of making that movie, and the rest of a lot of his work. He strived for independence above all else.
Yeah.
George Lucas, in a very similar way, with how the studios were attempting to ruin American Graffiti and how they handled Star Wars, and they both, were so done with the way Hollywood did things that in some ways, as certainly for Lucas, made him a richer man over the course of his life. I don't know if it made him a better artist, but they were very much in simpatico with thinking about how the ways in which studio work is done. They don't want any part of,
And so I think that clearly is why it's like, I feel that Coppola in this movie represents, and I mean, it's like what Kel and Canby said, artistic success in spite of studios. Like, I mean, it's like, oh no, wait, actually we can do these things, and it's a miracle that they happen.
Right.
I mean, Coppola's a total genius, but also represents in ways that Cimino would also, because I always think of Cimino as kind of a mini Coppola that never got
I think
far on. But
well, no, it was, I think William Friedkin at this time saw himself as the only director who could challenge Coppola in terms of his talent or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think Cimino and Coppola had a minor rivalry. It ain't like they weren't saying a lot of stuff about each other in the press.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things like, oh, your movie's being made for this much money. I've got to have a budget that's even higher than that. I think that was going on with Apocalypse Now and Heaven's Gate.
And Sorcerer also, I think that was part of too, is when those were being made, and as far as Friedkin goes. But, and by the way, all those movies are great. So it's like,
I think too,
I Yeah, well,
I
I quite like The Deer Hunter. I don't like it as much as Heaven's Gate.
You don't like it as much as The Godfather either?
No.
Okay, I was just checking.
But I have more things to say about The Deer Hunter actually later when the movie starts. We can talk about that are very similar to that. But no, I mean, but yeah, as far as Coppola goes in this movie, I think represents like, oh no, we can actually do things in the studios, and the studios lose, but then win because they make the money. So
and this is a movie that, as the years have gone by, you don't hear its politics talked about a whole lot in terms of what context it comes out of. And frankly, that was one of the biggest reasons I wanted to do this podcast.
Well, honestly, you hear more about that with the second movie than you do with this movie,
right?
I feel like, but
because one of the reviews we read was actually from National Review, which is a very conservative publication started by William F. Buckley back in the 50s. And I think one of the most fascinating things it kind of said was that, it gets almost to the heart of why this movie is popular, is because it represents a sort of, something we've been saying already several times, it represents kind of this, not exactly, frontier justice mentality that in some ways Westerns tickle, but also the whole idea of it represents law and order. We want law and order in our lives, or we want order in our lives. And certainly, if you've heard this podcast or know in general, there was a lot of unlawful and disorderly conduct in the late 60s going into the early 70s. Done both by people who were for and against, of all people, Richard Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
And, obviously these movies are not explicitly political. I think the second one probably makes even some bigger political statements than even this one. But there is, a sense of the Nixonian age that I think is very present in this movie. We talked about this a little bit a while back with Airport, which came out in, 70, I think it was?
Yes.
70.
Mm-hmm.
This movie coming out in 1972, in some ways you could have just slapped, a Richard Nixon logo at the end, and it could have served in some ways as a campaign ad for what Nixonian politics is all about, which was all about absolute power above all else. You want law and order, you've got it. And so the Corleones, they come off as, again, they're not explicitly politicians, but they come off as people who can restore law and order in the same way people were craving to happen in the late 60s and early 70s due to the insanity of that time. And the fact that, again, Michael Corleone himself isn't all that different, I don't think, from Nixon, in terms of being a veteran of the Second World War, of coming home and seeing himself as an underdog, when in reality he's a product of the establishment. Michael Corleone more so than Richard Nixon. But this underdog mentality, nobody respects me enough, I've got to go above and beyond to demand and command that respect from others. And then ultimately he gets all the power in the world, but at what cost? He's shutting his wife out. A lot of his most dear treasured family members are dead or doesn't have the same relationship with them anymore. There's a very clear analog to me between Nixon and Michael Corleone. What in general do you think this film's politics is saying that at the time it was made that kind of speaks to why it was possibly a big deal or popular when it was made?
Well, like I said, I think it's part of that, what you said, as far as that craving for some sort of absence of chaos, and a return to normalcy, or a legitimization at least of family values, literally, in that sense of in this too. I can just jump to Kale's review, the last paragraph that she said, and just I think it speaks for itself, a lot of things it has to say, and then I'll kind of give my commentary on it. These gangsters like their lifestyle, while we, seeing it from the outside, are appalled. If the movie gangster once did represent, as Robert Warshaw suggested in the late 40s, what we want to be and what we are afraid we may become, if he expressed that part of the American psyche which rejects the qualities and the demands of modern life, which rejects Americanism itself, that was the attitude of another era. In The Godfather, we see organized crime as an obscene symbolic extension of free enterprise and of government policy, an extension of the worst in America, its feudal ruthlessness. Organized crime is not a rejection of Americanism, it's what we fear Americanism to be. It's our nightmare of the American system. When Americanism was a form of cheerful, bland, official optimism, the gangster used to be destroyed at the end of the movie, and our feelings resolved. Now the mood of the whole country has darkened, guiltily. Nothing is resolved at the end of The Godfather, because the family business goes on. Terry Malloy didn't clean up the docks at the end of On the Waterfront. That was a lie. The Godfather is popular melodrama, but it expresses a new tragic realism. So obviously that talked about what we said about the evolution of the gangster movie, that now there isn't a result, it isn't resolved, they don't die at the end. But that sense of also, I think the movie clearly, and the National Review wanted to buck against this about what it says about capitalism. And it said, the liberals would think that, I guess. And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess so. But as far as another way I see the movie, to jump over here for a second about that, is that I see it as representation of capitalism, of like the sense of they're the underdog, and then even within the family, the Corleone family themselves being underdogs, that Michael's the underdog in that family, but that he's the smart one, he's the one that will work the hardest and put in the hours, and over time he becomes the man of repute. And I mean,
it's all us
it's all
versus
social
them,
it's all social
us versus
Darwinism
them mentality.
I mean, and it's social Darwinism at its finest. I mean, and this movie's clearly critiquing that, I think, and that what that becomes in that striving to protect these values shows the loss of the values. And that goes from not only the Nixon era, but the Reagan era, and on and on.
A general belief that government is not enough, and that you got to rely on people, captains of industry. You got to rely on decisive figures. One other contrast in the movie that I think is fascinating is, like, from the very beginning, when you have all these people having an audience with Vito to ask for, requests, because very famously you ask for requests on the Sicilian's daughter's wedding day, and they can't refuse it. It's kind of part of the tradition. And you have all these people coming in to see Vito, and he's like in his darkened room giving all these very decisive answers and orders to Tom about how to handle them. Later on in the movie, in the very same room, you see Michael conferring. I think it's the Don's in the room, Carlo's in the room, Tessio, Clemenza, and Michael says something very telling, and the book even said basically is a version of this too, where he said, "We're going to answer all your problems and all your questions." Combine that with earlier in the big, the big summit where you're having all these people. This looks like a boardroom, and these are these are not mobsters. These are merely executives making decisions in these very orderly way. Yeah. And I'm not trying to mythologize what the quote mafia ever was. But if you go back to thinking about like the way it's depicted in when Michael's in Sicily and hiding, and you see what that life is compared to what it is there. There is almost this, like, Western frontier justice mentality to the way that looks versus the suits and the executive nature that you're seeing in the American versions of it. And that, America, above all else, loves to take these traditions or things of other cultures and commodify it and strip it down into something more recognizably American. And what's more American than the hobby of making money, above all else?
And then even in itself, that what we mentioned earlier about Michael starting to speak English instead of Italian is almost a metaphorical sense of, no, I'm gonna take this, and this is gonna be an American nation, an American mafia. But interestingly, though, and you're right about that, about it's kind of being a different thing earlier on at its roots. But you even see in the second movie, and I think the point of this is clear, of the Don, I can't remember his name now, but the Don at the beginning of the movie that has the Andolini family killed off, that he is just as evil as anyone in any of the movies. I mean, he's literally the worst of them all. And that is at the very beginning of this story, is that type of person.
I guess what I mean by that is,
you're right about that.
There's inherently more passion.
Yes.
To this Italian version of what it was. It's very blood in the soil. I mean, the very opening moments of the second movie are of the corpse of Vito's brother, basically, who's been killed.
Paolo,
and it's very like I said, blood in the soil. It's very immediate. It's very passionate.
Yeah.
And then in the American context of it, it's very business suit. It's very almost waspy. It's very it represents what a version of that is, which is not good, don't get me wrong, but is taking it and making it more naturally capitalist, I think, over time. And I think that's something that happens with almost practically every facet of American culture, and Italian Americanism is merely one way through which there's been an anglicized version of what these past forms were. Even the fact of making a Hollywood film about any of this is in of itself capitalism's confirmation of this as a suitable or sustainable lifestyle in some roundabout way, if that makes any sense. And so I think the film is, explicitly political in some of these maybe comparisons between Nixon and Law and Order. But in a larger sense, I think one of the reasons it has endured as one of the great American films of its era or any era is about this corrupting nature of capitalism, and he could have just went with Kay to New England and lived a nice, quiet life, absent from his family. But that draw of family, that importance of family above all else, which in some ways is an apolitical idea. I mean, left, right, center, we all love our family and want to see our family succeed. But that the severity to which we will go for our family is, and again, a timeless concept, and not even a purely American concept, but one that is very much endures, for any group of people. And so that question being, and I think in some ways we addressed it, why does this film's endurance, what does it say about not only American cinema, but maybe American culture in general? Why has this film endured over so many years?
Well, and to go back to that, what you just said, I'll go to we read that National Review article, and at the beginning it said that it compared the movie to what George Will, conservative mouthpiece extraordinaire, a lot of big conservative writer and thinker, said about football. It combines America's two worst impulses: violence and committee meetings, which is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Yeah. But that sense
There's
of
truth to that, too.
That sense of, like you said, an effectiveness, and the meticulous nature by which things are accomplished and things are done, and frankly, because violence is so normal in American culture, and that the movie has a lot of it. And part of that, though, and to speak about it in a more positive sense, I guess, is the sense of, oh wait, it's a long movie, but it moves with a pace, and it has characters you like, and it's effective in its length, and it continuously has this scene, this iconic thing, this thing. Bang, boom.
It's literally the perfect
bam, one after another
cable movie. It's a perfect cable movie that if you catch this scene on AMC or wherever else, I got to stop and watch till this scene or that scene. I don't think it's necessarily a movie that is influenced by the advent of television, but it is certainly a movie that come along at a very important and interesting time where it famously was played on television a lot in through the 70s and onward. And it become a staple, and you think about why that was. Like, well, it's got, it's long, so it can be played over a long period of time. It's got a lot of memorable characters. There's Clemenza, there's Tessio, there's Barzini, there's all these people who pop up. It has such life to it. It has such color to it in terms of its characters. And has, like, a series of climaxes and crisis points even prior to the final climax of the movie. It plays in parts. I mean, you could see it being split into, I'm not saying you should do this, but you could see it being split into like 6 installments of 30 minutes. And let's watch this 30 minutes. Oh, it kind of ends on this little mini cliffhanger. And then it goes to the next one. Then it goes to the next one. And the movie is just naturally structured as any good longer piece of cinema is. And there are various forms of long cinema that take various forms. But it constantly has, payoff, and I think one of the biggest reasons it's endured, frankly, is because of the way it has been consumed on television over all these years. So much so that neither one of us have seen it on a big screen.
No.
I've saw it once projected for a film class, so that kind of counts, but not in a commercial cinema space. To that extent, about I think that's a big reason why it's endured is because of it's a very televisual experience that's easily applicable to television. Finally, why does this film still work for us? What's the one thing about The Godfather that makes it work for you? As opposed
it's the greatest film ever made.
Oh, that's why it still sticks with you. I would agree.
No, I mean, it's
a big question
now. And let me go on that, and then I'll actually talk about specifics. People love to play this little game about, like, I can't tell you what my favorite movie is, or, what's the greatest film ever made? I couldn't say. It's The Godfather. Get over yourself. Okay? Like, let's come to the table, as Will Smith
Stanley
would say.
Kubrick said it might be. Sidney Lumet said, I think it's maybe one of those.
Stanley Kubrick said that?
I think he said. Okay. I think Stanley Kubrick said if it's not the best film ever made, it has like the best cast ever, something along those lines. So, I mean, Now, take their word for it. It's beloved
Yeah.
by filmmakers everywhere. It's beloved by practically everyone everywhere who's seen it. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, it's the perfect movie. There's basically every swing it makes. There's not one miss. I mean, everything works. Everything. It's honestly, that is why it is so beloved, I think, by so many people, is that it is so effective. Everything it does is right. I mean, but I guess on a personal level, obviously it made a big impression on me at a younger age, but it has still remained. You come back, you go see a bunch of other movies, and you come back to it. And I think why is a lot of things we've said, the structure, and Al Pacino's performance. But I think both of those come together. Like I keep referring to it, I think the greatest scene in movies is Sollozzo's murder, because it's like smack dab in the middle of the movie, and you feel so invested into that moment. Like the only other thing I can think of on that level, we've discussed it on here before, is the climactic battle in Heaven's Gate. That you feel the immensity of the moment. It's like an electricity that you get off of the movie, and you feel invested in the movie, and you feel like you're there almost. And I mean, I can't put into words, I guess, exactly, but I guess that's, if I had to put it on one thing, it's like that's what the movie rests on, is that pivot point.
Yeah.
And everything before and after that is because of that. That rests on that, really. And movies are good.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the goodest of the movie.
This is the goodest of the good.
This is the goodest of the movie.
We go to see the movies.
There's a natural pull to movies of people of power, of being behind the closed doors of rooms that many of us know will never actually be behind, and and kind of feeling like we're a fly on the wall, and that we're listening or hearing and maybe even participating implicitly on these decisions that these men are making of big import. There's a reason Game of Thrones is popular.
House of Cards.
I mean, and one of those things, House of Cards, you said. Thing about Game of Thrones is that I feel like got lost about why it was so popular early on was not because they had dragons every other scene, but it was because of all that plotting, all that behind-the-scenes conversations that were being had. And The Godfather is literally the biggest primary source for that line of storytelling in terms of you being in these rooms with these men to make these decisions. Going back earlier to what I was saying about Kay Hagan as being sort of the one of several audience avatars in the movie, that early on we see this big, beautiful, bright wedding, and we're kind of consumed with the whole thing. Bright wedding.
Kay Adams, by the way, not Kay Hagan.
Well, I'm sorry.
Kay Corleone, whatever.
I think it was Senator Kay Hagan's what I was thinking of.
I mean, and then all in the midst of that, white wedding.
White wedding, yeah. So Kay Adams, we're with her, and we're like her. All this is new to us, and we're taken in. And then the movie suddenly tricks us into thinking that we are also along the journey with Michael Corleone. Michael's really who the stand-in is for the movie. And we go with him to Italy and back, and we see all the things he goes through. But then ultimately the final moments of the movie are the biggest revelation that, no, you are still on the outside of this world. That you, the audience, are on the outside of this. And that while you thought you were a part of this for a brief amount of time, you'll never totally be a part of it. And that final shot you see of Diane Keaton's face looking through the doorway as it closes is a validation. No, you were Kay Hagan the whole time, and that you'll never be a part of Kay Adams.
Unless you were Kay Hagan.
Unless you, if you were Kay Hagan watching The Godfather.
Was me. Yeah.
It's like, I am, even though that's Kay Adams or Kay Corleone, I am Kay Hagan the whole time.
No, but there's a reason why that ending is so beloved and talked about is that forcefulness of, no, you are not here. And there's a point why Al Neary is looking at the camera in that sense of, like I said, of like, no, you are not part of this, and you will never be part of it.
And in general, I mean, I think, as I was saying to you earlier, and previous conversations about this. I think one of the biggest reasons, to make it as simple as possible, of why this movie's endured, I think ultimately is the effectiveness of Al Pacino's performance as Michael. That he goes on this whole journey over the course of this whole movie. As we said, that is not exactly what happens to him in the second movie. There's less of a journey that goes on. But particularly this first movie, and I think that might be why, for me, among other reasons, and we'll talk about it in the second episode about why we might prefer this one to the second one, is the journey he goes on over the course of the whole movie, the arc. And that, you know, you ultimately look at it and you ultimately see how evil he is. But along the way, you're like, other than like lying to his wife, I feel like that's frankly the worst thing he does. Yeah. Because every other thing that happens, you're like, he's looking out for his family. He's taking his revenge. Yeah. This cop hit him in the face. He's going to go and kill the cop. Because why not? That cop don't represent what law and order is.
That cop is mixed up in drugs. He's a dishonest cop.
He's a crooked cop who got what was coming to him. That's a terrific story. Then ultimately we're like, but the Corleones, they're a great family. They're looking out for law and order in a way that they're not over there. And so,
I mean, why you little punk? I mean, he ain't a little punk.
I mean, this isn't the first movie into seducing us into a criminal mindset, but it is one of the biggest ones that does. And I think that it, you know, there's a reason why it's so popular, is because we love, as cinema-goers or consumers of art, to take a walk on the wild side, to empathize and feel with people who are objectively bad people. Because, frankly, that is an avenue through which we try to understand the real bad people of the real world. Yeah. And going back to, again, the political allegories of all this, is it's a way for us to understand how power works and operates in as most concise, clear-cut way as possible. That I think make this why it's one of the most enduring works of art in any medium, much less film, much less American film, is that it gives us a window into the darkest aspects of American society and culture, that deep down we all wish we were in those rooms and doors, but ultimately those doors are not open for us. So there you go. So that is our discussion of The Godfather. I would say you're going to hear the trailer for The Godfather, but on your end, it's literally going to just sound like Nina Rota's brilliant score.
I mean, you're going to hear it.
Yeah, so the trailer for this movie, and you can go back and find a lot of after-the-fact made trailers, but we always want to make contemporary trailers, show what it was contemporary at the time. And so, you know what's weird about the greatest movie of all time? It doesn't have a lot of great posters.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the Wikipedia page I have up here, the poster's literally, it says The Godfather, black, upper part, white, and then the names of the people. And it's just like that.
That's it, really.
The one for The Godfather Part 2 is even worse.
Was Michael standing there?
That's from the first movie, too. That is so bad. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
I kind of like it just because it is bad, by the way, but like it's at least trying.
And then 3 is like really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of basic,
But
So the posters for all the Godfather movies are bad. That's a shame, because I love the Godfather and I want it on my wall in some roundabout way. But whatever. I guess I'll get the Mad Magazine Godfather cover. The trailer for, and we're going to talk all about we have an essay we could write about the trailer for the second one. We're going to talk about that later. But it's literally just like, you can go and look it up. The Godfather 1972 trailer is literally just like Nina Rota's score, no dialogue, nothing said, over images from the movie that looks like it was made in Movie Maker. It goes in and out and all this stuff. And that also just wildly spoils the whole movie. I mean, it goes bit for bit, and you're going to see, if you watch it, you're going to see every death that ends up happening in this movie. And again, the Godfather Part 2 also does some very similar things, but in a even more iconic, legendary way. Yeah. For whatever reason, these trailers, all the promotional material for these movies is not good. I have no clue why, because you're literally taking the greatest thing ever and finding some way to drop the ball. I don't know. So you're going to hear the trailer for The Godfather, which is, again, mostly, not mostly, it will all be Nina Rota's score, and then we're going to dive right into the movie. And here we are. We're back. That trailer. You know, I was actually able to finish the book in the amount of time that trailer ended up going.
Did y'all know that he was reading it?
Yeah, it turned out I finished it. So,
our room is all the lights are dim. The shades. You have to be very quiet when you're playing near here. You know, that's in the second one, but children come to play with their toys.
Rated R for general mobbery.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those where
it's clearly would have been an R at that time. It makes sense. It should be said though that very first R-rated movie to win Best Picture was The French Connection just the year before, and this would have been right after that.
So. Well, importantly though, Midnight Cowboy won Best Picture, and it was rated X.
Yeah,
so
first and only time that'll ever happen, probably. So,
which obviously that wouldn't be rated X now, but.
So we're watching this off the Blu-ray of the Coppola restoration. Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As we've said, there's a planned 4K release coming out in March, which we've already pre-ordered.
Yeah. Oh, you pre-ordered? I need to get on that.
Yeah. And I know for Part 3, it has both the theatrical cut as well as the coda. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Led Zeppelin's coda.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
It kind of annoys me that they have a more contemporary Paramount logo for the beginning of this, while they couldn't have just had the, I don't know, Gulf and Western era logo or whatever would have been for it.
They're just
yeah.
The slow turn People watching this probably like, gonna get to it. Like,
when's he gonna go? Like,
when's he gonna father the god? Like,
I mean, it's just an immediately striking intro. It's like, even again, as a middle schooler, it was like, this is serious. This is very, like, you need to sit down.
You need to be quiet
attention.
when you play
Mario Puzo's The Godfather.
When you play near here, like.
Very first words of the movie, of course, from Bonacera.
I like the style of subtitles for these. They're like that yellow.
Yeah.
It looks like the subtitles in the movie that itself when they have to do it.
How fascinating is it that it's pretty much the case in the book too, but the movie, that the very first words are from a guy named Amerigo Bonacera. Amerigo, of course, Amerigo Vespucci.
Right. Yeah.
First person to
and the ties
claim
to Italy.
This is, quote, the New World.
Right.
And the
Italy's
Americas.
tie to America, yeah.
Right.
And even Columbus being part of that too, as far as, and all his evil.
I know this character in the book is one who was very hesitant to come to the Godfather because he knew all the things that came with being attached to him. And this is mentioned a little bit later that his wife is best friends with Vito's wife,
right?
And that she's godmother to that daughter.
Yeah.
So there are, but he is kind of scared of the Godfather.
Right.
But he's obviously at a point, as he's telling in the story, that law and order has failed him and his family, and so he's looking for restitution. In this way.
I've been thinking a lot over the last few days thinking about this movie. We talked about it, how amazing it looks.
Mm-hmm.
And just thinking about all the other movies that were made around this time that look nothing like this.
Yeah.
Just
by just your contrast of about this time period, you think of like how Airport looked.
Right,
a perfectly competent studio movie, but this has a far more intense visual style to it. It's very intentional.
Yeah.
Again, there's a reason that Gordon Willis was known as the Prince of Darkness because of how dark this was. I know a more recent movie that got a lot of comparisons to the way The Godfather looks visually was A Most Violent Year.
Yeah.
That also is a pretty dark movie as far as its visual palette.
I was having to think about this scene, about just sort of powerful opening scene this is to a movie of, like, obviously telling you everything you need to know about, you know, who these people are and what, you know, show you exactly what it is that I do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. It's interesting too that, you know, that shot that shows Hagen and
Sonny's there. And,
Sonny, as it looks much more brighter than the intensity of the way it looks when, you know, it's almost
them together right there. Yeah.
And I know famously that apparently Coppola just walked up with this cat and just gave it to Brando, didn't say anything, and then that Brando instantly took to it, and that kind of adds to the scene. But
and that also, you know, gives him a character trait of like, oh, I'm with a little cat here, and I'm nice to the cat. But then the things he's done, you know, and
something about this, like The Sopranos went in detail about how Tony loves animals and he loves these ducks.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of the show, there was these studies saying that sociopaths sometimes have an over affinity for animals and
right.
you know,
and him about the horse. He got mad.
Right.
You cooked that effing horse alive.
And then obviously. Christopher accidentally killing that dog.
Oh yeah, and he was like so mad about that. Yeah. And it's interesting too that immediately Puzo and Coppola want to make the distinction in their sense of like, oh, well, we'll kill other mafia families over vendettas, but we don't take money to kill people that aren't basically Gentiles or what they would call it, you know, to just like people that do these things, we don't kill for that. And it's like the inherent hypocrisy in that, obviously.
Yeah, and again, as he also said, the weird morality of these people is that, well, she was not killed. If she had been killed, maybe then we would kill these people. But since she's not, we have to an eye for an eye. Like, well, she got beat up real bad. Well, that's what we'll do to them.
Yeah.
Think about how simplistic this look is of the tux and the red rose, but it's instantly this iconic wardrobe.
And I mean, it's a wedding wardrobe too, in that sense. Yeah, but and even the dialogue of like, "You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding" is so Shakespearean, you know, and very like.
Just to look at talk about how Brando looks in this. I mean, he looks, you know, he's playing older than he is. You just think about how he looks, and I know what he looks like in, say, Last Tango in Paris, which is right around this time.
Yeah, he looks younger,
older. And I know for his own audition and makeup test, it was his idea to put the cotton balls in his mouth, you know, and give him this look.
How abrupt the sound bridge here is always, like, very shocking. Which is jarring in a lot of ways too, because it's just literally like, oh, but here's this exterior overexposed. Yeah, but it's interesting. I kind of referred to this earlier about the sense of this is a lot like the opening of The Deer Hunter tried to steal this and do a whole wedding thing before those guys go off to Vietnam and kind of tried to do the whole thing again, and it was fine. I mean, it was a good movie, but. And even obviously, Heaven's Gate opens with the ball at with the Harvard commencement, and that's kind of similar, like, you know.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting that the book and the movie. This is loosely set in the opening moments of this movie in the late summer of 1945, which of course was right as the end of World War II, and kind of that
war in Europe had already ended, and Japan, the Japanese were about to surrender around in September.
And that's like kind of the quote ideal time for a wedding, a celebration to kind of turn the page on those dark years of the war. And already the movie's established this visual language of almost Russian nesting dolls of worlds. It's like there's the world of the dark office of the Godfather, Then there's like this wedding going on, and then even outside of that, there is this like people trying to get these
he had an
tags,
orange.
you
He's
know.
gonna die.
Yeah,
It's like,
we'll talk about
ugh,
oranges throughout this whole thing as people have attached that metaphors to that.
The look on his face here, like he doesn't really want to be there or care.
That guy behind him looks like the guy who plays Carmine Lupertazzi.
Oh, that is him, I think. Yeah, it is. I've never
Sopranos,
noticed
yeah.
that. Yeah, it is him. It's funny. But yeah, people overblow the whole orange thing sometimes, I think. Yeah. Or that it's like, I'm so smart I saw that. It's like, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Just get over it, you know? It's like, you look terrific on the floor.
And that's in the other movies as well.
Yeah.
Even the third one. Because almost cartoonishly, the third one ends with him dropping an orange on the ground at the very, very end.
Okay.
Like she's going to punch him.
The Tessio dancing moment.
Yeah. And how hot that had to be in this weather to be wearing these big suits.
Carmine Coppola all the way back there.
Mm-hmm. Coppola's own father. Mm-hmm. I know he composed the music, I know, for these scenes, and then also for some of the outdoor celebration stuff in the second one as well. Yeah.
So fanatic. Why would they have that at like a wedding?
Oh, yeah,
by the way, like, oh, I got this. Like, yeah. With some other mob bosses there.
Yeah. And I love too the background of all this music in the midst of all this more seedy stuff going on. Just sets this mood. Oh, this is a time of joviality, but actually there's all these other awful things. Tom Hagen's wife, by the way, is not at all a character in these movies or really in the books even as well.
Right,
like,
it's interesting, but it's interesting too because something that this relates to the video game that we can talk about later, but something I love about this movie, it's so simple and realistic, but just that it sounds almost so dumb to say, but everybody's not color coded, and it's hard to tell who's a gangster and who's not sometimes. Like, and I really like that about like that moment ago when they all took the camera away. It looked like all these guys are just in regular suits, like who could have been anybody, but it's not like the games where it's like, oh, that's Italian, that's right. I mean, I know that I'm not saying, but I'm just remarking upon the fact of that in this movie.
It's easier
interesting
to blend in all these people. Go buy a new camera.
I thought you were going to say thanks, Biden. For a second.
Thanks, Obama. You think about how Obama did nothing about that camera? Like he didn't pay for it again. You know what I mean? How dare him? You know?
Yeah.
Sure, he wasn't around, and this is a work of fiction, but
I have a daughter. You see, she and Enzo.
And what's interesting too is the favors we do see. These people actually do reappear again, and they're all very clearly chosen because there's other ones in the book that are there that are just totally don't. There's no follow up to that or whatever.
And we get to see all different types of favors. Like this is a lot more of just like a very specific him using his like court power to do these things, and then the other one it was like about violence against. Or like beating battery against some people, like, this woman saying, Michael, here. Michael.
I know the Corleone compound, I don't think it really says it. It might say something here or there in the movies, but in the books especially it talks about it as in Long Island. Kind of obviously where a lot of New Yorkers, rich New Yorkers live anyways, and suburb basically. And I feel like another thing to say in general is that this might seem like a very basic thing to say, but I think it actually means more than people will attribute meaning to it. '70s New York was very depicted on screen, more so than past
Yeah.
eras of New York City. I mean, you know, you think about this, you think about Woody Allen's movies,
Taxi Driver,
Mean Streets, even like Kramer versus Kramer,
The Driller Killer.
I mean, there's a lot of.
He's a very scary guy.
I mean, in general, you were starting to see more things shot on location or out of Hollywood, and this was certainly one of many other things that was being made that way.
Hey.
One interesting contrast in the book is the movie depicts Tom and Michael's relationship warmer than it is in the book.
Yeah.
Not that they.
Well, I feel like that's more effective for the movie because you need to have somebody that is more directly. Because the relationship with Sonny is a lot more like Sonny's a lot more patriarchal and towards him. Fredo, there is no relationship, at least till the second movie, and that pays off there. And then with this, it feels like, there needs to be like some sort of somebody who is more of a brotherly figure to Michael. But we just ate some baked spaghetti a while ago, so we're like, I mean, not lasagna.
As I was saying, in this shot right here, apparently Brando had like paper taped to his head that said like "F you" on it, basically. Like, I don't know why he would do that, especially somebody who's not an actor. Why would you do anything that would throw them for a loop? But then he's looking, you're like, oh yeah, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
Like,
the children running.
Is that weirdo's pledging his loyalty again?
Yeah. Frankenstein's monster's pledging his loyalty again. He's like, get out, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye. This guy, this
guy
freak in the background with the red tie.
You can tell he's like so drunk too, like. Another soldier there.
Mm-hmm.
And
another one, yeah. Another one.
All of them are soldiers, dadgummit. Like.
And Lucy Mancini, far bigger character in the book, actually. Like,
really?
Yeah, actually, yeah. And she's again the one who, I believe, in the third movie is the mother of Andy Garcia's character that he fathered out of wedlock. Yeah. And what I really love too is just all the scene setting early in the movie of just this building of local color, basically, of just like, you know, some of this stuff doesn't have a quote direct plot correlation, but it's just about building a world and building a scene. You know, that's Coppola's dad on there with the glasses in the background. They're gonna have this weirdo old man coming up.
Oh like, yeah, he's like ghost stepping or something here. He lasts to the end of the movie too. Like, he reminds me of some people I know.
Yeah.
Whatever this is.
Now, I actually appreciate that it's not subtitled. I don't exactly know what it means, but you get that it's kind of raunchy and kind of playful, whatever it is. But
you know, somebody's like, "Ooh, I'm turned on by that man." Like, ooh, like.
Sure, he was a real cad back in his day.
Yeah. He probably was. I mean.
What is that outside? Is Beatlemania sweeping my compound? Can't buy me love. I don't know if we said anything really about Talia Shire, of course, being in the Rocky movies,
right?
Or, you know, the late '70s, which are also huge.
Yeah.
And again, Johnny Fontaine's a far bigger character in the
Yeah.
book. Again, as we said earlier, he's really in the opening moments of the movie, and then later on pops up in the Vegas scene. But
Yeah.
and kind of a recurring plot point of that is that his voice is slowly giving out, and he's looking to kind of transition more into traditional acting as opposed to being a musical star.
Yeah. This kid here in a second we laugh
Yeah, he
about
ain't so tough.
all the time. Yeah. You can tell he's like 12 or something.
Yeah. He's like, why are they all crazy over him?
That kid there.
Yeah.
He's looking at the camera, kind of
Yeah.
tell you. Tessio there.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm gonna die. Like
I'm gonna die by the end of the movie.
off screen, like.
And then again, this story being told over that
Yeah.
nice, sedate music.
It's funny. Back then, Johnny Fontaine was the sex pot, and now it's like Pete Davidson, you know.
Pete Davidson. Does that mean Lorne Michaels is the Godfather? Is that
I mean, he talks really weird, so.
yeah, not me. You know, can you imagine all the secrets somebody like Lorne Michaels knows?
Oh, yeah.
All the awful things, just like all the people he's interacted with over all these years, like.
And he's not somebody who's out front
Yeah.
like a star, you know. He's
Yeah.
just like, and those are the people that know everything.
Like how many people he walk in snorting cocaine, like, you know?
Yeah.
He's basically got best BFFs with Paul Simon, I know.
But that's a ghost story. Like,
That's David Lowery's a ghost story.
what if the movie ended in that he came back and said that? Like,
Like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's all right.
okay, as long as you don't ever become. Oh wait,
Oh, wait a minute. You are the
we're the Godfather. What? You were
This
in
a
Mario
narrative?
Puzo's The Godfather.
How many like godsons do these people have? You know, oh, so and so's my godfather and my godmother and my godson. Like, you know, that's not something you. I don't know. Frankly, as Protestants, that, or you know, why Anglo-Saxon
Yeah.
Protestants, we don't. That's not as much of a traditional honorary
Yeah.
title. You don't hear as much about. But you'll find that comedy he's playing with that young girl, drunk Fredo. One of the funniest things ever is like, this is my brother Mike.
Yeah. Listen, hey, how you doing? This is my brother Mike. This is my kid brother Mike. Yeah.
One of the most abrupt changes
Yeah.
ever coming up here from Brando. I love that. You look at his Fontaine suit there. Is like, it looks kind of
Yeah.
scrunchy and kind of like, it's not totally
Yeah.
like a fine,
There's a lot of
great
lint
suit.
on it,
You know,
yeah.
you see all the lint. And
No chance. Of course, on TV they like cut some of this stuff out, but he thinks it's funny for some reason.
yeah. I know that past TV versions like
Cut it off.
cut it
yeah.
off, cut that off there.
Meanwhile-
Yeah.
Who? Robert Evans? Albert S. Ruddy? Like, yeah, this look on his face when it starts, and then he's like,
what is that nonsense?
pretty good. And he kind of was laughing too. As funny as like, look. And Hagen was laughing openly, just like, wow, didn't expect that. Wow. Like, you piece of crap.
Man, Vito should have been,
You look terrible.
Been an opera singer. All this theater.
The offer.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
Well, I want us to talk about that in the
we'll
bonus
get to that
episode.
later.
Yeah.
I don't have any interest in discussing it anyway, but we'll do
this woman right here, this extra.
Oh,
I know,
yeah.
It's like, people I've heard him say on the commentary that there's some random extra that was not supposed to be there, and she pops up and sees her for a second, and she walks away.
Meanwhile,
even the cake is like grand entrance.
Yeah.
You know?
God, it looks so hot there.
Mm-hmm.
Call Rip.
Yeah, Yellowstone vibes.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Carlo, we're gonna take the picture. Like,
it's like you are now you're locked in.
yeah, it's like, and all the people that will be dead that were in that picture. You know. All of them will be dead eventually.
Yeah. We're all gonna die someday, as it turns out.
Oh yes, yes. The pageantry.
Yeah. It's usually at the conclusion of this shot where the first commercial break comes in when it's on TV. The California section.
The swank ass section.
I guess I don't know if it's stock footage from the 40s or what.
It would have to be because I've never thought about that, but yeah, there's a clear difference in color tint.
Mm-hmm.
They might have even colorized it. I don't know.
I know it's interesting because I heard Coppola talk about this. This is right around the time a lot of the big studio spaces were being left unoccupied because the studios were in the traditional sense, were falling apart around early 70s, late
Doing
60s,
more,
early 70s.
Location shooting.
Yeah.
That would have made it easier to shoot this stuff, I bet. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
The Paramount lot.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Done with that.
Undying friendship. Looking at him like, you think that's funny? That guy's like, I don't really care. It's my job. You know? It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm not privy to your gags.
Love how quickly this turns south.
Yeah.
Well, he covered it all.
Let me tell you something, my friend. I'm going to make so much trouble for you, you won't know what hit you. I'm a lawyer. I have not threatened. I know almost every big lawyer in New York. Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
Special practice. I handle one client. Now, you have my number. I'll wait for your call. By the way, I admire your pictures very much.
Check him out.
Check them out.
Is that okay? Is that my job description, sir?
Check him out.
That guy's all about what's my job.
Yeah.
You know, that's all I'm gonna do is that. You know.
Yeah.
This house gets sold all the time.
Oh yeah, it's like the Home Alone house in Chicago.
I've crept through it quite a few times too. You know.
Yeah.
On a video game.
I know these shots
Oh
were
yeah,
filmed
you
with
can
doubles.
tell they're not
Yeah.
him. Yeah. Especially the John Marley double.
And this pool is obviously featured heavily in The Jerk.
Yeah.
This whole area. But I can't remember what the circumstances were, if they weren't available to shoot or something,
Yeah.
but they shot these very far distance, which is actually works in terms of showing the size of the space, but...
And it's funny, of course, then he's like, oh, if you would have told me it's Don Corleone, I would have been nicer. It's like, okay. Oranges again.
Oh, guess he's gonna die. Like,
no,
a
actually
horse might.
not. Let me tell you why. All right, Mr. Boatman, with that coat, like.
Singing lessons, acting lessons, dancing lessons. Sounds like kind of a dumb investment, but whatever.
Yeah. It's almost like, let me just show you I'm not a hard-hearted man, and I'll say this. She was young.
And then it's got this woman maid in the background and all this.
Maybe. He's like, well.
He's like, oh.
All right, Kraut Mick. Like.
Pretty interesting how efficiently this subplot is just over with very quickly.
No,
just
it's
like,
actually, I always forget how quick this part of the movie actually is. It's only like about 5-ish minutes. I mean,
there's Academy Awards sitting bedside.
What if that was Coppola's? Like, Robert Evans ever win one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
For, before this,
I'm not sure.
Maybe he was like, "Oh, I put mine in there." Like.
That creepy crawly theme.
Yeah. What's so crazy about this scene too is it makes you think about how like they would have had to have done that.
Yeah.
And it's like you just think about all the work that would have taken to do, and they don't even show it. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, it says according to his IMDb page that the only time he was ever even nominated actually was for Chinatown.
Oh, okay, so he technically wasn't nominated for this one.
No.
I guess because Ruddy
Yeah.
was the main producer.
Whoops.
And then this look.
Yeah, it's
that
like he
has,
saw it
he's
all
like-
across the way.
And he's like, well, yeah, okay.
So they're just sitting there waiting for him, though,
Yeah.
and he's just sitting there off in dreamland or
Yeah.
whatever. This living room space always remind me of our grandmother's house.
Yeah, it does
like-
look like that, yeah. Talking about that front room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
on our dad's side.
Notably, Jinko is absent from this movie, but there was a deleted scene.
Yeah, he was basically
the consigliere
yeah.
before,
and he dies. But he dies at the very beginning of the book. Basically, they leave the
he's
wedding
in the movie.
to go see.
I guess
his-
in the second movie. Briefly.
yeah, in the flashback stuff. Yeah.
He's known as a top narcotics man.
And that's why there's all this pressure on Hagen to, he's like a non-Sicilian consigliere. Because
even Hagen, says that he would kind of want to do it. I'm saying they're approached first to do it, other than the other.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Then they come after us. Now we have the unions, we have the gambling. They're the best things to happen. Narcotics is a thing of the future. If we don't get a piece of that action, we risk everything we have. I mean, not now, but...
Yeah, Frank Severo plays Jinko in the second one.
Right.
Who's, of course, in Goodfellas, and Frankie Carbone in Goodfellas.
Oh, yeah.
That guy who's in
Right.
the second one, yeah.
That tie. I love that tie.
So the official front for the Corleone family is Jinko olive oil, which they
Yeah.
sell the finest imported olive oil in the country or whatever.
What is the interest for my family?
30%. In the first year, your end should be $3-4 million. And then it would go up.
It's interesting. This would have been when they were taking cocaine from Europe rather than like Asia or South America, as it would later be, obviously in the 70s, but in 80s.
I'll take care of it. Out of my share.
Turkey where they go to Poppy. Like, Stracci, Cuneo.
Why do you come to me? Why do I deserve this generosity?
It's funny, that's like his official office or what,
Yeah.
office space, I guess.
Not in the Mike Judge sense, but yeah.
Right. Fredo in this scene.
Yeah, like Fredo making moves.
Like, I hope that I look like him in social settings in this scene, like. But I must say no to you. When a student asks if they can get their phones early,
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'll give you my reason.
and I'll say all this, yeah.
It's true. I have a lot of
And they're like,
What?
what?
But they wouldn't be friendly very long if they knew my business was drugs instead of gambling, which they regard as a harmless vice. Drugs is very...
So I want to get on Snapchat. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't make any difference to me what a man does for a living, you understand?
Yeah, and Vito in the book talks a lot about that he really looks down, obviously, on the drug trade and also prostitution, too.
Yeah.
He doesn't like.
Wait a minute. This look. And then Hagen and Clemenza like...
And that's important because it kind of shows that...
That's me when the administrators come in and the kids are acting
Yeah.
up. And check my Twitter, by the way, if you
Yeah.
want to see Godfather related middle school tweets. Like retweets.
But that, Sonny's kind of interest in it shows that the family's of two minds about it, which leads well. If we get rid of Vito, then maybe his kids will be more in favor of it,
Right.
and that could split the family. Basically, that's the idea. And that's where, in many ways, later on, you have, Michael, when he's talking to Fredo, says never take sides with anyone against the family again. It's kind of almost a reprisal of this scene.
This look on his face.
I think your brain is going soft. And all that comedy you're playing with
That comedy.
Yeah.
outside the family. What you thinking again?
Come on, get up.
Go on. Get the hell up.
When you had to see somebody after class, and it's
Yeah.
like,
What's this nonsense?
he's like, you proud of what I did there? Like, take it over there. Whatever. And
I'm a little worried about this Saluzzo fellow. I want you to find out what he's got under his fingernails, Go to the tattoos and make them think that you're not too happy with our family. Find out what you can.
Not very specific information there. Just,
what
go,
a random smoke screen,
Yeah.
by the way. It's like, okay, like. In the modern gangster trailer,
Yeah,
that
right.
moment, it's like, we were talking about this though, just how pathetic all this looks. About
Yeah.
putting the bulletproof vest on to this music and the gun laying there, and
And the music in this is diegetic, so
Yeah.
so he is hearing it in
Right.
the room as in the midst of all this.
okay, Pop. Paulie, a good kid? I don't think so. Like Caro.
Robert Caro?
Drinks, buy me a Coke. Like, no. Shut up. Like.
Shut up, sit down, and quit ruining my life.
There's one of these here a while back, this moment where he's folding it,
Mm-hmm.
where they, on Twitter, that they had a picture of that, and I was like, me folding my sheets in the dark, because it like looked real
Yeah.
dark, and it was like, yeah, because there's this page that's like out of context Godfather moments or whatever, and they literally just take screenshots from the whole movie, basically.
Yeah.
What's it called? Something like
I'll
that.
look it up, Well, it's called the Godfather Frames.
Right.
And it tweets just random moments or frames from the movie.
The Magician.
Mm-hmm. It's always reminded me of Two-Face, I think.
Yeah.
Like, specifically, Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face.
Yeah. The business.
Non è bisogno uno come te, forte. Io capite che non sei contento più con una famiglia Corleone. Capace di poi
Yeah, there's probably a whole little like couple weeks to a month in between that transition from earlier where he was probably running around acting drunk and talking crap or something that we
Yeah.
didn't get to see. Like, I don't know, but
Yeah.
like, imagine if somebody started patting your hand.
Yeah,
and it'd be
dude.
like, what?
Dead giveaway.
That guy's face.
Yeah. R.I.P. Luca.
Is that in the movie for like 2 seconds?
Mm-hmm. So that is the first official death, really, of the movie,
Yeah.
I guess. He's making a list and checking it twice, Tom Hagen. Don't you just love a barrel on the side of a street? It's got a fire coming
Yeah,
out
it's
of
just
it.
like, like what? Like Bruce Springsteen once said, I'm on fire.
Jake LaMotta.
Yeah. Tommy Bale, whoever that is.
Getting them oranges, by the way. Yeah.
This is so annoying. It's funny, in the game, the guys that run the fruit stands look like that guy.
Yeah.
Random. So lazy. Totally lame on Fredo's part, you know?
Yeah.
It is interesting, of course, also how quickly in the movie he's, you know, kind of, you know, almost dead and injured and kind of, it's just, yeah, it's very quickly, you know.
About 45 minutes in.
Yes. 46. That's impressive.
Well, I was...
Yeah. Oh, you were watching the thing, okay.
Recording, yeah.
Like, that's gonna wake him up. Leo McCarey's The Bells of St. Mary's.
No.
I always really like whatever piece of music this is here. Is really creepy and weird.
Yeah. Where it all changes.
Forecast today. Like,
yeah. Forecast.
This woman hits him here.
Slight chance of mob chieftain death.
It looks like she did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, she's like, get out of my way. Like, everybody's in a rush or something.
I mean,
like.
it's the holiday season.
That first door closed.
Sonny,
Michael,
Where you been?
Yeah, I'm here. Where you been? I was worried. Didn't Tom tell you I called? Come on, kid. Should be with Mama here.
But I'm not there.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? How loud this is.
Yeah.
So it sounds like when somebody's sharpening their pencil in the next room. To me, it's like, like
There's more news about your old man. The word's out on the street, he's already dead. Take it easy, take it easy. That was Bob. Only was out sick. He was a little sick all winter. How many times has he been sick? Only maybe 3-4 times. I mean, I asked Freddie once me to get a different bodyguard. He said no. I'm going to come over right now. I don't care how sick he is. He's breathing. I want you to bring him to my father's house now. Yeah, you want me sending people over here? No, just you in there. Right.
it's interesting to me that none of the children or the or anybody in the family actually really knows what's going on. It's like, what, did somebody not go down to the hospital and call? Like, I don't know. It's the first time I've ever actually been able to see it says 8:30 there, because I've never been able to tell what, because of the grainy TV, you know.
Yeah.
Your boss is dead. I know you're not.
Indistinct train car.
Yeah.
Or diner, I should say.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, but oh well.
Yeah, we got him outside his office just about.
Yeah. We got him outside, like, you know.
Drink it. So now it's up to you to make the peace between me and Sonny. Sonny was hot for my deal, wasn't he? And you knew it was the right thing to do. Sonny will come after you with everything he's got. That'll be his first reaction.
More like his only reaction, but...
The Italian family is behind me with all their people. The other New York families will go along with anything that will prevent a full-scale war. Let's face it, Tom, on all due respect, the Don, rest in peace, was slipping. 10 years ago, could I have gotten to him? Well, now he's dead. He's dead, Tom, and nothing can bring him back. So you gotta talk to Sonny. You gotta talk to the Cabo regime. Is that Tessio, that fat Clemenza?
That Tessio, that fat Clemenza.
Like, okay.
It's good business.
So we don't need to fat shame Virgil.
I'll try.
Virgil.
But even Sonny won't.
The Turks a lot, so.
Yeah. Well, let me worry about Luca.
That shot, the way the looked like some stuff in Batman the Animated Series or something, like.
And the other two kids.
Oh yeah, that Michael and that Freddy.
Do my best.
And Fredo.
I don't like violence, Don. I'm a businessman. Blood is a big expense.
Always love the way this exteriors look with the snow coming down. Looks very evocative.
All them Christmas trees there.
Yeah. Is The Godfather a Christmas movie?
No.
Five shots when he's still alive. Well, that's bad luck for me. And bad luck for you if you don't make that deal.
All these people just sitting around.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting for Michael, Kay's not there with him, that he kind of cut her loose at this moment, saying, all right, like, this is something that...
This is a family
restaurant.
Like, who's that woman there? I've always wondered. Like Clemenza's?
No, that would be his wife.
Not
I don't know if that's Tom Hagen's wife or
who. It probably is. Yeah, because I was going to say, and I was like, no, it wouldn't be Clemenza's wife.
Anyone been able to get in touch with Luca? I've been trying all night. He might be shacked
Maybe shacked up.
We lose the old man. We lose our political contacts and half our strength. The other New York families might wind up supporting Sollozzo just to avoid a long, destructive war. This is almost 1946. Nobody wants bloodshed. If your father dies, you make the deal, son. It's easy for you to say. Tommy's not your father. As much a son to him as you or Mike.
Meanwhile, where's Fredo at this moment? You know, he's just
Yeah, really. Like,
off doing cartwheels in the garden, I guess.
I mean, maybe he's at the hospital or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Or with Mama.
Yeah. Immediately. What? That shrooms? Like,
Maybe we shouldn't get Mike mixed up in this too directly. Listen, hang around the house on the phone. Be a big help. Try to look good.
What the hell is this?
yeah.
What the hell is this?
Okay.
I'm going now. I don't know, probably late.
Wonder how often Clemenza had to play Santa Claus for the, you know, the crew get-togethers.
He's like, Tessio, can't you gain a little bit of weight?
Yeah.
Like,
Slim down, Santa. Over on the west side.
any good of spots?
Think about it while you're driving. Will you want to hit New York sometime this month? Watch out for the kids when you're backing out. Hey, Paulie, I want you to go down 39th Street, Color Santa. You should pick up 18 mattresses for the guys to sleep on. You bring me the bill. Yeah, all right.
It's funny they're doing all this as like a smoke screen of like buying mattresses for their.
Yeah.
This
And
is
that-
some stock footage. You
Yeah.
can tell.
That's a bad word to use. Exterminate. Get this guy. Tell me don't exterminate you.
That going to the mattresses was a term basically where if you went to war with another family or another group or organization, then that means you literally rented out these apartments, literally threw all these mattresses on the floor, had people sleep on those, but then the instant you got like a call that, oh, so-and-so's here, they just go drive there, shoot them up,
Yeah.
do a raid or whatever, and then leave. Like,
It's like being a firefighter almost, but not actually doing anything constructive.
kind of akin to where button men comes from, the whole idea
Yeah.
you can kind of press a button and go just like, oh, you go do this or you go do that. And R.I.P. Polygatto.
Not really, but
Rest in peace. Get the food.
that we do that every so
Yeah.
often. That like thing with the hand. Like,
Yeah.
he's just sitting there like hanging out.
Well, if there's cheers during that moment, you know. There's the Rosenbaum review we read that said that there was
They
like,
cheered when he lied to
when he
his
lied
wife.
to his wife at the very end.
And I'm
It's
like,
just what?
well, yeah, I don't even know if I believe that. Like, that's just so stupid. Like, I'm not even saying it's a lie exactly, but I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
It's bizarre. Huh?
Yeah, I know.
can't talk. Yeah, I'll see you tonight.
Hey, Mikey, why don't you tell that nice girl you love her? I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you,
Soon I'm gonna die.
come over here, kid. Learn something. You never know, you might have to cook for 20 guys someday.
Like, no, actually, people are gonna be doing that for me, but like you.
Some garlic. Then you throw in some tomatoes, some tomato paste. You fry it to make sure it doesn't stick.
Just hilarious.
this
They're
is-
already eating over there.
Yeah.
And it's like he's making more food.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Look at Sonny's face here.
Yeah. This is the dumbest thing ever.
So
yeah.
here he goes again.
Yeah.
That's my trick. Once you cut the crap, more important things for you to do. How's Paulie? Oh, Paulie, won't see him no more.
Oh, okay, good.
Send some bodyguards with him, right?
No, I'm just going to the hospital.
Never mind. Send somebody with him. Oh, he'll be all right. Salute knows he's a civilian. Be careful, huh?
Yes, sir.
Me, when I let a kid go to the library, I'm like, be careful. They're like, yes, sir. Like, I told some of my kids, but don't call me sir. Don't do that. Call me Mr. Huffman. Like, someday you can call me my first name.
Call me, hey, shut up. You can tell this was a very enriching dinner.
Yeah, like sitting on the edge of the bed, like
not a word was said about the whole time.
It is interesting that there's already in his, I guess, arc that there's like already a coldness here that there wasn't obviously before. And
Go back to New Hampshire, and I'll call you at your parents' house.
When will I see you again?
It's about the last I think we see of her until the scene where she comes by the compound to ask more about Michael.
yeah. That insert shot that was in there, I was
Yeah,
saying
right.
the other day, I think a lot about it. I'm just like, why is that in here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just like, okay,
So I
like,
established he's leaving a hotel.
yeah,
I
it's
guess.
like, okay, all right. Well, I felt like they used to cut that out of the TV version for a long time.
Yeah.
And then there's some other things I want to talk about later that a random thing that was cut out that always confused me that as an adult, I'm like, why was that cut out? I don't know. Like,
This whole sequence was famously kind of shot by George Lucas. I think, I'm not sure what it was. Coppola was busy or doing something else, but that
yeah, because he
Lucas
came
actually
up
shot
with the
this
whole idea
stuff.
of tonight. We say that all the
Yeah.
time. Like, God, I'd love to eat that. Looks good.
Yeah.
You ever think about food in movies? You're like, oh, I'd love to eat that, and this movie's
Yeah.
full of that.
A lot of food.
But I think he came up specifically also with the idea to show the shots of the hallway when Enzo's coming up the stairs
Yeah.
to, like, you know, create the suspense for that.
It's always weird to see how hospitals used to look.
They don't look as effective.
No,
you know?
they look pretty crappy.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's just
I mean,
like, that's it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. One of the scariest moments in any movie here. What are you doing here? I'm Michael Corleone. This is my phone.
There's nobody here. What happened to the guards?
Your father just had too many visitors. They interfered with hospital service.
Yeah, like you're doing much here.
Give me a Long Beach 4, 5620, please.
Even feels like in The Nick more was being done than in this situation in the show. You know, that was like 40 years before this. Like,
There's nobody here. Nobody. No Plessio's men, no detectives, nobody. Papa's all alone. I won't panic.
Don't panic. That's always a good way to make somebody panic. Even when you mean well.
You and I are gonna move my father to another room. Now, can you disconnect those tubes so we can move the bed out?
It's out of the question.
You know my father.
And obviously, this is a good way to showcase how quickly Michael can think through a tough situation and be relatively calm, actually, and you know that he's.
So being a veteran, that probably goes into that. So that's always been an unspoken thing I've wondered, is if he had to kill anybody in war or how many, and you know, it never says.
Yeah. I know in the book it doesn't talk much about it, but it does basically kind of say that he did.
Yeah.
More definitively.
The scariest thing ever, like people coming in there. Me when I'm alone at the back of the school, and like I hear people walking, I'm like, oh, better get hid. A lot of connections between The Godfather and my job, but it's just because I think about this movie all the time, I guess. So.
How fortuitous that Enzo himself will be showing up this very night.
I am Enzo, a baker. You remember me?
Enzo.
Yes, Enzo.
You better get out of here, Enzo. There's gonna be trouble.
If there is trouble, I stand here to help you. For your father, for your father.
For your father.
Please pull me outside in front of the hospital. All right?
Okay.
I'll be out in a minute. Go ahead.
All right.
You know, hospitals now, they always look white or gray paint, and then this has got like green painted hallway, yellow interior. Like, it's weird.
In the game, when this moment happens, and after that happens, you can hear, like, it's supposed to be Don Vito being like, oh, like, what? Like, this is really dumb. That's kind of a notable moment in the sense that he's the only one there, and the only one who actually went. Get rid of these.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun. You're right. You'll be okay.
And there's another good example of how calm he is under pressure.
Yeah.
And especially when he lights his cigarette here in a little bit, and he's like, this doesn't bother me in the same way it does old Enzo here.
Yeah.
Or anybody else would be in this circumstance.
That shot has always creeped me out, like the darkness of the people in there. Like, oh crap, I guess Sterling Hayden failed us. Like. I am Enzo.
I am a smoker.
I am a smoker. I'm a joker. I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight toker.
I'm a midnight Corleone. Like, only at midnight, though. After midnight. Oh, the cops finally here to do their job, right?
the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I got all you guinea hoods locked up. What the hell are you doing here? What happened to the men who were guarding my father, Captain? Why, you little punk. What the hell are you doing telling me my business? I pulled them guys off of here, huh? Now you get out of here and stay away from this hospital. I'm not moving until you put some guards around my father's room. Bill, take him in. It's clean, Captain. He's a war hero. He's never been... God damn it, I said take him in. What's the tech paying me to set up my father, Captain? Take a hold of him. Stand him up.
What was that? I'm not gonna debate this. It's like you stay in here and I'm gonna punch you. I know the book goes at length talking about what a bad injury this is to his face for a long, long time in the book before he has the surgery to get it fixed. It's like a big plot point in the book. Actually, how bad his face is. Like,
All right, I just assumed that.
And one thing that's interesting in the immediate aftermath of the scene we played last week of him saying that he's going to kill Sollozzo is that physically, the way his face is puffed out, he actually looks more like his father, like because of that, you know.
I'm going to take a bathroom break really quick.
Okay.
So I'll be right back. Yeah, I've seen this movie before.
Oh, yeah, well, that's good, yeah. I'll pontificate while you're gone.
Okay. Talk about how
one thing I've always wondered about cars used in these period movies is there has to be someone who owns, like, you know, various services, I guess, who own all these various kinds of cars, who rent them out. And I'd imagine, you know, it's always easier to get things that I've heard in recent years. I remember reading an article, I don't know, it was Hollywood Reporter or Variety, that was talking about that it's actually harder to get items from the recent past than it is even some decades prior, because there's more of this whole collector's market around stuff from multiple decades ago that doesn't quite exist yet for more recent decades. And another thing to think about too is in this point in the 70s, I mean, you're talking about only about 30 years ago all this stuff was from, because I mean this is all mid to late 40s. It's about 25, 30 years removed from the 70s. So, you know, it's one of those things that feels so ancient to us now, but at the time would not have been all that long ago compared to when this was made, when it was shot. But yeah, Levi's return. So Santino, he's all happy. He's, oh yeah, we killed Bruno Tattaglia. No.
Not this time, Consigliere. No more meetings, no more discussions, no more Sollozzo tricks. You give him one message, I want Sollozzo. Now that's all our war, we go to the Some of the other families won't sit still. Hey, Sollozzo. Father would want to hear this. This is business, not personal. You sure my father is business? Even the shooting of your father was business, not personal, Sonny. Well, in business, we'll have to suffer, all right? Hey, listen, do me a favor, Tom. No more advice on how to patch things up. Just help me win, please, all right?
So again, this is clear. Basically, we said earlier that McCluskey's a pretty clear example of, he's the most prominent character in the movie that is of the law and order subset, and the fact that he's corrupt, and not only that, but just like willingly damaging to the Corleone, just only further puts us more in the Corleone cover of or side of like, well, see, the police can't do anything. They're helpless to actually fight the real problem. So you need these vigilante justice that only somebody like the Corleones can provide in these instances.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Look at what Sollozzo says about a deal. He's going to kill Pop. That's it. It's a key for him. Gotta get Sollozzo.
Michael, right. What about this McCluskey?
His cane.
Yeah.
Like he's entering his dandy phase or something. Like
Sonny's dandy phase.
And of course, we talked about this already earlier, but this shot's establishing the his famous sitting posture. Like,
yeah. And again, that his puffed out face makes him look more like his
Yeah.
father. What's interesting is like he just kind of lays all this out, and it's like very clear and wise, and they're all just sitting there like, huh, maybe I guess that's what we'll do. Like people who much more should be seasoned than this than him, but.
But you can tell he's already been thinking about it for a while.
Yeah, because all these men in this room think of themselves as soldiers or warriors of a sort, but Michael is the only one who's actually served in a literal military conflict.
That don't touch me. Like.
Where does it say that you can't kill a cop?
Come on, Mikey.
Tom, wait a minute. I'm talking about a cop that's mixed up in drugs. I'm talking about a dishonest cop, a crooked cop who got mixed up in the rackets and got what was coming. That's a terrific story. We have newspaper people on the payroll, don't we, Tom? They might like a story like that.
They might. Just might.
It's not personal.
This scene in the movie is way better a version of it than was done in the book, because in the book he kind of Michael reacts in rage or anger of them laughing at him, and in this it's much more subtle and him slowly winning over everybody in the room, which I think is a better version of it. And then again, it was in the book.
My own, my ears. That smashed mirror in the background.
Yeah.
I always thought about that. It's like, did Clemenza like not get his second order of wontons or something, and he like, you know?
I was just thinking like he found out that no lasagna tonight, like.
Yeah.
You know? You know, it's interesting too that it really only occurred to me, and just think about this now, is that most of Michael's story is spent away from the family.
Yeah.
At the very beginning, it's he's coming back from war, and he really only has this little section where he really heavily interacts with a lot of these members of the family.
Yeah.
Then he kills Sollozzo. He spends all this time in Italy. Then he comes back, and so that just further solidifies his outsider status compared to all these other characters. So.
Where are they?
In the basement, I guess. I don't know.
Gonna get a big dish of beef chow, man. Who's that guy? Aldo Trapani or something like? Them Coke bottles.
We used to be a real country, a proper country. Coke in glass bottles does taste better, but not. But Coke's still Coke. I mean, you know.
I prefer it in a can more than anything, or a bottle's the best, like that, a glass. But
Of a risk for Mike. Maybe we ought to pull it off, Sonny. The negotiator keeps on playing cards until Mike comes back safe and sound. So why didn't he just blast who's ever in the guy? Sollozzo might not even be in the car, Sonny.
like, you total idiot. Like.
Just blast. As it turns out, they could have done that
Yeah.
and been fine, but,
Yeah.
you know.
Louis' restaurant in the Bronx. Well, is it reliable? It's my man in McCluskey's precinct. Police captain's got to be on call 24 hours a day. We signed out at that number between 8 and 10. Anybody know this joint? Yeah, sure, I do. It's perfect for us. A small family place, good food. Everyone minds his business.
It's Mammy's Kitchen in
Yeah,
Grant.
which ain't even that anymore.
The chain thing. We might be able to take the gun behind it. All right, Mike. You go to a restaurant.
How oily he
Yeah.
looks.
While you relax. You make them relax. Then you get up and you go take a leak. Or better still, you ask for permission to go. And when you come back, you come out blasting. And don't take any chances. 2 shots in the head apiece. Listen, I want somebody good. I mean, very good to plant that gun. I want my brother coming out of that toilet with just this dick in his hands, all right? Gun will be there. Listen, you drive him and you pick him up after the job. Come on, let's move.
And that other guy's just there.
He's like, yeah, yeah. This is the last time Michael and Sonny will ever see each other.
How hairy he looks.
Yeah.
Rocco.
How long do you think it'll be before I can come back? At least a year. Listen, square with mom, not seeing him before you leave. Unless it's that girlfriend. I think the time's right.
Tessio. Like,
Yeah.
all right, let's go.
go.
Jack Dempsey's restaurant. Was he in there? He's not here, is he?
He's not here, is he?
I mean, Manasseh Maulers. Like, what?
First Battle of Manassas. What?
I'm glad you came, Mike. I hope we can straighten everything out.
His hat.
Yeah.
Like he's on the town.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Total loser.
You won't be, Mike. I swear on my children. But you gotta keep an open mind when we talk. I mean, I hope you're not a hothead like your brother Sonny. You can't talk business with me. You do it what I deny.
He's a good kid.
I'm sorry about the other night, Mike. I gotta frisk you, so turn around. On your knees, facing me.
Looks like he enjoys this a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Too old for my job. Too grouchy. Can't stand the aggravation. You know how it is.
You know how it is. Wow. How would he know how it is?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's interesting how much, how out on a limb that Michael is going here on this, and that's the only thing that they will accept. You know,
Yeah.
it's like they don't even exactly know where he is. Like, he had to come alone. Like, there's
Yeah.
all these like conditions for
Mhm,
them that he has to agree to that they
Right.
don't have to. You know?
Yeah.
Love the way that makes it look like New Jersey's like hell
New
or something.
New
It's
Jersey.
just like, okay, like,
I've thought that before.
Yeah.
It's like that like white signage with black painted lettering, but then it had rust on it
Yeah.
looking too. Like,
meanwhile.
done this move plenty of times in the game. Like,
Oh, yeah.
It's over now, so why are you honking the horn? You know?
Yeah.
Nice work, Lou.
Lou. Whatever happened to Lou, you know? well. Hope he made it out all right in the end.
He was probably just sitting in the dang car out
Yeah.
front, didn't do nothing. Like, this looks really seedy looking too. I've
Yeah.
always thought.
Imagine the terror that he would have had if he went to the bathroom and there was no gun in there.
Yeah.
He comes out with a knife, just like starts stabbing slots.
Always one of the funniest because all the tension in this scene and the comedy of this sound in the midst of all this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like all the stuff that was going on. This is the most random thing to ever bring up, but like, you know those like Bic razors that are like the throwaways?
Yeah.
Every time when I get ready to shave and I take the cap off of it and put it back on the our counter,
Yeah.
it hits and the handle's hollow and it makes a sound like that sound. Every single time I put it down, I think of that moment in this movie. It's random, but Benza von Dijk.
Got this white guy over here is ruining the show.
Dale. Dale.
Yeah, what's interesting, even with the subtitles on for
Yeah.
the English, it doesn't translate what this Italian exactly is. So.
What's most important to me is that I have a guarantee. No more attempts on my father's life.
What guarantees can I give you, Mike? I'm the hunted one. I missed my chance. You think too much of me, kid. I'm not that clever. All I want is a truce.
I have to go to the bathroom. Is that all right?
You gotta go. I frisked him. He's clean.
McCluskey's like, yeah, let him do his own thing, you
Yeah.
know. He's a growing boy. And also, he's kind of insulted, like, what, you don't think I found
Yeah.
a gun?
It is funny in those few seconds when he pulls the gun out before he's going to shoot him that he's thinking, wait a minute, what? Like, he's like, where
Yeah.
did he get it from? Like, you know,
Yeah.
like, it's kind of a lost comedy, you know?
Yeah.
That, like,
You can tell right before he's shot, he's like, dang, LOL. Like,
yeah.
got me. Like,
There was a kid in one of my classes that says "Rip Bozo" all the time, talking about Bozo the clown. Like, so I asked him one time, I was like, "By the way, if you're listening, I don't know if you are
Yeah.
that person. Hello." But and I was like, "What?
Rip
You mean
Bozo?
Bozo the clown?" They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay." Like, so Rip Bozo here, I guess.
yeah. Second only to Rip Torn. the moment.
All the people just like,
That woman just kind of got up and
yeah.
it was moving kind of slow for a moment there. It was like, whatever.
Where's
Again,
Lou
it's
at?
perfectly well designed scene, and especially the sound in it. I mean,
Yeah.
that, you know, those subway cars you hear, and then overtakes the, you know, the sound. And this montage is a good little passage of times. A lot of real photos, obviously, of organized crime, murders, and assassinations.
Doing the
and
crossword.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
Going
a
to the
picture.
mattresses.
There's a picture of that shot that's a little bigger out, and it shows the shotgun sitting right beside of the table there.
Yeah.
That doesn't show there, but
Well, Willie Seachy appreciating the music here.
yeah, you can tell he's a real audiophile. Probably got a big collection or something. Mob killing.
Yeah.
It's interesting the way it links all this camaraderie and food and with all this murder. Like,
Yeah.
you know. And I think, is that George Lucas came up with the idea for this montage too, I think. And throwing all that away.
Grandmaster Sexay.
I mean, I wish I could look like
Syndicate
that.
Big Shot.
Index.
So this is the ideal male figure, or what people say all the time.
How loud this siren is. It's so annoying. They put a gate up.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You know,
Yeah.
like,
It's like, why?
and then the baby's crying. Fredo. This sound. Then he's like, yeah, I'd be scared too. This moment.
I hope you get red, Grandpa.
Red.
Wish I would see you soon. Love your grandson forever.
Oh.
It's like, wow, he's a poet. Oh my god, like.
And then this, he kind of don't know. He's like Ricky Bobby. He don't know what to do with his hands. Here.
Go on, Carlo.
Get out. Get out now. In this moment, it's like he's mad that he's not going to get what he wants. And he's been screwed out. Like,
he's with the women.
okay. A-hole. Don't worry, you'll die.
That's the first instance we get of Carlo being a problem. Like, you dummy.
Come to Las Vegas.
Want him to rest. He's been working so hard. I mean, you know.
Yeah, what has he done? And it's interesting, of course, that the one thing he wants to know, of course, is where's Michael at.
Yeah.
And that's like, shows that, oh, he's the one who really is doing things.
Yeah.
Like, the only one that came to the hospital to see him. So to my future children, those who come to the hospital will be mentioned after the gang war. You know, like this. He's like, "Oh, get away, get away,
Shoo.
get away." Yeah, like whatever. A student asked me a question the other day, something dumb. It was like after school with the car rider line. I was just like, just kind of did that. I was like,
Olivia Soprano.
whatever. Yeah, let me die. Like, he kind of looked in there like, that's more interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think these are good people.
Yeah.
Don't interfere.
Yeah, there's Tom Hagen's wife, by the way, sitting beside of him.
Yeah.
Like, not really talks or remarked upon at all.
We were talking about this scene the other day, how Fredo comes in and sits down, and he's like looking over, not even looking at him.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't even look at me. Like, you know, like, the mustache fade into the tree moment. People talk about that a lot, I know, but.
So here's Michael in Sicily and hiding.
Better than being a lousy goat herd in Sicily.
Imagine the disappointment. I just came back from fighting World War II. And now I gotta leave again just because I killed somebody else. Like, I killed 2 people, and then all of a sudden I gotta go. Like,
Boris Karloff, what?
I know Fabrizio is actually killed at the end of the book.
Right.
He's like working in Buffalo, New York, as like in a pizzeria.
What?
And he's like killed. Yeah, he's like in
What,
hiding.
he came
there.
to America then?
Yeah, he
okay.
came and hid, but then he got found out where he was, and he gets killed.
It's funny because
Cuneo and Strachey are not killed in the book. It's
Really?
Barzini and Tatalia are, and Mo Green is, and then Thomas, and then, well, not Thomasino, but Fabrizio is. So, but it's a little different. But
the other guy, I can't remember his name, the Franco City character.
Paolo, I think maybe.
Yeah, Paolo. He's in the
Kahlo,
third, or
I think,
Kahlo.
yeah.
Yeah, he's in the third movie.
Yeah.
Shows back up.
Corleone.
Of course, we'll learn in the second movie why. Blah de blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Better than being a lousy goat herd in Sicily. I mean, you know, communist poster.
Mm-hmm. They're all dead from vendettas.
The National Review article made a mention of there's a communist poster in this one scene. It's just like, all right, I expect this from you, but let's calm down. You know, like I went to work in a pizzeria. Hey, like, you can be killed there. I guess he's never killed in the movies.
No.
So. Do what?
Do what now?
It is interesting how everything looks so much older here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even like Western-esque. You know.
Again, I think Cinephiles in 1972, it would have immediately called to mind a lot more of those spaghetti westerns landscape. It kind of looks some similar to that. You know, a lot of that was shot in Spain, I know, but those Sicily women are more dangerous than shotguns. One of my favorite quotes in the whole movie.
Yeah. Just repeats everything.
Yeah. Jimmy 2 times in Goodfellas.
No.
Abushidi. Like, why would he also? Do you know her? Do you know her? Why would he just say that right after that again? Oh, talking about his daughter.
I don't know. I'm a total idiot. No.
Well, Michael kept his mouth shut during that whole thing, but then he gets to come off and say all this. So.
Yeah.
This guy bringing back the suspenders in a big way.
Yeah.
Suspenders are very fun to wear, I gotta say. Like,
I hate it. I gotta say.
I kind of like them, but I don't wear them very often. But they are just kind of an inherently hilarious fashion item, though, in the sense of like you can just have a belt that holds them up, but instead you have these big straps that go over the body. Like it's just like what.
The car.
Mm-hmm.
What a life it will have.
Yeah, and what a death it will have.
Yeah.
It's like all the ceremony that goes into this.
Fellini around here somewhere. Like,
Federico Fellini.
Federico or Michelangelo, Antonioni, Michael Corleone, Vito Corleone. Vito Corleone.
Yes, you can open it. Like,
Yeah, like what she had to ask. Like, what if it's like a Beauty and the Beast VHS? There's a story in there that we can't get to today, but
we'll tell it another day.
Okay.
Cool story, bro.
The Army.
The Army.
As long as it ain't the Army Hammer.
The U.S. occupation.
He's like, yeah, this cop punched me. He was a SOB.
I shot him in the head.
Oh, I respect her. Like that woman on the left.
Mm-hmm.
This random moment,
Yeah.
I think about a lot. Coming up. Oh, we must walk behind them in black.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Dressed in black, yeah.
You dressed in black.
And the event he acts out, they'll kill him, and then they'll kill them.
Right,
So
yeah. And then there's like people behind them and behind them. It's like all this, like...
layers of death.
It's like, was it on Killing Eve where there's all them people pointing guns at each other or whatever, and then there's somebody with a sniper rifle, like... It's one of those images that looks funny as a meme, which I hate, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
But like in a show would make no sense.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, erstwhile, like you ever
is
go
he
there.
anti-literacy? Like.
Sure took them a while to get out the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what was that all about?
Guess they were looking around.
Yeah.
The fist bite.
Yeah.
Like, why would you bite your own fist?
Yeah. I know. I remember talking this movie with a high school teacher I had, Miss Koger, and she's part Italian American, and we were talking about this movie, and she's talking about how she has older male relatives who they'll get mad and they'll just bite their fists. It's just like this instinctive thing that they
with
do.
them, I guess. Yeah.
They'll talk with their hands a lot, you know.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine from college that was Irish Italian American. And he used to talk about some stuff about the Italian part of his family that was similar, you know, kind of thing. He was from Long Island, so. The kids come watch.
Yeah.
That was just how it was, you know.
Yeah, it was
a
different
time, yeah. And then he bites his hand.
Yeah. That sound.
Dewey.
Thomas Dewey, yeah. Republican nominee in 1948.
I guess that's its own way of telling us when this is.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not usually super explicit about it, but the movie loosely takes place from 45 to 55.
Yeah. Always laughed at Sonny's shoes. That like black and white. Like, that's dumb. He's very smart and very dumb. the music. It's just like, this is Italy. Like, okay. I mean, it seems very quiet here. Thank God you didn't die in Italy. I said, our great Aunt Sarah, I remember laughing at that moment years ago, and I always thought it's funny just for that she thought that was that funny. Like,
that his own bodyguards still have their shotguns and the shells just flashed out in the open, you know, just like...
It's Italy, I mean.
Yeah. The boss hanging out. Looks miserable.
Yeah. I mean, I would be.
Yeah.
It's hot. I'm in a wheelchair. Like,
you got a big suit on.
The ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
See Tomasino in the background with his hat on. Like, Es Pellegrino. He's like, can I turn on him in this moment? Like, that's what he was thinking. It looks like Anthony Perkins, but like
Italian.
Yeah.
Well, his name was just Italian Perkins.
Anywhere that you need to open the windows because it's hot, you don't need to be.
You don't need to live there.
No. Oh, there was no air conditioning. Like, make it.
There's no room in the inn.
It's one of those classic, like, oh, I know that there's something going to be in this scene. I'll walk out of the room if I'm watching it with my parents kind of scene. You know? People joke about that on Twitter all the time. You know?
Yeah, it's not that explicit, but yeah.
The funniest thing about this scene to me has always been like the look on his face. He just doesn't really have any reaction. It's like, all right, okay. Like,
guess that's what it is.
As they would have said in the Rugrats, the movie. So that's what that thing looks like. Funny how different the color looks from that scene to this scene of just the way everything looks. Everything here looks dreary and
New York.
Yeah. Hey. Oh. Oh.
Yes, well, I have. I mean, I've tried writing and calling. Now, I want to reach Michael.
Nobody knows where he is. We know that he's all right, but that's all.
Meanwhile.
What was that?
Well, that's an accident, but nobody was hurt.
Kind of laughing like he knows the story behind that. Yeah, we totally blew these people away. You should have seen it. Like,
you should see the other, the other people.
You should see the other waltz.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like,
I let my cab go, so can I come to call you?
Come on, son.
that picture.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Like,
almost looks like a studio headshot. Like, basically.
You know, something I've never noticed until now, which I'm shocked, is that she's pregnant.
Yeah.
It seems obvious, but makes all this even worse.
Yeah.
There's something about this that's always rung a little false to me, this scene, as far as, like, that, what did he do? Like, make that woman call to set all this up so that he could then abuse her, which would then get Sonny to go to do to get, you know, it's like there's a lot of moving parts to this that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but.
Yeah.
Something about this scene that's always impressed me is they were able to do all this in one shot. The movement of the camera.
Like, he's some saint, though, you know?
Yeah.
Just like, what?
Tom Hagen's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Just constantly there, but nothing ever happening. Or no, that's Sonny's wife there.
That's
never
his
mind.
wife, but then
And
she's right back there, though, yeah.
In the TV version, I remember it was like, "Come on, get up, do something." Like instead of get off your ass. Like, okay, I mean, all the gravel smoke out of this, dust, I should say.
Don't worry, Mom. Santino's gonna die.
Yeah. Don't you hate it when this happens?
That's the worst. I mean,
it's one of the things you never recover from. You know?
I mean, when you die, it's the end of your life. I always loved his reaction to that. Really, some of his last words, really. I mean.
Most hateful thing ever. Like, okay. Like he did something to him personally.
Yeah.
You know?
R.I.P. to Sonny.
Maybe he did. I don't know. Rip Bozo.
Mm-hmm. And I remember, again, when I first saw this, I didn't know this scene happened, so it was incredibly shocking to me, I know.
They left their car behind.
Yeah.
Then just leave. Like, okay.
You're going to make a call.
This shot. No, that's not Sonny's car coming back from the dead if you can hear that outside. At least I don't think so. I don't know. I mean... Okay, whenever they're ready to be done, I don't know. I'm getting tired of hearing it, so... Cut the crap.
It's basically the first time we see the Don out of the bed, since he's been injured.
You're like, get up, come on. A drop.
My wife is crying upstairs. I hear cars coming to the house. It's in the area of minor. I think you should tell your Don what everyone seems to know. I didn't tell mom anything. I was about to come up and wake you just now and tell you. Let's need a drink first. Now you've had the drink. Shot Sonny on the causeway. He's dead.
Funny in the video game how awful this scene is.
Yeah.
And like him crying, it's like the animation
Yeah.
is just so bad. Like no inquiries.
I want no acts of vengeance. I want you to arrange a meeting. The heads of the 5 families. This war stops.
So it's interesting, you know, the book, this was the truth as well, that in this moment, Vito's kind of almost admitting defeat, just like, well, we can't keep doing this, and it took the life of one of my own sons, and then forced another one to totally leave the country. So he's kind of really at a point where he's like, I'm just, whatever it takes to stop this, I'm willing to do.
It's like a mad scientist.
Yeah.
Here. What time of the day is this?
I think presumably it's supposed to be early morning.
Okay.
Not very late at night. I know there's a very clear visual reference to all this whole scene in The Sopranos when Livia dies and Tony's like, and it's like them literally going down an elevator and you see through it like the Undertaker, and then like he's like, all my powers, all my strength. He's like, yeah, it's calm down. Basically, he's like, yeah, not that big a deal.
I want you to use all your powers and all your skills. I don't want his mother to see him.
I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, you're gonna have to call somebody else. It's that Beetlejuice or something, like Michael Keaton Beetlejuice. It's screaming here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was closer than it wasn't.
Yeah, gotta say.
Rispetto.
Young kids today.
No, nobody wants to work anymore. When did y'all ever work? I mean, you know.
Yeah.
What's wrong? What's bothering you? Promiso. My stomach just made a sound in the middle of this scene.
Like,
yeah. Yeah. Oh my head, yeah. Yeah.
The guy just vibing, sitting on the
Yeah.
fence there. Was...
Repeat and repeat.
Mm-hmm.
The shot. Like, what?
His piano exit.
He's so dumb. Callow, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Clemenzo-Tessio divide.
Yeah.
Did I say Clemenzo?
Clemenzo.
Man, Clemenzo.
Clemenzo and Tessio.
But you know, Fabricio was always smarter.
Yeah.
Like. Did he get all that packed in there that quick and then run away?
So. R.I.P. Apollonia.
R.I.P. Rip Bozo. Rip Bozo moment. I know there's somewhere one time I saw that somebody talked about this moment where it's a 50-star flag or something. Yeah. And it's like, oh, that's an anachronism. It was like I was looking at that. Now I always look at it, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, a-hole.
It would have been very close, though, when we were adding the last states, but yeah.
There's some weird quick cuts there.
Yeah. Orange.
Strachey there. Like, I don't even care. That guy takes a big L in this scene. What?
So he takes a big L.
Yeah, well, he does. I mean,
so who won and lost this scene? As I said earlier, like, you know, this feels more like a boardroom meeting than it does like a mafia leaders.
He's too modest. He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
So what? He's like, yeah.
it's interesting that Goodfellas kind of acts as like a addendum to that idea of like, see how it destroys everything later on, and you know, it's kind of interesting that happened in time, obviously.
Yeah, and it was through a lot of drug stuff that a lot of the RICO cases started to be brought in the 70s and 80s that brought down more and more of the guys,
right?
Mob guys. I mean, a lot of it had to do with drugs. So.
But that moment, I know on TV, it always got cut out. Like,
okay.
and
I don't know
like,
why that would be.
can make 50,000 distributed. So they can't resist. I want to control it as a business. To keep it respectable.
Slam.
I don't want it near schools. I don't want it sold to children. That's an infamia.
Maybe about fidget spinners.
Is those still around?
No, not really. Kids, meanwhile, see he took an L.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
He's racist.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. They have these things now, though, instead of fidget spinners, like these little things they pop. They're like made into these like shapes.
Oh,
and
I've seen
I
those.
just don't. I don't know.
I have seen those.
Like bubble wrap, basically. I don't know. But yeah, I remember. I think on the TV version, it was like, after all, we're not lawyers or whatever, and it's just like, why? Do you not remember that they switched that? Maybe I'm making that up in my mind, but I feel like I saw that.
I just
so
shake
many
my head
times.
and thinking, why would they do that? Like, it's so dumb. Oh, we're afraid we'll offend the communists,
or that it will offend Americans to hear communism spoken out loud. Like, what?
That's a new level of idiocy if that's the case.
That's what I think it is.
No, we can't have them hearing this word communism.
Souls of my grandchildren, that I will not be the one to break the peace we've made here today.
Something about that moment of him saying that we're not communists is really kind of lame. Like, oh, communism is a thing. Like trying to date when the movie is or something.
Right.
That's kind of like, okay, like whatever. But he's also a really lame man, Barzini, so that's probably why he said that.
Don's look here.
Yeah.
Just wake up, sir. Like,
Barzini's the man who know that without being told. You meet the Italian. The Dan is a pimp. I never could have outfought Santino. But I didn't know till this day that it was Barzini all along.
so again, Barzini was behind the Tatalias and Sollozzo situation.
He was behind it all.
Yeah.
And it's like 20 years later, basically. Like, like not that long, but. Brian, come on. Like, quit fooling around back there.
Come on, Brian.
How long have you been back?
I'm back a year. Longer than that, I think. It's good to see you, Kate.
That big suit. It looks like Thomas Wayne in Batman 89 or something.
Yeah.
Like.
I'm working for my father now, Kate. He's been sick. Very sick.
But you're not like him, Michael. I thought you
That
were
Woody.
a man like your father. That's what you told me.
My father's no different than any other powerful man.
You know, autumnal vibes, you know?
Yeah.
Man who's responsible for other people. Like a senator or president.
The fall collection.
You know how naive you sound.
Why?
Senators and presidents and killed.
Who's being naive?
That would have got a huge laugh in 1972.
Yeah.
My father's way of doing things is old. It's finished. Even he knows that. I mean, in 5 years, the Corleone family is going to be completely legitimate. Trust me. That's all I can tell you about my business. Okay?
Michael, why did you come here? Why? What do you want with me after all this time when I was being cold and writing?
I came here because I need you. Because I care for you.
Please stop it, Michael.
Because I want you to marry me.
I haven't seen you in years, but you want to marry me though?
It's too late.
I'll do anything you ask, anything to make up for what's happened to us. Because that's important, kid. Because what's important is that we have each other.
He's like totally dead inside.
Yeah.
The way he's talking is like, wow.
No passion.
That we have children, our children, that we procreate to have descendants. Please, for business purposes, like to inherit my business transactions. You know,
My
like,
name is Mr. Transaction. I have business.
Is that a reference or something?
No.
Oh, I was just
Like
gonna
he's
say.
a robot. Just,
Oh,
just like made up words. Like,
the way you said it sounded like
No.
it had been prepared or
No.
something. Like you'd prepared a speech. He's just like, I'm looking at the fish now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooklyn's his ground. He's just so much smarter than Clemenza.
That's true. I mean,
It's like, I keep being told that. That's never particularly shown to me either way. It's
Yeah.
just kind of said, like,
yeah.
You're wrong. Don Corleone. He once said that the day would come when Tessie and me could form our own family. Though today I would never think of it. I must ask your permission.
Well, Michael is head of the family. If he gives his permission, then you have my blessing.
attention, everything's a little bit lighter
Yeah.
in
Got a
there.
TV now.
And, yeah, and it's like, it feels like they're saying, oh, we're trying to become legitimate and open ourselves up to, you know,
Mm-hmm.
people seeing us.
And I hate that goddamn Barzini. In 6 months' time, there won't be nothing left to build on.
You have faith in my judgment.
Yes.
I have the mountain.
Yes, always, Godfather.
I'll be a friend to Michael. Do as he says. There are things being negotiated now that are going to solve all your problems and answer all your questions.
It sounds like some lame executive saying
Yeah.
that. Answer all your, answer all your questions, solve all your problems. Like,
When we make our move there, you're going to be my right-hand man.
This is when the Waltons hardware store went,
Going to be our lawyer.
may our buildings go condo. Like, you know.
mm-hmm.
Uh,
I ever need help. Who's a better conciliator than my father? That's it.
Al Neary's first appearance all of a sudden. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's about this space in the book where he starts being more
Yeah.
of a, he comes in as a character later.
So you said he was a police officer in the book, right?
Yeah, it talked about how he was this cop who had kind of this temper that would get out of control sometimes, and he beat a guy to death with a flashlight.
Mhm.
And he got basically thrown off the force, and the only reason he wasn't was because the Corleones basically paid him to get off,
Yeah.
and that they saw potential in him, and that they pretty quickly, he wasn't somebody who was a cop necessarily for the morality of it anyways. He was just like, it was just a quote job to him. So
Yeah.
he was like, oh, well, I'm glad that people actually respect me and my talents, so I'm going to go with them.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
There are reasons why you
Santino was a bad Don.
Mhm.
Rest in peace.
Maybe I could help.
You're out, Tom.
Al Neary just appeared back there. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, that Tom's being relegated to more of a lawyer figure than
Yeah.
a consigliere figure. Yeah. So, that tie. The swank.
It's Vegas swank. Dining, dancing, gaming.
Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis. Couldn't think of a worse thing to go see ever. You know, literally, that's maybe the worst duo. That name a worse duo, I'll wait. Literally, like I mean,
like Hitler and Mussolini, maybe. That's
yeah.
one.
Hitler and Goebbels.
It really looks good. This doctor did some job. We talked into it, okay? Hey, wait, hey. Deal with them later. He's tired. He wants to clean up. All right, now, let me open the door, all right?
We get
See
to
that guy looking at him like
we get to finally
bozo.
talk about this moment.
Yeah.
Rip Bozo, literally. Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's his name. Who's the character? There's a Johnny Fontaine back.
Who are the girls? That's for you to find out. Get rid of them, Fredo. Hey, my God. Fredo, I'm out of business. I leave tomorrow and I get rid of it.
shows he's like a. How bright that chandelier back there is. He's kind of like a Plainview, Daniel Plainview figure of like, sex does not interest me. Like.
So this guy here with the glasses that Fredo leads out, it's like he's like really kind of sad and disappointed.
He's like, oh, I prepared my piece for Mike. Like,
yeah. That he's really like,
yeah,
oh,
like,
I had
I don't
a whole
know
big,
what to do.
big moment I was gonna have.
It's like he'd be Mo Green's cousin or something.
Yeah.
Like.
Mo Green's cousin, Fat Andy.
Yeah. Well, it's over now, so he looks like Hunter S. Thompson with his glasses on. I guess that's just the Las Vegas look, you know.
So what's the most audacious scumbag kind of look I can go for?
Well, that's why this. Yeah, that's why. Do what I beg you to do. In the olive oil business. Yeah, real booming business right there.
I know Coppola said in
See, the most excited he gets about anything is talking about business negotiations. Like, you know?
I don't know if it was Coppola or Puzo's own son in the introductions or forwards, talking about a lot of the like Vito's lines that were written in the book that make their way into the movie were things that Puzo's own mother said a lot. And that he like channeled a lot of his own mother's kind of vibe and energy into
His
Vito.
appearance, yeah.
Big
His
appearance,
entrance. What a performance he gives in the Friends of Eddie Coyle, and also in Freebie and the Bean. I have to say, as the DA.
This was his moment with the 70s.
That's like the only version of him I've seen where he's like not definitively a total criminal scumbag. You know, it's like hotel. You know, the whole thing. You know, your whole life.
Yeah,
like,
we give you money, you scram.
Come on, scram. That guy in the background.
Hood, yeah.
He looks so 1970s.
Yeah, right.
Like, supposed to be the 50s. But. Yeah, first of all, you're all done. Second, the Godfather.
I talked to Bassini. Has to be a dub
He sounds like a child that thinks they're cool. Like, I talked to Bassini. Like, you know, like, got a business to run. He's like, it's all business, you know. Yeah. You had to straighten my brother out.
He's like, oh,
He's like, well, I guess I agree with that on principle, but
I mean, did these things happen? Yes.
I mean, this
other than that,
the sound here.
Tom the whole
He's
time.
just over there.
Johnny Fontaine, by the way, just.
I love he just went and sat over there away from him, and he's like, did
done.
What we call the mama.
Yeah.
We'll have to explain that someday. Yeah. Also, never talked to a man like Mo Green like that. I always thought that, like, when he smoked the cigarette and the, like, smoke bubble was so weird. Meanwhile, we're back.
We're back.
Get back. Get back. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He's a little Marine. Love your grandson, Frank. Oh.
Oh.
Al Neary is his, like,
Al Neary,
aunt,
yeah.
basically. His nanny, like, you know.
Aunt Al.
Nanny
Aunt
Al.
Neary.
Yeah, Aunt Neary.
Nanny Neary.
Nanny Neary. All right, there we go. We got there. This scene.
This scene isn't in the book. This was written for the movie. It was one of the best scenes in the movie.
You know, it's like, oh, that's what'll happen. Whatever.
That's definitely what will happen.
Yeah, and it's like, anyway, I'm drinking more wine. Like, okay. Love his fit.
Yeah,
he was wearing that in the last scene he was
fit.
in. By the way, like, that's good. Is he a big Silver Age fan? Like, oh. What's bothering you?
I'm gonna die.
That's some real ADR for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. Give it a toy. I bet he's got a train set up somewhere.
Not Bobby Bacala.
Yeah.
He should have died, like, putting that together.
Bacala, please!
Yeah.
No more! Little Miss Barney Rubble. And Fredo. Well.
Well, what?
Yeah. Did we talk about yet that he went around mooning people?
Oh, no, we haven't said anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that apparently a lot on the set.
Brando,
It's like a child. I mean,
yeah.
like,
and they got him a belt that said the Moon Champion on it or whatever, yeah. Right.
Dumb. Marionette,
Yeah.
Godfather.
Like very good choice of words. Who is the puppet master? Okay, I'll tell you. You can tell that guy, like, wanted to be a poet or
Yeah,
something.
right.
Like he like did really well in his like composition classes or
in
something.
third grade.
Yeah,
And
like,
one teacher's like, "You're pretty
Yeah.
good at this." And
like we carry the guns to battle, but don't pull the trigger. That is the job of the wolf, Don Barzini. You know that bonus is just going to be us quoting the Godfather game the whole time.
Yeah, we'll get there. Don't worry.
We've tried not
like
to
jagged
quote. We've
Jovino
tried
takes.
not to quote this one as much as we could have, honestly. But you're spilling it. You're spilling it.
Give me an orange. Love that.
Yeah,
a little bit.
He wants to die. Like, remember, like, cool it with the chocolates. Like, cool it with the oranges. Okay, people. Like, you want to make my kids clean my room up. This is so old man in garden moment. It's like all this food, his soiree he's got. It's like, what is this? Like, that seems to be a common grandparent or older relative, like, to a younger relative thing. Is like, let's go to the garden and hang out. Because
and vibe.
I used to do that with my
Uncle,
great aunt and uncle, all the time. With Sarah too, I'd do it. Plant flowers. ADR. This is one of the creepiest images ever. Him with it in his mouth. Like a vampire or something. And then this like, lumbering
New trick, you run in there.
That is just like a frankly like embarrassing moment. Look at that. Like, for Brando, you know.
He has plenty more embarrassing moments to come in his career.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of embarrassing stuff in Last Tango in Paris. Involving butter, that's all I'll say. You can imagine what that is.
I've heard.
Me, whenever I remember that movie, I'm like... like, it's so funny.
R.I.P. to the Don.
Rip Bozo. I mean... It's one of those shots that's almost too good. It's like, why did you do that? Make a shot that's that good, you know?
What a life.
It's interesting that the last bells in the movie we had heard was at that wedding, and now it's at this funeral.
Yeah.
You know? Parallels. The freeway up there. You can tell they were just like, whatever. We'll just have the freeway be the freeway, you know?
Keep on rocking in the freeway.
Our hero makes his return.
He made it all these years.
He live Corleone, Vito,
dead,
feared, murdered. I love, there's this moment where everybody's walking by and he's looking at him like, did he betray? Will he betray? Will he betray? And it's like, Johnny Fontaine's the first one. It's like, nah, he won't. He's like, no, it ain't him, whatever. It's like,
it could
is
be
she
this
the
woman.
one? Is that Al Neary? Like,
Clemenzo, he's not smart enough.
Yeah, it's like, or also he was just loyal enough.
Yeah.
Like, go over there. Okay. Barzini's son, you can tell, doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
Like, Dad, I want to play Pong. Like,
The guy looks like Junior a little bit.
Yeah.
In the background. Balding.
He never.
Pacino's hair looks really great in this scene.
Yeah. Well, this is all like an excuse for him to have like business transactions, you know? It's like, no.
It's like Barzini wants to sleep over tonight, but he doesn't want to ask himself.
Yeah,
like, could you invite him over so he doesn't have to?
Yeah. This. Yeah. I mean, Brooklyn is his ground. I mean, he's just so much smarter than
He
Clemenza.
is. I mean, it's very clear and
Like,
obvious, you know.
Yeah, smart enough that he went in the middle of the funeral. Bonacera reprise. That he went in the middle of the funeral to say, hey, we need to meet with your enemy. Yeah, that's real smart.
Yeah.
That won't clue him in. You know? Like... And it's so clear.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, hey.
So they're
Guess y'all didn't
insulting
know.
Clemenza for being loyal,
Yeah.
basically. It's all right. He makes it to the end.
Yeah.
He makes it in the final room, the final boss level. I mean, he gets to whack Carlo, so, I mean. All the heads of the five families.
And we've talked about this already, but it really is interesting by the end of the movie here. After this, everything feels so disappointingly sedate.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Perfunctory,
It's
yeah.
like, and we've talked about that already, but the feeling that, oh, everything's dealt with, and it's just there's a lack of excitement, like,
Yeah.
and the lack of color to
Yeah.
everything, as far as like just that, oh, there were these people, and there was this old way of doing things, and that Clemenza's the only one of the old group that's still around, you know, and
Yeah.
it just feels very like empty, and
Yeah.
you know.
Part of that, I think, also it works that they're literally moving out of the Corleone compound or estate, and so
Yeah.
literally it's like this. Some of these rooms you see at the end look very sparse and spare and empty, and that also.
He's like, I said
goes into
this
that.
earlier. He's like hanging by the beach. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like, where is he? Like,
Yeah.
like in Staten Island or something. I don't know. So, what is there to say about this whole sequence that hasn't been said? Let's figure it out. What are we gonna say? It's good.
It's good.
I
yeah.
mean, nobody's ever said that. No, I'm gonna say it's bad. No.
The baby, obviously, famously is a Sofia Coppola.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that he's, I'm just getting a shave before
But in
I
a
go.
way that's similar to how the music was used in the beginning wedding sequence in the background, in the whole background, most of this is these rites being read and basically this baptism taking place, mostly being the primary diegetic music over all these assassinations and
There's
whatnot.
his old badge.
It almost in of itself is Michael's own confirmation or his own a sort of religious code or order that he has to fulfill in this very moment himself.
Right.
The juxtaposition
Yeah.
of these murders need to take place for him to secure his final spot. At the same time, this baptism of a child's taking place.
You know what I have to add to all that?
What?
It's good.
Yeah.
Oh, finally, some English. Like, oh my gosh, like. I said, I don't know why I think about this all the time.
Yeah.
This shot makes me laugh.
Information.
Oh, hey, yeah, how you doing?
Poor Clemenza having to do,
The grease
his
gun
cardio.
makes an appearance. Aren't you
Yeah.
excited? We're big grease gun fans, Kyle particularly. Blame it all on you if it goes south. Like,
Amen. How empty the church looks too.
Yeah. All the space that's in that shot.
Yeah. Brilliant composition. As is this too.
Yeah, he's just like, well, I'll wait.
Clemenza's like,
he barely made it too. He got that big
kind of
box.
crappy the box looks by
Yeah.
that point too.
Seeing his crack.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the eyes have it, you know.
Yeah.
That's so lame looking.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of the most violent things I've ever seen. And the look on his face, like a sicko. Is that other guy the guy that's smiling at the judge in Goodfellas?
I couldn't tell.
I think it is. That goes like...
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Well, there's also...
he had some auto aim
Uncle
there.
Pat in season 5 of The Sopranos, if that is him.
I think it was.
I couldn't tell.
That auto aim, though. There goes Rudy Bond, like randomly high up on the list of people.
Should have showed a elevator shot of them and dead in the elevator, but
Yeah, that's kind of weird. They didn't do that.
It's like this kid knows deep down what happened, and he's like crying,
Yeah,
and is distressed. Just like, oh my god,
yeah,
Father's a monster.
Yeah. Carlo's like, oh, I got away with it all. Like, nope, sure didn't, scumbag. Like, he's like, I won big at the track. He's like, okay, well, cool for you. All
Cool,
right,
bro.
I'll go spend the money.
Cool, bro. Now go make me a sandwich.
All right, did Rocco also have to be the guy to come tell him? He already had to do one of the murders. Couldn't somebody else have came by?
Yeah.
What, like he's got coupons? What are you talking about? Like, we gonna go to Outback or something? Like, my favorite moment in the movie, almost here. Or
check out in the background.
Yeah, the step in. It's like right at him, like. He's like, well, you know what this is, like. Excuse me. Huh? He kind of does like a laugh, like. It's interesting they don't even show the gun itself that they took from him, like.
R.I.P. Tessio. He was always smarter than Clemenza.
Rip Bozo. I mean,
he was so smart he didn't make it live to the end of the movie. You know?
Yeah, right. So I'm saying he literally was openly talking to Barzini at the friggin' funeral. I mean, like.
Intelligence is overrated anyway. It's all about loyalty. Clemenza proved he was loyal.
Clemenza was always loyal. Like,
the final scumbag to be dispatched with.
The final boss, Carlo. Like, like, laughable. What is it? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? What do you mean answer for it? Like,
phone a friend.
yeah, like, yeah. There's no friends to phone no more.
Ah,
Man, they really racked up the murders today, didn't they?
Yeah.
Please, mate, don't do this. As Jim Ross once said, "Do not do this." J.R.R. Ross. Stracci Cuneo.
Stracci. Cuneo. Today I settled our family business. So don't tell me you're innocent.
Look, like, I know who you are, and I saw what you did. Era. You're screwed, Carlo. Come on, shut up.
You think I make my sister a widow?
I mean,
Yeah.
why not?
No, but Clemenza will. Like, what? Like,
And again, you know, Connie at the end of the movie is obviously distraught about. Doesn't really say what happened if he totally disappeared, if his body was found somewhere. It doesn't really say,
Yeah.
but knowing he's dead, and she's obviously distraught. But then in the beginning of the second movie, we'll talk about Merle at length next time. But she's like, oh yeah, whatever, you know.
yeah.
I guess again, as we said earlier, just has to internalize it and just say, well, compartmentalize it, I should say.
Oh, you're angry, are you? Like,
Now who approached you? Natalia or Barzini?
what does it even matter at this point? You know?
I think for Michael, it's just a head game thing of like that. I just know. I just so I totally know. Like,
It's like he made a bet with himself. Like,
Yeah.
oh, was it him
Yeah.
or was it someone else?
he's like, oh, I win.
Let's see what he says. I win, you die. Like, what?
Basically, the poster almost
Yeah.
look The Godfather 2 on the other side.
Well, it's like here in a minute when he's standing
Yeah,
out
right.
there is when it actually is. Yeah.
But he's preparing for that.
Right,
moment.
he's prepping for the poster moment for
Yeah.
the sequel that they didn't know would exist, and that he would even know that he's in a movie. But yeah,
But all that aside, it's there.
these guys are working a lot of overtime today.
Yeah.
I gotta say
Hope they get some vacation. No, he's like, yeah, you can get in there, buddy. Yeah. In the book, it doesn't even say hello, Carlo.
Yeah.
It is Clemenza though, but
is it in a car like this?
yeah, basically. The way the book talks about garroting people, it says on occasion it's like that Italian wire or that Italian rope, like basically, like it's some sacred device or something. Just like, okay.
Well, actually, at that moment you were talking about was more of that earlier because I always remember him doing that like that, but he was just standing there, which is even lamer. Like,
I always said one of the few flaws of this movie is this massive bald spot that you
Yeah.
see on the back of Duvall.
Bartek movie. It looks like a dadgum like circus
yeah.
or something. Yeah.
56
Jinko Land.
acres.
Commercial
Or is that
development.
5.6
Jinko
acres?
Land.
What's it say?
56, I think.
Oh, mama, please! Like this guy has like this look he gives. Like,
Michael, you lousy bastard. You killed
oh, she knows.
You waited until Papa died so nobody could stop you, and then you killed him. You blamed it for Sonny. You always did. Everybody did. But you never thought about me. You never gave a damn about me. Now, what are we gonna do? Connie. Why do you think he kept
This is a really great framing here of this.
Yeah.
He's the in focus, but they're more in the foreground of the frame.
We say this all the time.
That's your husband. That's your husband. Down there he's like shocked, like,
and he's like trying to. What is this?
Yeah.
It's like if a robot were trying to do that. Get her a doctor. Like, for what? What, like a doctorate in like anthropology or something? Like, I mean, that would be as much help, I think. Like,
a doctorate in communication studies.
A doctorate in surfing. Like, what? Okay, he's like, what the hell is surfing? Like,
doctorate in library sciences.
This hysterical.
I don't think she's that funny, but you know.
Is it true? Don't ask me about my business. No.
There we get our first taste of screaming, yelling Pacino.
There'll be more of that in the second movie, but
it is kind of a historic moment. I mean, is this chair something or is it something?
Yeah. Right. This crew is good. Talking about the moving crew or something like.
I know he's not talking about the movie The Crew.
Yeah, that's for sure. This one time. I could like barely hear that.
Yeah.
No, like. No. He's like, no, I will not.
No, you gotta do whatever. I'm
Yeah.
gonna just vibe. I'm gonna be a Godfather.
This is like in Yellowstone when they see the branding happen.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Rocco's now inner circle.
Yeah, like
as he is in the second one.
Yeah.
He has a little smile like,
yeah, like you can't be part of this.
Nothing's going on though, you know. A good movie, you know.
Yeah, it's like, why even make the movie? You know.
Yeah. Oh, we recovered. Don't worry.
The movie was like
the movie's brilliance was so staggering. It just threw us for a loop. So go ahead and hit pause on this.
Al Pacino as Michael.
Al
Pacino.
So, Jeff, what are we going to do next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
It's gonna be okay, Frankie. Don't worry.
Did my brother go back?
Yeah. Don't worry.
He's 10 times tougher than me, my brother. He's old-fashioned.
He didn't even want to go out to dinner. He just wanted to go straight home.
That's my brother. And this is nothing could get him away from that two-mule town. He could have been big here. He could have had his own family. Tom, what do I do now?
Frankie. You were always interested in politics and history?
I remember you talking about Hitler back in '33.
I still read a lot. I got good stuff in there.
You were around the old-timers who dreamed of how the family should be organized, how they based them on the old Roman legions and called them regimes, the capos and the soldiers.
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Those were great old days, you know. And we was like the Roman Empire. The Corleone family was like the Roman Empire.
It was once. Thank you. When a plot against the emperor failed, plotters were always given a chance to let the families keep their fortunes.
Yeah, but only the rich guys, Tom. The little guys, they got knocked off, and all their estates went to the emperors. Unless they went home and they killed themselves, then nothing happened. And their families were taken care of, Tom.
That was a good break. Nice deal.
Yeah. They went home and sat in a hot bath, opened up their veins, and bled to death. And sometimes they had a little party before they did it.
Don't worry about anything, Frankie Five Angels.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Adios.
Surprising no one, our film next week is The Godfather Part 2. It's pretty mind-blowing that, you know, something that was artistically such a success as the first film not only had a sequel that was really good, but as great and arguably on par in a very serious way as the first one was. I know on the commentary for Part 2, Coppola says, he talks about his whole frustration with the whole concept of even maybe being approached to do a sequel. And he said, what am I going to make it? Abbott and Costello meet the Godfather? Yeah. And obviously, as we talked about earlier, so much of Part 2, you know, it vacillates between the flashback sequences of Vito's adolescence and kind of coming of age, and then Michael's continuing adventures kind of in the 50s. And a lot of that stuff from the teens and 20s section was pulled from the book, certain sections of the book, while also creating a few things for the movie. How does the Godfather Part 2 kind of in preparation for next week compare to Part 1 as a continuation and an extension of this first film or the story?
Well, I think that what works about it is that it is both a continuation and a prequel, because I think if you did one or the other and only that, that the movie wouldn't work.
Because that gives it its novelty,
yes,
I
because
guess.
and that's the whole point of the movie. I mean, that the movie is going between these two time periods and showing the rise and not like the fall of the Corleone family, because they come out at the end. It's like even more than the end of this movie, you feel a sense of continued power that is so empty.
I guess it's just like stagnation.
Yes, and it's just like it's absolute power, but no one to share it with in that sense, and I feel like that's the whole clear point of the movie that it's making. Obviously, is that all of this being for family originally at the very beginning becomes at the cost eventually of the whole family, and that there's nothing left at all at the end. I think that, though, by nature, and I think that it's a far more ambitious film, clearly, about what it's about, even more political in so many ways, I think. but I think what makes the first superior to the second is just by nature I guess it's just more straightforward, the more straightforward arc of the movie, not only narratively,
Michael,
but also
yeah.
for Michael, too. In this, it's just a continued...
Part 2, yeah.
I mean, it's just a continued degeneration of humanity for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then ultimately, I think that's what makes the first movie better, is it's just a far more it stands alone, it can be its own thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of context and a lot of moving parts to The Godfather Part 2 that...
Even more so than this
make
one, yeah.
it almost better in the fact that it works as well as it does.
Yeah.
And it just is as good. In some ways, I think that's why people think that it is better.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a movie that, for me, I guess I've liked watching maybe a little more than the first one in the last so many years, because I've seen it less, and I feel like I'm more than acquainted with the movie by now. But it still feels a little fresher than this does, because this movie I've just seen so many times that it's honestly was interesting to watch it with this movie, and we kind of got quieter, I think, as the movie went along, kind of because that's what the movie naturally does to you in a lot of ways. But that also, having seen this movie so many times, you honestly just... It's interesting to even try to do a commentary of it, because it's just like, well, it just is... The movie just is, for me. For that movie, though, I feel like there's a little more on the bone, maybe, to discuss in certain ways, because there's so many moving parts to it.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in the late 50s, it involves the Cuban situation that ties into the Cold War. There is a lot of, like I said, there's a more historical context that needs to be talked about, really, with that film, even more so than this one.
And that there's just... I kind of lost my train of thought there, but basically just that there's... Oh, well, just the fact that it's being the second movie, it's bigger. It's
got a bigger budget,
There's a bigger budget, so many more things going on, so many more characters, so much this, that. And it's interesting because there's so many characters in this movie, and I feel like there are certain things that do get kind of left out here and there, that there should have been a little more to this, or should have been a little more to that. But with that, it does, I think, actually still have even more things, but actually does get to more of them. But also, that's by nature of the fact that by splitting the movie into two halves, the two halves get more breathing room and more time. And so, therefore, and the movie's longer, too. So, by nature of that, I guess that's why. But also great. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, I also hold the first one in slightly higher regard than the second one, but the second one is... by virtue of its mere existence, the greatest sequel ever made, which is, and it should be said before that, I mean, sequels were not held in high regard as an art form in general. I mean, you certainly, that was one of the first movies to buck up against the trend and have a sequel actually have a larger budget than the previous film. We talked about with the Planet of the Apes movies when we did those, that every movie, those original 5, the budget went down lower, even though the movie still made
and now that has continued to be the case since that movie. I mean, you think of something like Terminator 2, for example, has a far bigger budget than the first film, or pretty much any superhero movie now.
I mean, you can see the difference in Batman Begins versus The Dark Knight,
right?
In that
or
way,
even Batman and Batman Returns. I mean, So that's an important thing. I always forget about that movie that you always mention, is that that was an important step up. And of course there were people at the time that weren't as into that movie as they were the first one.
That one's it was still a critical success, but more divisive than this one was.
Yeah, right. And Ebert notably wasn't as into it.
Yeah.
I think Cale really loved it still. I'm not sure about Canby, but we'll get back to you on that because we'll be reading all that as it comes up. But.
So, part 2 next week. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.